having the same issue on this side.
Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Bettina Carey, the founder of We Empower You, and I'm back introducing none other than Lee Romanoff. Lee Romanoff, the founder, president of Income Activator, is a motivational speaker who has an action plan on how to start and build your own online income. And today, the question is, ask and you shall receive. Has anyone ever been more, has that ever been true, but more so than it is today, right? When it comes to angel sponsors giving you money that you don't have to pay back, this is the question. Lee Romanoff has received $270,000 in angel sponsorship for her TV show and $350,000 in government grants. Let's welcome back to the stage Lee Romanoff.
Yeah, so thank you. So stay away from me because I'll take your money. So
we can see the website, but not your slideshow.
You can't see angel sponsors there?
Nope. You've got to.
Geez.
Gotta be in the right.
That's what I thought for sure. So okay, stop sharing again. You know, I thought I was so cool, too cool for school to do this, and it just now I know I have it up. I know I have it up. You know, I always feel like the little train. I think I can. I think I can. And then this little train does a little trick. Okay, so let me see if I can share the screen again. Should be it. So
that's
do you see
looking like the right one? There you go.
Angel sponsors. Do you see the dog, the two little kids?
Yes.
You got
house? It. Yeah. Okay. So if anybody has a dog, a kid, a partner, they can have an angel sponsor, because a dog, a kid, a partner is way harder to get and to manage than an angel sponsor. Okay, so everybody's on an in on this one. Okay, so there's a difference between angel sponsors and angel investors. Never go for an angel investor because you have to pay them back. An angel sponsor rides with you, and their important thing is aligning with your message. So don't ever do a deal with somebody that's an investor and wants your money back. There's a possibility that they can take away your company. Angel sponsors will never take away your company, and you don't have to pay them back. Now, I got an angel sponsor for my talk TV show. I just asked a business that aligned with me if they would pay, and I made the price I gave was the price it would cost me to have the talk TV show. They said yes. So that was like 100%. I asked one person and they said yes. Now they did it for 4 years. And because I was out there on one of the top TV shows, one of the largest companies in North America bought my company for over $2 million. So angel sponsors can get you a TV show. When you have a TV show, you get a recognition that is second to none. Now, why do angel sponsors give you advertising money? Well, because it's something new. They don't usually have this. It's not in their focus. They can't really buy a consumer advocate. And, you know, can they hire you for, it's cheaper for them to give you $50,000 or $100,000 because they could never hire you for $50,000 or $100,000. They know that ads don't work. They know that if they align with a consumer advocate or somebody with a powerful voice, it's good for the community. And when you get one angel sponsor, you will get other angel sponsors fighting over you to give you money. So if you do this one big thing, you can do the second thing easier. So if somebody gives you 50,000, you'll find someone who else with 100,000 and 200,000, and it can grow like that. What you need to know is that when you go to an angel sponsor, they have to go through the same channels to give you $1,000 than they do as they do for $100,000. So what you should always do is do different levels So if you're going to ask for 1,000, saying that there's a 25,000 package and then there's a $100,000 package. So let them choose, because you don't know what their budget is. And many corporations, if they don't spend the money, they're going to lose their budget. Now, you know, they're always interested in your story, but you as the entrepreneur are saying, my story, I mean, I'm so small, I'm smaller than my hand. You know, why would they be interested in me? Well, angel sponsors, ironically, like tragic stories of survival. And the more difficult and tragic your story is, the higher you go up on the picking list. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't bring opportunity to a sponsor. I didn't have a tragic story, thank goodness. I just created an opportunity. I found a TV show that I wanted, and I called somebody that I thought would sponsor it, and they did. You know, so it can go both ways. You can present them with a tragic story, or you can present them with an opportunity. Now, angel sponsors also like the fact that they can get sales from third-party endorsements. Remember, you see those thumbs up right there? That's like the little like sign. A like sign closes 40% more business than if they just go and try to present it themselves. Referrals are it. And of course, angel sponsors give you credibility, whether your product deserves it or not. Sponsors give you credibility. And you can also bounce what they have, like if they have meetings and Zoom meetings and connections, you can take what you have and be introduced to different levels of what they can offer you. Imagine if you had a bank sponsoring you all their connections. Now, an angel sponsor will sponsor you for dreams. So if you have a dream of writing a book, or a dream of doing a TV show, or a dream of putting on a seminar, webinar, whatever, they will get behind your dream. You don't have to actually do it. You can just present it. And the key formula, ask. Ask your friends, ask your family, ask your neighbors, ask everybody you meet, do you know who would be interested in sponsoring my message? You know, you can start off with friends. You can start off with the We Empower You membership, sponsoring your business. And it's just a trade. It's what's called an in-trade deal, where the We Empower You may sponsor you. They may do something for you, and you may do something for them. And there may not be a money exchange, but if you have a sponsor, it's easier to get other sponsors. Now, there's two things that sponsors look for: community do-gooders and new clients and increased sales. So when we're talking about in-trade sponsors, for instance, if you go to a radio station and you say, look, do you want to align with my message? And they say, yeah, they may give you a couple free commercials. They may do an interview with you, and that's an in-trade. But what that gives you is it gives you a reach, their audience. Maybe their audience is 100,000 listeners. Now, what 100,000 listeners will open the door to big money sponsors. So in-trade sponsors, if it increases your reach, go for it. So if you've got to increase your reach somehow, whether it's just small deals or larger deals, and the sponsors also look at age, sex, income, and location. So don't say, I don't know. Make something up. Give it your best guess. Describe your ideal client. But you're going to have to answer those questions for them. Now, we have a package where there is a certain number of things that sponsors need to know. And this sponsorship package goes through it. The sponsorship package that goes through, and it has closed angel sponsor revenue up to $100,000 annually. And we've also included sponsorship money for a TV show. So once you get your TV show, you are rock and rolling, and the TV show is sitting waiting for you. We also include top 500 corporations that are used to doing sponsorships from anywhere from 10,000 to 100,000. Now this angel sponsorship package I sell on Income Activator for $15.99. But because Bettina is so good at what she does, I have given her the sponsorship package for her We Empower You membership. So when you join the We Empower You membership, you get this automatically. In fact, when you join the We Empower You membership, you get the sponsorship package, you get a spotlight TV show, which is 5-minute spotlight TV show where you can highlight your message. It goes on Apple, Amazon, Roku, Google Play, Chromecast, and Android TV, an audience of over 50 million viewers, and you get the Income Activator website with the lead revenue software sending leads to businesses that pay you. Now, how Bettina has done this is that she's got the We Empower You membership that she sells for $15.99, but every time, if you get a membership, even if you don't get a membership, Bettina considers you a 50-50 partner. So when you bring 2 people into the membership, your membership is free, meaning you get the sponsorship package, you get the TV show, and you get the website platform. But she goes on from there. She says, I'll pay you $800 for everybody you bring on. So if you bring on 100 people, that's $80,000 annually. So if all you did in your life was just promote the We Empower You membership and people would join for the website, for the TV show, and for the sponsorship package, you make this money. If you promote it for the first year, you make $80,000 the first year. And as people renew, you make $80,000 the second year because they're going to keep their TV show, their website, and their sponsorship package. So if you use your social media and just promote the membership, 2 people, your membership's free. And as you bring on people, you just get more and more money. And we were talking about business prepping. This is one of the easiest business prepping things you can do. So very simply, we offer Wednesday marketing meetings at 3 p.m.
It looks like, yeah.
Hi,
so
I've got
you're okay.
someone coming on.
So I should keep it on mute right now?
Yeah, Marie.
Yeah, you mute it.
Yeah, that was good. So the We Empower You membership, we offer weekly marketing meetings every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Send people to our meetings. You come to our meetings. When people hear about the meetings, 40% of the people that you talk to will come to the meetings, and 40% of those people that come to the meetings tend to buy into the We Empower You membership because of all the benefits. Now, right now, we're going to go into talking about the other benefits of the We Empower You membership. And Bettina, do you want to join me? Bettina.
Yes. What did you just say, Lee?
Okay, now we're going to go on and talk about the other benefits of the We Empower You membership. For instance, everybody gets to contribute their content, any kind of package you have. For instance, you heard earlier that Lauren had contributed her stress relief package, and that was like $1,000 value. And you get that automatically. But whether you're a member or not, you can add something to the We Empower You membership, increasing its value and increasing your reach so people know what you do and can connect with you, whether you are a member or not. If you're a member, then you get everything within the package that people contribute. Are you still there, Bettina?
I am. I'm
okay.
right here.
Okay. So Bettina, do you want to tell about your brilliant We Empower You membership package?
Sure.
I think we're into the mentoring.
We're into the mentoring time frame though, so I was gonna hold off.
No, we are. We are in the mentoring time frame, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So let me get this guy out of behind my back.
There's a guy behind your back? That sounds kind of creepy.
Yes, using these virtual backgrounds for other people and then popping on. Yes, so I was going to introduce the mentoring program up next, but just real briefly, the We Empower You community, of course, Lee has been talking about most of the day, and so have I. And we have a number of really great opportunities with the Wednesday meetings every Wednesday, with the opportunity to join us tomorrow on Thursday from 11 to 1 o'clock. And that's our We Empower You circles, where we actually have critical conversations that are empowering others. And we feature some of the members on that particular call as well. And the benefits are just boil over. And all we ask is that you say yes to come to our free meetings. Once you come to know, like, and trust us, then you'll entertain membership with us. And we have what it takes to help you to take it to the next level, as we are doing this with members in the audience. Real quick, I'm going to have everybody unmute your mics and open up your cameras, and we're going to pan the audience here today. And you can shout out what city you're from, what country you're from, and on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shout out where you're from.
Brandon, Oregon, Cloverdale, Washington.
From
Washington.
Ghana.
Phoenix.
Los Angeles.
Planet Earth.
Nice. At least for now.
The universe.
That's great. That's great.
Multiple universes.
Yes, and for those of you who are not putting your cameras on, just type in the chat where you're from. We always like to figure out where everybody's logging in from. It's great to have you all here. And I am so excited to be starting our next part of our program. It's going to cut short just a little bit because we ran a little over, but we can make up that time by splitting up the rooms into, I believe, just 4 mentors. And so how this part of the work is that we're going to have everybody just, I'm going to assign you to a room. You're going to stay in that room, and the mentors, 4 of our mentors, are actually going to go from room to room. And we will use the balance of this time, and you'll be notified that you have about 1 minute before we close. And so let me have Aggie Clark introduce herself. She's one of the mentors.
Hello, everybody. My name's Aggie Clark. I am have a background of about 30 plus years in financial services. And my topic is talking about money, as several other people have been talking about here today. But that's one of the ways we shatter our glass ceilings. So I'm excited to get to know you in the mentoring session.
That is great to have you back. And then Troy Thompson was also a mentor the last time around. Troy, share a little bit about yourself as well.
Afternoon, everyone. Troy Thompson with Symmetry Financial Group, and I am a licensed life insurance agent. And I'm open to answering questions as best I can, but what I'm thinking on my mind is talking about how to duplicate yourself. And when all of our income comes from us, we're limited. So I'd rather have 1% on 100 people than 100% on myself. So that's one thing that I feel like I could offer during this time.
Great. Thank you so much. And then we have Lee Romanoff, who of course is illustrious in this program here, having spoken several times. Lee, what can you, people, as you move from room to room, what can they expect to get from you?
Basically, I'll probably just tell them how to get rich by telling people where to go.
There you go. That's the title of your book, right?
That's
I
right.
see Johnny Severy's in the room as well. Johnny, can you put your camera on or say something? She might have stepped away from her desk for a brief moment. And what I'll do is I'll go to the same room that Johnny will drop into, and that way we can share that space. So now I'm going to basically just start up 4 rooms. I'm going to recreate 4 rooms, and then we're going to assign them automatically rather. And we're going to go for, what's our time today right now? If we were to get back on schedule, how many
It's
minutes?
1:37 right now, and
We should be done with mentoring by 2:15 if we were back on schedule.
Okay, so if I put in about 40 minutes, will that get us there?
A little too long.
A little too long? Oh yeah, somebody who does math.
35.
35 minutes, it'll automatically bring us down with a 60-second countdown.
see how good Troy is about numbers?
There we go.
Go
Okay.
tell-
Oh,
go
and
just
by the
go.
way, the it's going to be, let's see here, 4 rooms, and the first room is going to be myself and Johnny. And then, so you don't leave, don't go anywhere. Oh, actually, no, it's going to send us out, isn't it? Hang on, let me do this one more time. I've got to change the number of rooms. Recreate. At least this doesn't stress me out anymore. Okay, so it has us in rooms. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just, all of us will be leaving here into these 3 rooms. I'm gonna make it 4 again. 4 rooms. Yeah, there we go. That way we're not too crowded. All right, I'm gonna open up all the rooms and we'll see you on the other side. Okay. All right. Is everybody coming in? I think we're losing everybody out of this room. Okay, so Tiu and Moria, if you wouldn't mind, let me just move you to another room. There's some people that are actually staying in this room.
So Ag and I ended up in the same room.
Okay. So go to another room.
Okay, how do I pick my options? Here we go, breakout rooms. I see it. Aggie. Okay, so who are the mentors again? Bettina, Aggie,
Aggie,
Lee.
you and I, and John.
Wait. Okay, so I'll go to room 4.
Okay, great.
But we have 5 rooms.
Yes, and this room is remaining open because there's some
Okay.
unassigned.
All right.
So let's see if we can get some mentors in each room. I'm going to go off camera. In this room, we have quite a few. We have 25 people left. Not sure exactly why.
I don't know how to get on.
You're in a room. You're fine. Okay. So Tiu, you're here. Obviously, you've participated in the mentoring program before. Can you share a little bit of a question that you might have that I could have answered?
Absolutely. Sorry, I was muted. I think my question, if Bettina's the mentor here, is when we start looking at the potential that we have with all the benefits that are in our member package, the one that really resonates with me is how we take that 5-minute video clip that we have done. And if you could explain more about how the WWTVN moves us forward, because I believe it was Lee who was saying that we can also find sponsors in that regard if we get our own show.
Yes. So once you start to, well, the first step with the 5-minute video is that it gives you a place to send people to where it's on the worldwide TVN network, and that's where it lives. And in your case, you might also be on Women on TV, and it gives you a landing page where you can send people to watch your video. And then it's also available on Roku TV and Apple TV and all of those other platforms that are over the top. So as people are searching for the topics of, in your case, it's domestic violence, that's why you have to have such a really great description, because people will search on titles, people, and descriptions. So that's where you place it, and it lives. But the other thing is that once you've made this video, it can live on YouTube and social media and all kinds of other places. So at the end of the day, it's limitless where you can show your video. And if you want someone to see the quality and the caliber of your presentation, the fact that you are an A student and you are able to ask and answer questions that are being asked of you, that's really, you can leverage it with the media as well, just sending it to them with your story, of course, and a pitch, calling them with a pitch, and then following up, sending them the video. And you took advantage of Larry Domenico's offer, which is, of course, 2 hours and 3 hours recording and editing, and it was worth the investment, I imagine you would say.
Absolutely. He did a beautiful job. Absolutely beautiful.
Yes, great. And does that answer your question?
A little bit. If I don't want to take up too much time on that. So for now, if you have time, we can run around, and I wanted to listen a little bit more about the radio shows. But let's see if there's any other questions first, okay?
Sure. And, obviously we have a list of 400 radio talk show representatives that you can contact in order to invite yourself onto their show. And I would do a little research, because probably not all 400 are appropriate for you to be on. I mean, they might have a topic centered around health or wellness or something that's maybe off topic for you. So in any event, that list does exist, and it's available to the members through our We Empower You community. And as I say, when you join, you get the keys to the kingdom. So we give you access to that, and you download that list, and then you're able to peruse through it and qualify the show hosts and producers based on what the descriptions are of the radio programming there. So Moria,
Thank you.
I understand you're muted still, but if you unmute, you can ask a question next.
Right at the moment, I need help with online stuff more than anything, because I'm having so much trouble. I finally got on here online, but if this is mostly about our business, then I'd like help on how to stay focused on what I say I want to do and get sidetracked.
Oh boy, you're talking to the right person, right? Because I'm the shiny penny, shiny object person. And although I get a lot done, and including building the We Empower You community with Lee and Shay and others, and serving that community and being a mother and a grandmother, we all get busy. So I think it's fair to say, whether you are a shiny object person or you're not a shiny object person, you kind of have to manage yourself, right? That's what we're all expected to do. And it all falls to self-management. Do you have enough infrastructure in your life that allows you to grasp focus every once in a while in your day? And how do you measure that, right? So what I typically do is I have a routine in my day that I try to stick with, at least in the morning and at night. So when I go to sleep at night, I pretty much know what I'm going to be doing the next day. I've written it down. I have reminders, and I've set my alarms for the next day. So I use my phone alarms a lot. I have a watch phone that has a breathing setting to it, so I can make sure that I breathe throughout the day, because I tend to run and go. And then another thing is that I meditate, not only at night for 30 minutes and in the morning for 30 minutes, but I also have many times during the day when I will bring myself to center. And I do that through breathing, right? So it doesn't take me but about 3 breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth to bring me right back into my seat, right back into my body. And especially if there's a troubling phone call or an upsetting email, or someone says, unsubscribe me, and they're your best friend and you're wondering why, or some version of that, then I will take some deep breaths, try to get my heart rate back down, try to be centered, and that really helps. But another number of things that I do to keep my focus is that I'm always having mantras in my head. And so one of my mantras is, what do I have to put down in order to pick up something bigger? So what do I have to put down in order to pick up something bigger? And when I run that mantra through my head, I often will say, well, that doesn't need to be done by me, and that doesn't need to be done by me either, and neither does that. And all of the cream rises to the top of my list, and I circle those and make big stars with them. And so everything else, if it doesn't get done, it can be delegated, or it can even just go on to the next day for that matter, because it's not that important. And I'm always challenging myself to do something that's bigger and better than I had ever done before. Hence this summit. Every time we climb, we try to do something different. And each time we rise to the occasion, thankfully. And another mantra that I have is, you only get in life what you have the courage to ask for. So sometimes I just need to ask for help. You called in and asked for help, and we were able to provide you help so that you could get your mic going and get you into this call. And so that's a really big one, is that you don't have to do everything yourself. I have been a one-woman show before. Many people that are on this call have probably been one person shows themselves, and they can relate. But at the end of the day, if you do not ask for help, if you don't ask and have the courage to ask for what you're worth more than you have ever asked for before, you're not going to get. So when you ask for help, this is part of a strategy of staying focused. So thank you for that question, because focus is the only F letter word that we should be paying attention to, right? And you're an author and a speaker, and both of you are going to be speaking later on this afternoon. Thank you both. I can't tell who else is interested in asking a question, because all I see there's about 23 people in my room, but you can go ahead and unmute yourselves, and we'll take more questions. Otherwise, we'll go back to you. Is anybody out there that wants to ask a question? Pop your mic out, open up your cameras. We've got a few private people there. So to you, on a business level, I've seen you grow from someone who had retired and from the U.S. Postal Service, and who had a vision and a dream to write a book. And now your book is in getting printed, and it's already past the drafting and editing stages. And you've got a nice book cover that's been designed. What do you think are your next steps, and what might I help you with?
Wow, that's a wonderful question, because I've got my hands in a couple of different places right now. Part of it is I'm working with Dr. Michael Gross, who's created this nonprofit. So it's really exciting that a lot of the people that are benefiting from me speaking and bringing the awareness through the book to them, they're also going to benefit from this nonprofit. So that's super exciting. And to know that we have angel sponsors to help us in many different ways. That's, again, that's why I was asking about the radio show, because you can only do so much in 5 minutes on a 5-minute video clip. But to have a consistent radio show, or, TV network, I think I need to learn more about that. And I know that there's a cost involved. And is it possible that the sponsors that we have available could help with that?
Just realized my camera was closed off here.
That's okay. There you are.
Yes, thank you. Troy, did I pop you out of a room?
No, I figured it had been 8 or 9 minutes and we were probably supposed to spend 8 or 9 per, and I was just going to a different room.
Actually, we changed it to, we're going to do the full 30 in the same room. So if you want to go back, yeah, sure. We just ran over by a half an hour and we're going to make it up by not bouncing around.
Gotcha. All right. Well, let's go back then. See you in a little while.
Bye, Troy.
Bye, Troy. Okay, there you go. So refresh me with your question one more time.
Absolutely. Knowing that the message is a powerful message that reaches many, many, many individuals on different levels, I see the value in the 5-minute video clip being up on WWTVN. However, I would like to learn more about creating a show that's a consistent show that, you know, every week, once a week or whatever it is, to be able to funnel people to it. Because the nonprofit that I mentioned earlier, it's going to take a little while to get it up and running. Mm-hmm. So this way, at least we can start doing things like trainings via Zoom and whatnot to help these people that are out there. Just they're grabbing for help and they don't know where to go. So I think that the radio show, or I keep saying radio show, I apologize, because I keep looking at you and I'm like, oh, yeah, you do a radio thing on Thursdays.
That's because it's also a TV show.
Yes, that's what I meant, the TV show with the WWTVN. So what I'm curious about is if you could give us more information regarding if we had our own show with WWTVN, what would it entail? What are like the costs maybe, or can we use some sponsors to help us with that?
I would definitely be seeking sponsors for sure, because they are out there and we give you a list of them to tap into. And the subject, of course, has to be in alignment with them. So that's a key consideration. So we empower you. We have the WWTVN is hosting this platform, which is Shay's platform, right? She's the founder, she's the president. And in order to create show content that is housed there, she's given us a really great streaming deal, which I don't have completely memorized, but let's just say it's $9.97 to set it all up, right? And so that's one critical factor, but it's not a whole heck of a lot of money. And then she's given us a deal for the financial piece of that as well, and for the monthly. So you can.
I didn't see any of them.
Okay, hang on a second. Who's on the mic?
Oh, I'll check. Where's it from? Costco. Oh.
Not sure whose mic is open there.
It's Raina.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Okay, Raina, you get to ask the next question, Raina.
She goes to Costco, get her some, have her pick me up some cookies.
Yeah. Hi, Raina. You get to ask the next question. And then Moria, when she comes back to her desk, she can go ahead and put her camera back on. But,
I'm here. I don't know what happened.
Yes. Well, when you stepped away, I turned your camera off.
Okay.
So, yes. So I think what happened for me, and it's happening to you already, you went ahead and you started to have a routine of having people on Zoom, and you're creating a structure, right? You're creating a context, you're creating a platform of what your conversations are about. Right now, those are not about you, they're about Michael Gross, Dr. Michael Gross. And so if you're going to do something, that's the consideration you have to reach. Is this something for you and your business, or is it something that you two can partner up on and collaborate and then go out and divide and conquer? So I have two shows. One that's my show that I have guests on. That's the Rainier Avenue radio show. that's housed on their platform, and I'm a guest of theirs, and I do that once a week for 30 minutes, and I do it every single week, and it's given me a structure and a rhythm to live into every single week, Thursdays at 1:30 p.m., right? And then the StreamYard is what we use to actually create the content, and then we leverage that on Facebook and Twitch TV and YouTube and so on, right? So that's all of the opportunity is there. You're already living into it without you even knowing it, because you have a Sunday thing and you have another weekday thing, and it's always the same time. The thing that you've got to ask yourself is, do I want to have two things and live into two separate structures? One for my conversation, which is all about healing the souls and holes in your soul, and the other one, which is a co-branded situation with Dr. Michael Gross, because they're two different things, right? And I have two other colleagues, as you know, Lauren Archer, Janaki Severy, and I, and we are been creating for a number of years now the context for Awaken Her Power. And that is, it used to be Awaken in Her Power, and now we shortened it to Awaken Her Power. And that will be a show for the three of us, but it'll be separate than the show that I'm creating on Rainier Avenue Radio. And it's separate than the show that I'll be creating for We Empower You. So having a routine day, a set amount of time. I know Steve Weber, who might have been on today, he has a 1 hour length show, and he produces a monologue each of the shows, and he interviews a guest each of the shows for about an hour. Sometimes he doesn't have a guest, so the monologue is all he has, and it's down to about 20 to 30 minutes, sometimes a little less. But he's living into a routine of expecting the universe to show up for him, and he showing up to the universe. And that's really what is important, is that you create some kind of a routine. It's just like signing up. You take martial arts, and you also exercise at the facility, and you bought that membership. And so you have these two places where you go and you get fit and you get trained. And that's the same thing. To have a show, you have to create the container. You have to decide, am I going to do something once a month, once a year, once every week? Every week is a fairly stiff commitment. 30 minutes is a very stiff commitment, because it's harder to speak for 30 minutes than it is for an hour. We started at 8:30, it's 2:00. So clearly we know how to use up time. So that's what I would say, is just decide what time, how long, how frequent, and if you want to produce yourself or if you want to have somebody else produce you, because that brings another cost. And then, yes, contact sponsors that would be interested in having a 5-minute infomercial or a 30-second or 1-minute commercial, and yet leverage their interest in getting in front of your audience and structure your fees to be commensurate with the opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you. You just answered
right.
a lot of questions without even knowing it.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm just following Steve, really, and then I follow a couple of other people, and I'm just doing what I can to, make the show happen. And if I show you my very first Zoom video from last year, it was more like, where do I look? And, who am I? I don't even remember my name, oh, I live in Seattle, and it's like, I'm here to just find my way. And even though we've had a few glitches producing this, because we're producing content and we're trying to produce it in a way that doesn't require a lot of editing, at the end of the day, I'm still making this up. So building the confidence has nothing to do with without making mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. And that's what trips people up. Oftentimes in any opportunity, you have the choice to stay back and live in fear that you're going to make a mistake, or you just have to live into the fact that you are. And it's just a matter of mitigating mistakes, mitigating problems. And the more that you mitigate, the more it looks like you had success. But, you know, there's lots of steep holes that I've fallen down just today. So,
You know, that's how we grow. They're never really, you know, they're challenges. We make mistakes. We just find out what doesn't work.
yeah,
So it's not a negative. It's just, okay, that one didn't work. Let's do something else.
exactly.
And just get back up, dust yourself off, and keep on going.
Keep on going. That's it.
Yep.
That's a good mentoring tip. Raina and then Indigo. Raina, unmute, and then you can ask your question.
I'm a real newbie with promoting my business on this kind of a level, and it intrigues me. So right now I'm asking myself, where do I want to go with my business? Because I have been a bit hibernating and now ready to launch on another level. So I'm listening and I'm seeing what intuitively feels right for me and who to connect with the most. And so that's where I'm at right now. So my question is more internal, like after listening to some really wonderful speakers and many opportunities here, it's really up to me to feel into what's going on and where I need to go to make the biggest impact. Because my business is healing and bringing in the highest guidance for people from many different walks of life on many levels. So I'm using my clairaudience, my clairsentience, my connections really with Sally at this point. She's referred me to your group. So I'm just, that's where I'm at right now. So I'm excited.
You couldn't have found a better group to participate with, right? Because, you know, like I met Janaki Severy in 2008. And she was watching me dance across the dance floor at a mutual friend's party. Oh, there she is right there. Look at that. And when we met, she took her two hands and wrapped it around my hand. And she said, "You're a woman coming into her power the first time in her life," right? I was like, what the heck? How did you know that? Right?
Wow.
It's 2008, right? Long time ago now. And
you've come a long way since then, Bettina.
Yes. And then I learned and discovered she's clairaudient, clairsentient, just the words that you just used. Yeah. And we've been friends ever since. And of course, I had to have what she's having. And so I'm always following her and what she's doing and encouraging her also to get out there in the planet and share this with the world, because she's been a speaker on the We Empower You, when it's We Empower You, Women in Small Biz, when it was Women in Small Biz, and
many
all the platforms that we've ever had. So welcome, Janaki. I'm Indigo was going to go next, but yeah, you're here. And I'm going to have Indigo go ask her question and maybe have Janaki take this question. And,
I actually just hopped on, so I'm not sure what question you want.
Okay. So we're just taking mentoring questions. So a burning question that you might have that you would love to have some insight for. Janaki, of course, is a longtime business owner, as am I. And for that matter, all of you are mentors too, right? You take people under your wing. So if you can think of a question that one of us might have an answer to, that's the format for this particular session.
Okay, I don't have any right now just because I'm just hopping on, but I may later.
Okay, and I have to comment, you have a beautiful backdrop.
Oh, thank you.
You got your headset and your lighting down, and I commend you for showing up in a business meeting with such all of those things kind of lined up, because everybody here has done that, and it makes a big difference. It has a very professional look, and we welcome you here. Who invited you to today?
Well, to you, Art. I get all kinds. Doris, Mary West.
Oh wow, the big community.
Yeah.
So and you're here.
Lots of people.
That's great. So now Janaki can open up her mic. What I was sharing earlier was, like, I have these mantras in my head, Janaki, you know, that you know, you only get in life what you have the courage to ask for, or the mantra, you know, that I like is like, what do I need to put down in order to pick up something bigger, right? And do you have any go-to mantras that you like to have running around in your head?
You know, I don't I don't think I have too many of those, except I guess my one that I use all the time is what you focus on grows. And that's basically that I do a lot of work on helping people understand how the mind works. And basically, our brain is a function of what we remember. And that goes all the way to trauma, to joyful experiences. And memory is a function of attention. So I know Lauren one time talked about helping somebody find a piece of jewelry they put down, but when she regressed them hypnotically to the location and time, they didn't remember where they put it because they were so distracted. It wasn't in their memory because they hadn't paid attention. And so when you look at starting your own business, a lot of times we get bogged by the small details. We get bogged by the exact, whether or not our logo looks just right, so we don't go out into the world because we have logo shame, or whether or not we have a platform that works. And I think of Patrick Snow when he talked about his first book. His first book was like a strange little binder thing that you had to email him to get, and then he'd print it for you, and it came in this clunky little binder, and it was all made by Patrick, right? But the content was really powerful. So ultimately he sold enough to convince a publisher, and then he made it into a traditional book form. So, you know, where are you paying attention in your journey? If you're paying attention to your gaps, you're not going to move forward as well, because those gaps cause us to feel insecure and cause us to feel distracted. But if you pay attention to your gifts, Bettina talked at one point about Strength Finder 2.0. It's a wonderful book on Amazon for $20. And your strengths are what you build on. When you build on your strengths, your challenges will become less relevant because the strengths will outshine them. It's like when you see somebody as an actor and maybe they're not attractive to you, and you're watching a movie and you're thinking, wow, that person wouldn't be my cup of tea. And halfway through the movie, you're in love with this person because their charm, their personality, their sweetness, or their kindness in the movie, you stop looking at the look they have, which wasn't that attractive to you. And you start looking at the heart. You start looking at the being. And all of a sudden they seem gorgeous. But 20 minutes ago on a 90-minute movie, they were like, I don't know why she'd go for him, wouldn't be for me. So what are you paying attention to? You know, what are you focusing on? This whole platform is about focusing on what's possible. While, as Bettina pointed out, being human, making mistakes, calling your friends and saying, do you know how, I remember one time I was speaking and I was just like new in Zoom, and one of my clients had 40 people, knew how to draw a circle, and she didn't realize it was my PowerPoint, and I didn't know I had to drop that access for her. So she takes a crayon in her PowerPoint, which became my screen, and draws a big circle. And every PowerPoint I forwarded, there was this big circle. And I went like, I don't know how to undo the circle. And now we have a circle on that place on my PowerPoint for every slide. Could somebody raise their hand and tell me how to undo the circle on my slides? Because I don't know how to do it. And so somebody said, we just got that training. So all of a sudden, I was not the trainer. Somebody else was helping me. Yeah. They taught me because they couldn't move my controls, right? And then I deleted that freedom for any future talks. But once again, you know, we're in this make it up moment, but focusing to the good, focusing on what's working. And so, of course, I was in love with that group because they helped me solve my circle problem.
Well, it's so interesting that you came in just as Raina was talking about clairaudient, clairsentient, and the first question in the room was about focus. Second question, rather. The first question, of course, was more business centered, but the first real question about mentoring was about that. And then that we were talking about were, you know, that you don't have to be the answer to everything. That in fact, part of being focused is structuring yourself so that you ask people for help and you don't become a one-person show. Like I used to be that.
Well, and my talk that I'll give, I don't know if it's still going to be at 2:15. I don't know if we're still on time or not. Is
no, when this goes closed, you're up next.
Right. So it's your path is your destiny, not your path is your destiny. So the emphasis being on the journey is really your path. The destiny is almost irrelevant. Because if the journey is quality, any destiny you arrive at will be remarkable because you've had such a good time in the journey. And a lot of times, we get very locked into a goal and we forget that humans morph and change. We shift, we become another kind of expression. We change our values. Something that seemed really not important becomes very important, and vice versa. And so when we get so stuck in the goal, we have people who have a lot of shame. They didn't reach their goal. But then if I ask them, well, what was the quality of your journey?
Yes.
I hope they could say, well, my journey was wonderful. And I would say to them, well, then I would say you had a wonderful journey and forget the goal, make up a new one.
Yes. And Lauren Hemingway's listening to you and she says she loves that comment. And then I just saw Ingrid Pap Sheldon. She looks absolutely stunning.
Yes, you
do.
do.
Oh my gosh. I called on you earlier, but you didn't come out. And I wish you had, but we'll bring you out later because you're just someone who, of course, has made my image. That's another thing we could talk about is how do you make a brand? How do you make an image? How do you?
Oh, and if you take a look, she did this one.
Yeah. Where are you, Johnny? You
right
just
there. See my photo? I went away and my photo's there and Ingrid took that photo.
No, it's not showing up.
Because, it's not showing up for you?
Yeah, it's not showing up because it's only going to show people that are actually on camera.
Got it. Okay. All right.
But I saw it.
Okay. So hi, Ingrid. Welcome.
And Lauren saw the photo, so some of you may have seen it. Anyway, yeah, she took my photos. She's my photo work person.
Okay, great. Ingrid, hello.
Hello. I was here earlier and I will be here later.
Oh,
but I have to disappear in between, especially at 3. Anyway, I'm happy to have seen what I saw.
You'll get to see Johnny here next, and we're going to probably get our 1-minute notice here any minute. Any other questions that come to mind? We're mentors, but also we're mentees. So you could teach us a few tricks here. Hi, Lori. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
That picture was one of the pictures that Ingrid did of me.
Oh, yes. Okay, so you guys are seeing a gallery that I'm not able to see.
Yeah, that's hers. Yeah. I saw it. Yeah.
Great. Is there anything in the chat? Let me look.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Like you, I'm the shiny object person, and I know that I hate to say this, but I am ADD, and it happened after the accident. It just became more, it blossomed to be ADD. But anyway, I have a lot of messages, and the one about the racial tension that's going on. I don't know if I can pitch both at the same time.
Oh, so in terms of what to approach media, or I think you can approach the media about both.
Whatever would suit the media at that time.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about media, they're looking at what's newsworthy and what's current and eminent. So you can open the door with the conversation on both topics, but that this is a hot topic right now. So I would lean into that. You are an expert. You do have experiences that they're part of the media, and they're always looking to interview people that have their own personal story. So yeah, I would definitely keep my messages in sync with what's in the media always.
And I would make very sure that the language you use doesn't cause further triggers. Sometimes when people are talking about their experience, they were hurt or wounded and triggered, and their language can shock an audience to feel defensive. So it's really important when you're telling a personal story that you tell it in such a way that it's more anecdotal. And unless they've asked you to talk about your emotion and the people listening are prepared for that because they've had their own trauma and they're listening to hear another person and how they deal with trauma. Sometimes when we share too much of the emotion, the audience becomes distracted or defensive.
I don't want that.
Yeah. Well, you have a very powerful story. In fact, Lori just worked with Larry about a month or so ago, and to produce her beautiful 5-minute clip, and she was fabulous. She told a
Thank
really
you.
amazing story. I mean, if the media ever gets a hold of that, just think what's going to happen for you. It was well scripted. It was practiced. She took a couple runs up the flagpole. It's fantastic. It looks like people are coming back now. We're coming, circling back. And we're going to be trying to catch up here. So what I'm going to do is go off camera for a second and get my slide up. Switch us again back to speaker view. And Janaki Sabri is going to be up next. Thank you, everybody, for participating today. This has been a really wonderful opportunity for us to learn and grow from each other. And the mentoring program is definitely worth our keeping it in the program for sure. And there's Miss Janaki. Okay. Well, besides being one of my closest and dearest friends, Janaki Severi is, in fact, a force, to be sure. And what's really fun to be introducing somebody who you've known for since about 2008 is that it is, you know, like you've got a lot of history. So we have friendship, colleague history. Love it, love it, love it. But let me just get down to the brass tacks for right now. And there's more I can tell you later. Just call me. Anyway, Janaki Severi is the principal owner of Managing Dynamics, and she's known as a people development champion. Janaki's company, Managing Dynamics, was founded in 1999. She supports her individual and organizational clients through training, coaching, and working with teams. She's excellent at gaining trust and encouraging possibility thinking, and builds long-term relationships with her clients. Janaki also works with individuals in life, spiritual and wellness coaching. As an intuitive and skilled empath, she brings unique insights to her clients. In addition, she is a national trainer in emotional intelligence and is gifted in interpersonal skills. Welcome, Janaki, to the stage.
Thank you, Bettina. I'm going to share a little bit about how this talk came about, and then I'm going to shift to PowerPoint. So I'm 72, and so I grew up in a lot of old school mindset. You know, I wanted to learn how to play drums, and they told me girls don't drum. I wanted to fly a jet, and they told me that women couldn't apply to be pilots because of the G-force of the gravity. It would stop us from becoming pregnant. Who knew that was what they thought? And so I grew up with, I was a little bit doing well in school. So I had two choices. My counselor said, smart girls are either teachers or nurses. So Bettina became a nurse and I became a teacher. So right off the bat, we have these things that I grew up with. And so then that was my destiny, right? That my destiny was to, I identified with being a smart girl. That was how I got through my family of origin challenge, which was both my parents were wonderful, but practicing alcoholics. There was abuse and a lot of emotional devastation. And by the time I was 26, all of my family members, including my grandparents, had died. My brother died from hepatitis through drugs. My father died of a car accident the week before Kennedy. My brother died at 19, as I mentioned previously. My mom died, and then my grandparents died. And so by the time I was 26, I didn't have any mentors. I didn't have any family. My extended family were not very close. So I made it up. And because I use a lot of reading as a skill, I started doing all the traditional things like goal setting. And so I did all the things. I did the speaking to myself and internal statements. And I spent a lot of time journaling and a lot of time looking into spirituality. So I was very diverse, but I was very focused to get somewhere. And in the get somewhere, a lot of times you forget to be where you are. And so in all of these goals, you know, lots of college and many degrees and many certifications, I started experiencing a lot of stress. And the stress caused me to eat. It made me gain weight. So then I became a bigger me. And then that caused me stress because I was not as attractive as I wanted to be. And so at some point along that journey, I started asking myself, so what is it? What is life? Like what is it to be alive? And as I thought more about that, I thought, you know, back to Eckhart Tolle and the power of now, like, is it really about the destination? Is it really that we have to get somewhere? Because is there a where that we're going to get that's going to be enough? When I was, you know, in grade school and my parents were fighting, I just wanted my parents to stop fighting. Well, that didn't happen. Then I wanted to get to high school so my life would work out. Well, I did, but it didn't work out. It was fine, but, you know, it wasn't perfect. Then I wanted to get a boyfriend. I got a boyfriend. That didn't turn out. I had to get another boyfriend. Then I had to get another boyfriend. Then I wanted to get out of high school. And I got out of high school. And then that wasn't enough because I wanted to go to college. And then I went to college and I had to get a degree and I got that. Then I thought I would get married. I got married, had 2 kids. I got a divorce. And so there were these things, none of which were horrible, but all of which made me feel like, well, I've got it wrong. I got to change my goal, because if I get the right goal and then I make the goal, then I'll have what? Da-da! What will I have? Well, then I'll have to just set another goal, because you can't stop at a goal. And Deepak Chopra, a doctor, talks about a woman who literally said to him, you know, I said by the time I was 45, I would have the perfect job, the perfect degree, the perfect children, the perfect husband, and then she got cancer. And he took a lot of time to help her unravel, because in her mind, her life was done. She had achieved everything because the goal was complete. She got confused about what was really going on. And so this idea that your path is the destiny. Now we go back to Lori. You know, Lori's had a lot of life experiences and she's made a tremendous, rich journey out of her path. Bettina, I know many backstories about her. And so I want you to think about, what's the quality of your path? What are you actually paying attention to at every moment? Because I think we have to really pull back a bit. At 56, I had a complete hip replacement. I was in a sea of 80-year-olds and I was like, what just happened? Well, as it turned out, my hip replacement was, if there's a perfect, was close to perfect. And in the end, it did not stop me from any of my usual activities except running, but everything else turned out fine. But I got very scared. And so as I've been reflecting, if the quality of my journey is remarkable, if I'm alive and vital and staying in the moment to the degree I can while looking to the future, while resourcing from the beauty of the past, then even if I don't get the destiny I thought I wanted, I can sit here and ask what I got, and it may be actually wonderful. And it may have been something I didn't count on. I didn't count on seeing Bettina at the club that I met her at. I didn't count on her inviting me to coffee. But if I could have set a goal to have a friend like Bettina, I would have done it. But it happened. I could have been asleep though. I could have not gone to coffee. I could have not said what I said to her and been more reserved. So nice to meet you. But that's what I felt like saying. So in the moment, I said what I felt like saying. And sometimes what we feel like saying, we really don't want to say because it's not going to be helpful. But when what you feel like saying feels a little too complimentary, or maybe like you're trying to butter up somebody, but it feels your heart is speaking, say it. There's a wonderful poem called Alabaster Boxes, and it talks about the fact that we go to someone's funeral, and in the casket, there's a metaphor. There's this alabaster box where we all put all the things we wish we had said, we wish we had remembered to mention. And so if you have these beautiful things in your mouth, in your thought, in your heart that you want to say, but you're shy or don't know if it's the right thing to say, trust yourself. I bet you it's the perfect thing to say. So we're going to take a little journey on your destiny is your path, or your path is your destiny. So here we go. So how did you learn there was a path? You know, the moment you were born, the people who love you were trying to teach you how to live the life they wanted you to live. and they teach you from what they believed was right from what they learned. Well, my mom was a Methodist minister's daughter, and she had 2 siblings, and they had no smoking or drinking in the house. My grandma was on Chautauqua and Reader's Theater, so very highly educated. And my mom grew up with a lot of rules. And so I think that when she became a candidate for finishing school, she went out and broke a lot of rules. And she ended up getting married at 19 during the time of pre-World War II. And she got a divorce 2 years later. So when she met my dad, who was 21 and she was 23, and he was just new in the military, they met the first day, they dated the second day, they got married the third day. And he went off to be a B-26 Marauder bomber pilot. And his mom was horrified that he would have married a woman that had already been married. What was her goal? To meet the right guy. So what was her destiny? To have a quality path along the way. And because your parents and your relatives and your community loves you, they're going to teach you what's important to them. But the question is it really what's going to be important to you? Or is it something they wish they'd done that they want you to do because they didn't do it? Because in their mind, they think it would have been good if they could have done it, but you still have time, so to speak. So from early on, you're told to work for something in the future that oftentimes was already designed for you. I do a lot of career coaching, and people will say to me, well, I didn't really want to be a doctor, but everybody in my family was a doctor, so they told me I should be a doctor, so I didn't think I had a choice. So all those people who've raised you have given you all their best stuff, right? My parents presumed I'd get good grades. They presumed I'd have special interests. I did ballet for 13 years. They presumed I'd go to college. They presumed I'd have the same values as they did. I did not. They presumed I would see the world as they did. I did not. And they presumed I would be who they wanted me to be. Well, I don't know, because my dad died at 42. I was 15, and my mom died at 54, and I was 26. So I'm not sure if I was who they wanted me to be, because they died before I could check in. But my mom did a lot of calling before she died, asking me who I was dating and what their last name was and how much money their parents made and where they were from and where they were in society. Because my mom grew up in this military culture that was very hierarchical, and she grew up in a culture in Florida where her family cared who you were. So what did you learn? You know, what did your parents tell you? What did your extended family tell you? What did your schools tell you? What did the community tell you? What did your friends tell you? What did you believe? I remember at one point I was a special ed teacher for 16 years, and there was a gal who used to come to school every day, and she dressed like Madonna, which took some planning because she couldn't dress in any way that would get her kicked out. And after about the 4th day of her coming, all the teachers, by the way, in the lunchroom were going, can you see that girl? She's just like, we should just kick her out. She's just like, we just don't, what are her values? Well, her values were to be a cool kid like Madonna. That's what she was trying to do. So I went over to her and I said, I love waiting for you to come to school. I can't wait to see how you're going to dress. And her eyes got like this. And she said, really? I said, oh, you make my day. She said, you know what, miss? I'm from Lebanon. My mom doesn't know. I go out in the most stupid clothes and I keep these in my backpack and I buy them at Goodwill. They're really good clothes at Goodwill, miss, because I work part-time. And I said, wow, that's so creative. And she said, and you know what else? I said, what? And she said, none of my friends know I'm a 4-point student. I said, really? She said, they think I'm just Neela, but she says, I'm Nahara Narajad. And she said, but I can't tell them because they would think I was snooty. But my mom's never going to let me go to school because I'm a girl. She only wants me to cook and sew. She only wants me to marry a man. So here's this girl, 15 years old, always already planning to be somebody different than the plan of her culture and her mom. So I invited her to run for student council. I said, I got all these preppy kids in student council. You would be so good for them and they would be so good for you. And she said, who would vote for me? I said, all the kids in our preppy. I said, you probably get more votes than anybody else. And by gosh, she won. So here's this really alternative, gorgeous, smart girl coming into student council. And my students were like, oh, well, how'd she get here? You know? And by the end of the year, magic happened. everybody's goals changed. Everybody's look at life changed. Everything changed. So when you ask yourself questions around your path, who told you there was a path? Just one. You know, were they satisfied with their path? Do they know what your path is? Is there only one path? How many paths will you take? I mean, I'm trained as a special ed teacher, but now I'm a professional coach. I do training and development and coaching and spiritual coaching. I've never had a business class in my life. Now, I've read a ton of books, but who would have thought that I would have ended up coaching executives? But it was because I didn't see myself as having a path. I listened. And when I felt the need to change, I moved. And that's what kept my path open. I'm still morphing. I just got finished with trauma-informed care training. I'm being trained as a medium. I'm in my 4th year of mediumship work. Yet no one knows all that because I have a path that's my presence, and then I have a path that I'm working on in my inner world. How many paths will you take? We used to say that people kept their career for 39 years and got a Rolex or something the company could afford. Now we say if you haven't had 5 different career paths, you're in some trouble because the company says, ooh, I don't think they're flexible. I don't think we can train them. They're probably locked into a particular way of doing this work. Nope, we're going to take the one that has a more diverse resume. How will you flourish on your path? Life is dynamic. There will be changes. Focus on the potential. So where do you focus on the path? You see here, you can look at the path itself, you can look at the field, or you can look into the mountains. But when you look in the mountains, it's not clear, is it? Maybe that's getting a college degree, but it's fuzzy out there. Most people I know are not necessarily doing the work they were trained to in their younger years. Something happened, and that's because they made the quality of the path their destiny. They stayed present enough in their life to actually listen. What's next? Where do I need to look? What do I need to focus on now? And sometimes it's most surprising. So there are choices on the path. The moment you stand in a path and you can feel a heaviness, a density, there's something in your center, in your being that is uncomfortable. That is definitely a message from your divine self, from your deeper self saying, I'm not sure about this. I don't know if, I know I'm told to do it. I know that's where I'm going, but I don't know if it feels congruent with the being in me. So stop and think. Breathe and feel. Look around. Is there something on the path? I also do past life regressions. And when I do them, one of the things we ask the person along the way is to look around and see if there's something important for them to carry on their journey. And of course, this is an imaginary experience, but a lot of times people will look down and they say, oh, I see a key. And they're in the forest. And I'll say, well, what do you think that key is for? And they'll say, I think it's the key to my heart. And then I say, pick it up. Where do you want it? Where do you want to keep it? And because this is imaginary, I say, I'm putting the key to my heart in my heart. I'm opening my heart with this key. Then I ask, look at your path again. And they go, oh, my path looks different because now I'm looking through a key. Notice your resources. Remember, you can always turn back. But if you savor the path, each precious step, there will be joy. There will be lessons. There will be tears. There will be recovery. And you will go on because your focus was on the quality of the journey. And yes, you would like to reach the destiny. But the destiny isn't as important as the journey along the way. So you are the center. You are in charge. You are the one who gives value, not other people, places, and things. If you trust them, let them weigh in, of course. But they'll be the friends that at the end of the day, when they weigh in and you weigh in and you say, nope, I'm going this way, they'll say, I'm here for you. How can I help? They won't be the ones who go, ooh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. What they really want to say is, I wouldn't do that if I were you, meaning if I were me in your body, being me through your life, I wouldn't do that because of what I know about what I did. They're not knowing what you need to do, but they are giving you their best stuff because that's what they've learned. So they're not trying to misguide you. They're guiding you based on what they believe is true. So Ask yourself every morning, what magic can I create? When will I stop time? What is stopping time? Ingrid Pape stops time for me. When she takes a photo, she flirts with you. She'll see you smile and she'll say, I like that smile. And all of a sudden I feel beautiful. And in that moment, I feel my smile. I can feel that she likes my smile. And guess what happens? I smile more. And so she has a way of having this conversation where the only thing in the room is you and her and an occasional click. And then you get these photographs and you don't know how she got your soul. But it was because you be in the moment, right?
Find out about your paint.
That's the magic. Somebody needs to turn their sound off, please. So what are the skills necessary to make your path your destiny? Someone needs to turn their sound off. Know yourself. Know your values. Know how to stop time. Stop time is when you're fully present. If you've had a time with somebody, having lunch or something else, and all of a sudden you look at your watch and 3 hours have passed, you've stopped time. If you're working really hard and you're all grumpy about having to pull the weeds in the yard and you're rutzing and all of a sudden you see a butterfly. And then you see a little potato bug in the dirt and he's all scrunchies, gets all round, and you gently pick him up because you don't want to hurt him. And then you start seeing all the other little creatures, and pretty soon you don't know what time it is. And pretty soon your back doesn't hurt. And all of a sudden it's 3 hours later, the yard looks great, potato bugs are saved, and you realize you just spent 3 hours and you were only in the moment. Know how to be resilient. Resilience is not only something more common for some people than others. We do know resilience can be in the DNA, but we know you can teach it. And you can teach resilience by learning the skills to bring you back to present moment, bring you back into center, bringing back to source, so that you can separate the things that are difficult and distracting and manage them one thing at a time while still staying calm, breathing, using your center. Know what space nourishes you. I have a house that's full of all kinds of spiritual everything on every wall. Not the typical things that one would think that are religious specific, but very much energetically divine, in my opinion. I have a tapestry from India that was hand stitched by Tibetan monks that is thread, and it's half of a wall. And I just stand in front of this tapestry and I can feel the energy. And all I need to do to get centered is to stand in front of that tapestry and think of all these monks chanting, stitching this beautiful piece of art that their prayers went into. Know what makes your heart happy. Sometimes it's hearing somebody's voice. Sometimes for me, it's an ice cream cone at Baskin Robbins because I never eat it and it's like such a treat. Sometimes it's just reading a book and thinking how delicious it is to not have to stop. What will make your day magical? Magic for me is something where my child comes out, you know, like playing with a balloon or seeing a puppy wag its tail, or my cat who comes up and purrs next to me and feels like stereophonic, some other unearthly tone that's just like, they say that cat purrs actually calm humans. So I have my own personal meditative resource with my cat. And all I have to do is have her come calm, you know, purr in my ear. And I'm like, what are the kinds of friends that fill your soul? Some of those friends are here with me today in this experience. Pick friends that nurture you and nurture themselves so that you can take turns taking care of each other and no one is more dependent on the other. Know who to count on and take care of them, and know how to intervene when you drift into fear. Fear is false evidence appearing real. And most of us, because the brain sorts 80,000 times faster for danger than safety, go to fear as a first action. Our brain wants to keep us alive. So our brain actually looks for 80,000 times more than it looks for happiness or safety. It looks for danger, real or perceived. And when it finds the danger, it calls an alert. Oh, there's a dog, it could bite you. Oh, there's a car going fast, it could hurt you. Because the brain is trained to prevent us from having any harm. So we have to stay calm so we can discern, oh, that dog is not dangerous and that car is not coming towards me. Thank you, brain, but a little overprotection there. So you want to trust your inner child. And what I mean by that is, if you think of your experience with children, they just go around and pick things up and go, what that? What that? What that? And they put it on their mouth because they want to know it. They want to taste it. They want to smell it. I have this wonderful photo of my oldest daughter who wanted to know what spaghetti felt like on her whole body. So she started taking her spaghetti and just rubbing it on her. And I said, well, how does that feel? Because she was having a great time. And had I been a different mom, I would have been freaked out. I would have told her to stop. I would have held her hands and say no. But she was like, look, mommy, look at my food. And so she was just enjoying spaghetti at every level, including wearing it. And then later we talked about how you really don't want to put your food on your body and your clothes because it's meant to eat and not to wear. But so glad you had that experience. The inner child is the one that says they're mad, but they do it in such a quick and non-reactive way. I'm mad at you. I'm not going to make you a picture. I'm not going to make you 2 pictures. I'm not going to make you 3 pictures. That's much better than the grown-up version where we don't tell you we're mad. We keep stockpiling all of our reasons why we could be mad. And then someday, 3 months later, we say, I'm done with this relationship. And then we list the 25 things that made us mad that they never knew. But when you're savoring each moment, if in the moment your feelings are hurt, you say, my feelings are hurt. And you say it in a way that is not angry or reactive, but just anecdotal information. My feelings are hurt and you're my friend. And I think it's important that you know so we can talk about it. And what does all this have to do with business? If you're doing these things, the ability for you to move your business forward quadruples because you're not wasting energy and distraction and anger and upset. You're not stressed out about how you're not where you want to be. And I love Bettina's story. I was at the first conference and it was not like this one. Everything was held together by duct tape and glue gun, and it somehow worked. And we laughed about it after. It's like, holy moly, how do we make that happen? Everything is like, but somehow people enjoyed it and they came back, and some of you are still coming back. Da-da. But if we had said, oh, we failed because the quality of that destiny was like, we wouldn't have gone on. But we laughed and we said, well, that was a journey. And then behind the scenes, we were going like, how can we get this back on track? And we were like all in it together. And guess what? You're still here. So I want you to be path masters. You know, Emerson says the path may lead or go where there is no path. It's more important to lead a trail. Leave a trail, blaze a trail, be the trail. You know, what do path masters do? They believe in themselves. They have plans in place for the unforeseen. I was on a plane with the trainer for Alaska Airline pilots, and I asked him what the most important thing was. And he said, you know, these people come able to fly, and most of them just learn how to fly that exact plane. He said, we train them for the unforeseen. We trained them for what we couldn't have imagined. Somebody gets on the plane and they have bird flu. A bunch of birds get caught in a wind stream and they drift in a way we weren't counting on. So my yoga teacher says, be 100% planned and 50% flexible. Be 100% planned and 50% flexible. He also says, don't make appointments with life so you won't be disappointed. My yoga teacher was Satchidananda. He opened Woodstock. I didn't attend Woodstock, but I followed him for 30 years and went to India with him. So path masters strengthen relationships on their life. They remind themselves of past successes to know I have done this, I have overcome things. They know their challenges and they work to overcome them. They maintain a positive outlook and they continue enjoying the path. They see failures as minor setbacks and they bounce back quickly, and they focus on the quality of their journey. It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, Bettina, once again. It's so much fun to be here and be with you. I hope everyone found there's some value in this talk. I had so much fun creating it. Thank you.
Raina, I agree. This is totally awesome. As always, Janaki, you bring it every time. You've been on the platform, every platform I've ever created since the day I ever met you, including one that I didn't even ever see you speak, sight unseen. I brought you into a really cool project that I was involved in with North Seattle Community College and the JSP grant, which is state funded. And you've never disappointed. So thank you so much for today's wonderful presentation. Awesome. All right, and we are now back on time with just about 2 minutes behind schedule. So let me bring on my next slide here. And this is going to be back to Brian Gregory. And Brian Gregory from Edmanity. I played the video earlier. And I think what I'll do is put the slide up, if you don't mind, Brian, since it's the same folksies.
Sure.
Here we go. I'll get out from in front of you though. There we go. All right. Let me get to my little notes here. So the more official intro for Brian Gregory, the CEO of Edmanity and creator of the Edmanity Protocol, the world's first emotional algorithm for small business brand analysis. The Edmanity Protocol can analyze any company brand in 5 minutes online and then create agency level advice on how that business should market and advertise emotionally to reach those most likely to buy. The algorithm identifies the ideal tactics, strategies, and ad formulas that can be used, as well as a myriad of other marketing recommendations. It is a breakthrough for small businesses that need the strategies, as well as for the ad agencies that are hired to create them. He has been an entrepreneur for 40 years and has spent 20 years in the magazine, publishing, advertising, and agency realm. He's written the book Sheep Don't Eat Complicated Grass and is very passionate about the advantages of emotional marketing. He is an advertising sales master, author, speaker, and an expert on emotional marketing and branding tactics. Welcome back. It's so great to have you, Brian Gregory.
Yay, thanks, Bettina. It's great to be back for my second segment. For those of you who saw me the first time, I am doing some different stuff this time, so it won't all be the same. But I got to comment, it's so cool, so much emotional curriculum I'm hearing today from all different types of experts who are involved with it. And it's almost a renaissance of thought where emotionality and EQ and how we feel is coming back in vogue. So I think that's really cool because there's a lot more to life than algorithms and targeting and data, and marketing doesn't have to be a spreadsheet and a prayer. There's a lot more going on. We're going to delve into it right now. I'm going to give you an introduction into Edmanity. I'm going to show you some different examples than I showed you before. And basically what I'm going to share with you is how the biggest brands in the world have managed to become so big. Have you ever wondered why one brand is $1 billion brand and another brand sells ostensibly the same thing and is not? Why is one company national with 5,000 offices and then another company in your local neighborhood struggles to survive, and yet they sell the exact same service? The reason is because one brand is completely dialed into their emotions. They understand how those emotions should be presented to the consumer, and the consumer responds every single time. The other brand, the small brand, has yet to figure that out. And it's not anybody's fault. The small brands are never shown this. Typically, you have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to agency level advisors to get to where you need to go. Everybody on the call today, everybody on this webinar needs to understand the emotions that best sell their brand, because nothing else is really going to work. You can talk about it all day, but until the consumer feels it, it's just a lot of talk. And slogans and branding and all these things we focus on, they come so much more into view when you understand the emotions we're going for. So I'm going to share my screen. We're going to get right into it. So I want you to buckle up. I want you to sit down, strap in, because we're going to go at a fairly quick pace here. And everybody should be looking at my logo right now. Is that true? Somebody nod. Yep. Okay. I'm going to assume that was a collective nod. Everybody is now looking at the Edmanity Protocol logo. Now, my background is as Bettina mentioned, decades of advertising and selling ads on a local scale, trying to help local businesses create the ads that would make them money. And knowing with every new business I met with, I can't tell you the lack of knowledge that's out there on what makes an ad work. It is not just a bunch of stuff crammed on a piece of paper and a bunch of selling points, features, and benefits, and that's an ad. That's a mess. So what I'm going to show you today is how simple the formulas are that make people buy things and persuade people to like your brand. And I'm going to do that by showing you some big brands. Then I'm going to show you how you can do it too. Okay. So our mission today, the big mission, is how to use emotional formulas. We're going to talk about formulas to persuade customers, those are the folks you want, to buy anything you sell. That sounds like a big promise, but we're going to add to it. You're not going to go back to school. You're not going to waste time. You're not going to waste money. Okay. We're just going to give you the answers. That's what Admanity does. We give you the answers. We don't make you go back to school. Okay. Admanity is just another word for advertising when it meets humanity. In other words, how do humans respond when they see your advertising? And that's what we call Admanity. Okay. So if you haven't already done this from my first session, please go do it. You'll get another link at the end of this session. Make sure you get the How Emotions Sell Everything. It's a little booklet. It'll open your eyes to what really works in marketing instead of what you think works or maybe what you were taught works. It's absolutely free. Everybody on the webinar today should get this at the very least. You don't have to buy everything I have to offer, but at least get the free book because it'll really open up your eyes. First thing I'm going to talk to you about is 3 laws. Now, you got to know these 3 laws because they never change. Emotions cause action. So if you want somebody to do something, buy something, click on something, call you, show up at the parking lot sale this weekend, whatever it is, you must first trigger an emotion or there will be no action. That's just a law. And it's just that simple. And all sales are triggered by an emotion before a human being springs into action, reaches for the credit card, or does anything that you would like them to do. Number 2, emotions are related. That means they kind of work together. They're not all independent little countries. They do form bonds, like a lot like molecules will bond with each other. Remember science class? Well, this is sort of like emotional science, and emotions will bond together and work together to become a stronger, better, bigger thing. And third, advertising is formulaic. That means you can put them in little formulas. You can actually see which emotions will work better for your brand, and you will actually see how they fit together. And we're going to show you some examples here in just a second. And all 3 of these laws are always and forever. Okay. So you won't be surprised to hear this. The big brands get big global agencies to do their winning artwork and creative for them. They completely understand their emotional formulas. They have the money to play that game. But small businesses say, hey, which emotions and what are you talking about? What do you mean formulas? How do we do it? No one ever showed us. And that's the problem. Most of us were never shown the formulas, especially for our brand. Okay. So here's something else you were probably never shown. Experts agree that emotions rule the mind. 95% of your mind's activity is subconscious. That's where the emotions are. Okay, only 5% of your mind's activity is conscious, like we're doing now. We're consciously involved in this educational process today. But only 5%, the other 95%, you don't even think about. And that's where the emotions are. That's what the persuasion is. It is not logic. It has never been logic, and it will never be logic. No one has purchased logically yet in the world. Everyone purchases emotionally. And so we're going to talk about that. I love this quote. When dealing with people, remember you're not dealing with creatures of logic. You're dealing with creatures of emotion. Dale Carnegie, who wrote How to Win Friends and Influence People. If anybody should know, I would think he would know. So I'm going to show you the 15 emotions right now. Now, these 15 are very special. You're capable of experiencing hundreds and hundreds of emotions on a daily basis. But these 15 sell things. So we're just going to show these 15 right now because we're business people here today. We want to know how to sell more stuff. And if you want to sell more stuff, you're going to use these 15 emotions, and you'll notice some of the other emotions don't enter into these transactions. So we have affinity, which is happiness, and authority, which is trust, service, which is convenience, Approval, which is popularity. Community is belonging to the group. Persuasion is all about words and metaphors and how to communicate. Fascination is excitement. Temptation is desire. What do you desire? That's the temptation brand. Urgency is fear, fear of loss, fear of missing out, fear of a bad outcome. Admiration is envy, and ambition is greed, and prestige is ego and reward. So we buy those things based on our degree of those feelings. Altruism is about empathy and doing the right thing. Attraction, transformation, a lot of attraction people here today. We're trying to transform. And innovation is curious, new, something different. Okay, so these are the 15 emotions that you'll see over and over and over. And when we were analyzing all these ads, we analyzed all the best ads over the last 100 years. We found out that the same emotions continue to show up. So no matter what our preconceived notions were, these emotions were present in all of the winning ads. So after a while, you realize, hey, there's nothing I can do about this. Why don't we just study the winning ads? And it's a lot easier when you go about it that way than trying to figure it out yourself. So you're already an expert in all of these. You've been experiencing your whole life. If you master them, you will master one of the greatest arts in the world, how to persuade and influence people to look favorably upon your product. Is there anything more important in business than that? They work together, as I mentioned. They will combine, and we'll show you those formulas. They will never change. This is a great thing. Algorithms are born to change, right? You hear about it all the time on the internet. Well, guess what? These will never change. You are Caesar because you have the same emotions that Caesar had, the exact same. This is human 1.0, folks. We're all human 1.0. And until 2.0 shows up, all these emotions work again and again and again, okay? Even though these people lived thousands of years ago, they had the same emotional set of tools that you do. The biggest brands were built using these tools. We're going to show you a formula today called 1 + 2 = 3, world's simplest formula. If you can understand 1 + 2 = 3, you can do anything in Admanity. And if you know the formulas for your brand, so critical. If you don't know the formulas, don't worry. We're going to show you how to get them, okay? Most small businesses don't know the formulas, and because they don't know, 4 out of 5 are failing. Now, that's a very bad thing. 80% start out, or 100% start out, and 80% fail. Not because they don't have a good product, not because they didn't care, but because they were never able to craft a message heard above the noise. And so they were not able to compete well. And we got to stop this. So I'm going to show you some formulas now. I'm going to show you a real simple one here. This is one you've seen 1,000 times. We're going to show you game show formulas. And for those of people who love game shows, guess what? They're all structured the same. Okay, take a look. Here's some popular game shows. I'm sure you find a few in there that you like or watch on a daily basis. Why do we keep tuning into this same thing? It's not our money, it's somebody else's money. There's just a bunch of lights. Look at all the excitement, the lights and the glamour and the glitz. And it's somebody else getting a shot to make a bunch of money. It doesn't have anything to do with us, but we love it so much. Here's why. The game show formula stresses urgency. There's always fear. And it's always great to see someone else having the fearful situation, isn't it? Because on game shows, you have to answer quickly. There's never enough time. It's all about hurry up and get the answer correctly. Then there's greed. So we don't want to be greedy, but it's fun to watch other people get greedy, isn't it? So we watch the game shows to see if they'll win the big money, okay? And this is the formula for the fascination archetype, which is an entertainment archetype. If you want to entertain people, you put those two emotions together. There's your 1 + 2 = 3, right? And it always works. And that's why game shows all have the same formula. And that's why we keep tuning into them time and time again. It's not up to me. I didn't make this up. This is humanity. This is what we like. So just give people what they like. And that's what they do. But now I'm going to show you how to make money. Okay. So that's fun for entertainment. But what about products? How do we sell all kinds of stuff? Well, who's this guy? We've seen him before. He's the infomercial guy. Okay. Infomercials have been using the same patterns to sell to us for decades. I'm going to show you exactly how they do it right now. But let's see how it works. Remember the George Foreman grill? They're still selling them everywhere. I'm going to share with you just how powerful this formula is. The George Foreman grill is a nice way to cook chicken, but it makes $200 million per year. Now think about your business. If you're not doing $200 million a year, maybe we should learn about this business. I mean, it doesn't look like the breakthrough product of the century, does it? But it makes $200 million every year. Not bad. How about the Snuggie? Do you guys remember the Snuggie? Everybody laughs about the Snuggie. Here's the funny thing. No one will admit to owning one, but $450 million of Snuggies were sold. Is that unbelievable? It's a blanket with sleeves, okay? It's a hospital gown that's a little fuzzier, and $450 million worth. P90X, you want to learn how to work out at home? It must be a good program. It sells $400 million via infomercial every year. 400 million a year. Chuck Norris is a pretty happy guy on his Total Gym. He just goes up and down and up and down, made $1 billion showing us how to work out on that piece of equipment. Not bad. And how about the Showtime rotisserie oven? Set it and forget it, Ron Popeil. $1.2 billion, okay? Billion, that's with a B. How about Proactive? They've done all their sales through infomercials. It's just an acne and a healthy skin treatment. $1 billion per year, Now I'm going to give you a point of reference. It took Apple 14 years to get $1 billion. It took Microsoft 15 years to hit $1 billion. It took Disney 69 years until they had $1 billion year. Now look at these products. Do they look like the breakthroughs of the world? Are these worth $10 billion in sales? 10 times what Apple did? Is that amazing? Maybe the products aren't the stars of the show. Maybe it's the formula. Let's check the formula out. This is an infomercial formula. Hey, there's something new. It's curious and exciting, and you've got to see this. It's unbelievable. Okay, ambition. It's going to save you time and money. Doesn't every product on an infomercial save you time, money, or both? Every single time. And you got to get it now, right now, urgently, buy now, hurry up. The operators are standing by and all the other tricks. But if you don't get it urgently, you might never see this infomercial again because they don't tell you when they're coming. So the whole thing is based on an urgency model of selling. And if you have the urgency report, we will show you this. It's a 1, 2, 3 again. This works over and over. This has worked 1 million times, folks. Okay, it's not going to stop working. So we should just learn the formula. It's in the urgency report. If you get that from us, you'll see it all explained. Now I'm going to show you a really cool example. Now this one will blow your mind. Okay, here's a problem. It's post-World War II. So think back to post-World War II. You sell a car built by Germany. Hey, that sounds like fun, huh? It has a whopping 25 horsepower. People say it's small, and then people also say it's ugly. Isn't that great for you? The big car companies can outspend you 50 to 1. You can't even afford color ads. You're so poor. And your nickname is the Bug. Remember the Bug? How could anybody hope to sell the Volkswagen in a post-World War II America with nothing but gas-guzzling cars? Well, what did they do? They ran cheap black and white ads like the ones you see here because they couldn't afford color. They couldn't afford TV either. They didn't start out with TV. They used humor, right? They made fun of themselves. It's a lemon. It couldn't be done. It's ugly. If you run out of gas, you can push it because it's, what car company says things like this about their product? Nobody. Pre-internet, pre-social, pre-influencers, these guys had nothing but sticks and stones. Now look what happened. They just said it was honest. It's just, hey, it's ugly. It's a lemon. They just came out and said it. And so they started with altruism. This is a great formula. Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth about your product, right? What a concept. And while you're doing it, make us laugh, would you please? Show some affinity, make us chuckle, because we love a brand that tells the truth and makes us laugh. That's a lovable brand. And that's the market or the foundation for an approval brand. Approval brands trade on popularity and perception. They have to turn the tide in their favor because they can't win on conventional terms. So this is an approval brand. And if you were taking our exam, our test, you could see how that would work out. Now, here's how it worked out for them. The ugly little Volkswagen, this car that nobody thought would sell, sold 16 million cars. It became the #1 import in the USA. It sold more cars than any car company in the history of all cars. So they didn't do too badly. These days, VW brings in about 300 billion a year. They're the largest car manufacturer in the entire world. A lot of people don't know that. And a lot of people also don't know that they own Audi, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bugatti, Porsche, Bentley, and Ducati, and a bunch of other brands. They own everything. They own anything they want to own. They're the biggest. And imagine from those small humble roots, and it all came from that ad campaign, the simple little ad campaign. And this is it. We'll show it to you in your materials. 1, 2, 3, easy, simple, repeatable, easy to do. Okay, so now we're going to play a game. I always like to do these little games. Okay, I'm going to read your mind. Okay, so if you want to just focus for a second, here's what I want each of you to do. You can do this mentally or put it in the chat, however you like. Right now, I want you to name 3 large car insurance companies. Okay, just 3. First 3 that come to mind. Just think of all the car insurance companies you know, and I want you to jot them down in your mental notepad because I'm going to read your mind right now. Okay, ready? Here we go. Did you happen to think of Geico, Progressive, State Farm, Liberty, Farmers, or Allstate? Did you think of those? I'll bet you did. I'll bet you thought of at least 3 of those. Now, Geico was kind of one of the first companies to really master the art of selling using humor for this product. And they basically save you money and they make you laugh. All right. Now look at all the others. The ones I just mentioned. Look at the ads. Save, 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 all using the exact same formula. It doesn't matter if one person's using the formula, you can use it too, right? You don't have to worry that somebody big is already using it. In fact, that's more reason why maybe you should, because it's actually working. Look at this. Now, here's the interesting thing. These are the top 6 companies in the US market. They are all using the exact same formula, and they're all using it at the exact same time. Isn't that incredible? Doesn't matter. Humans don't care. And all 6 companies are beating thousands of car insurance companies. Now, how is that even possible? It can't be the insurance, because insurance is basically the same. It's the formula, folks. It's always going to be the formula. If you know your formulas, you know how to win. And here it is. A little bit of save time, save money. That's greed. That sounds good, right? That's what they always say that you're going to do. We make you laugh. We love you when you laugh. When you're laughing, you're liking. When you're liking, you're buying. Okay. And this is an approval brand. This is a brand I need. We're all the same here in the insurance world. I just need you to like me a little more and approve of me, because I basically have the same product. So that's how you win when it's a level playing field. There's your 1 + 2 = 3. And now we're going to get into what we can, excuse me, what we can do for your brand. Okay, the Advanity Protocol took us 7 years to create it. It is an algorithm, but it's based on all the best ads of all time and how they kind of all seem to have the same factors. So it's going to show you the emotional formula. Think of it like an owner's manual for your brand. And again, you don't have to go back to school. You don't have to. It's not going to cost you a fortune. This is going to be one of the easiest things you ever do. Okay, your brand test, everything starts here. It's a 5-minute analysis. Okay, we're just going to ask you simple questions about your business. True, false. You can do that. Anybody can answer this, can ace this test. Okay, there's really not a test. It's really just asking you some simple questions. We don't care what you do. We care how you're going to do it. All right. It's the only test of its kind in the world. It's based on emotion. It's not based on whether you're a lawyer or a doctor or run a retail store. We don't care. We could care less about what kind of business you own. We want to share the emotions that you will need to convince another person to buy it. Okay. You're going to get a brand brief right after your test. It's going to share with you all the emotional attributes of your brand. It's going to be one of the most interesting things you ever read, because it will describe your brand back to you probably better than you could describe your brand to us, and which proves that we understand exactly what your brand is all about. It's going to tell you all those cool attributes and characteristics, and you can share it with anybody on your team at any time. Then you're going to get your personal portal. You'll be directed. You get to go in here. This is where all the teaching materials are, everything that you can access from Advanity, and your reports are in there. Your brand brief is in there. It's available 24/7. It's just filled to the brim with additional learning, and there's so much there. And again, your entire team can share this. For those of you who have remote workers, it's ideal. Then you're going to get more materials in your whole brief. We're going to share with you in a second what else you get, but it's just endless. It's just great. It'll tell you everything that you need to know to build your brand. It's step by step, 1, 2, 3, easy, ABC done. There's just nothing difficult about it, but it's agency level advice, and it's the answers. It's more important. It's just the answers. It's what you need. We've analyzed your brand. Here are the answers. So you're going to get the test, the brief, the portal, and your brand archetype all explained to you. It's $397. This is part of We Empower You. It's not really up on the main website yet. We're working on that. So that's why we're showing it to you today. This is an additional product that you can get right now through We Empower You. You're also going to get 16 formulas. Okay, I showed you some of the formulas just a minute ago. You're going to get the 16 now that matter for you, the ones that sell your brand. Okay, that's the ones you care about. The ones that are all been used by successful brands, completely explained, sample ads, the 1 + 2 = 3, everything that we can show you about your brand is going to be there for you. And it's going to be so simple and easy to use. Okay, $997 value there just to get you those. If you went to an ad agency, they would charge you way more than that to give you 16 different formulas. Okay, your ghost archetype, well, think of it like your ghostwriter. That's all the words, the phrases, the metaphors, the ways to communicate your brand. I'll bet you don't know all the words that make people want to buy your brand. We're going to show them to you. We've done the homework on the English language. We know the words that power sell, but they're different for every brand. We're going to give them yours. So that's $647 value. We're going to give you more bonus secrets. What is that? We're going to show you how to upsell. How do you get your current customers to buy more? That's the best money on the board. How to win back lost customers. You're going to lose them. How do you get them back? We'll show you. The best colors for your brand. Colors influence people. The gifts you should be buying. The psychology of your best customers. What do they want to hear from you? Wouldn't you want to know that? $497 value. And it gets even better. Admanity U is our ultimate masterclass. It's in that portal that I just showed you, and it's just chock full of information, case studies, articles, videos, podcasts, things that are not available to the public. Okay, none of this is available to the public. It's all there for you. It's a $588 value. Okay, that's Admanity U. And how could it get any better? Well, I guess we could guarantee everything for 30 days. So you can look at everything, read it all, read it twice, read it 10 times, and decide if it's for you. And if not, get your money back. But we don't do that very often. I got to be honest. There's not too many refund requests coming in our door. So just to recap, this is what you get. You're going to get the Admanity protocol, the test, the brief, the portal, and your archetype, $397. The 16 advertising formulas, it might be worth $997, but we're going to give it to you free. Your ghost library is worth $647, but we're going to give it to you free. Your bonus secrets worth another $497. We're going to give it to you free. Now, because you're part of the summit today, there's a special deal. You're going to get unlimited access to Admanity U for a full year. So you won't be paying the $588. You're going to get that for free. And you're going to get a free consultation with me, read over your materials and set up a time. And I will personally talk to you about your brand and help you understand and use the materials. I don't do that. I'm doing it for We Empower You right now. And I advise you to move on that because my time is limited, but it's there for you. And it's absolutely free. And you're going to get the free report that I showed you. And there's the link. We're going to put it in the chat as well. Make sure you get your free report. There's no harm in that. And it'll open your eyes. It truly will. So just go to admanity.com/We Empower You, all one word, and you'll get that instantly emailed to you. Everything here is $397. You're going to save a bundle and take 30 days to look it over. There's absolutely no risk. Throw it on a credit card, see what you think. I think you're going to be pretty impressed. And if all we did was show you the emotions that sell your brand, would it be worth it? What if we just gave you the 16 formulas and didn't do anything else? What if we gave you an entire persuasion library for the rest of your brand's life? How about the colors and the gifts? You know, the wrong gift can ruin a client relationship. How to upsell all the current customers? What if that's all we gave you? What if all we did was help you win back lost customers? What if we just gave you Admanity U? Would any of this be worth $397? What if we just saved you hiring one employee or one bad ad from hitting the market and wasting all of your money? Yeah, I think we could help. This equates to about $1 a day, folks. $1.08. That's it. No matter how much you love Admanity, that's all you can spend. So I hope that you make the decision to give it a shot. Take a look, examine your brand. This is how the big brands do it. They don't have Admanity perhaps, but you will. And you won't have to hire those big, expensive partners if you just understand what to do with your brand. And I think my time is probably up. And Bettina, thank you so much for allowing me to share. There's the link again at Manatee.com. We empower you /we empower you. Go there at some point today or tomorrow, the next day. This is a 3-day offer, and then it goes bye-bye. So don't hesitate. This is the better value for We Empower You customers. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and thanks so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, I'm not Brian Gregory, but you've been watching Brian Gregory here. Hang on, let me switch my backdrop here. And
Got my name in lights.
Brian, by the way, question, what is Amanity's 3 powerful persuasions?
Say that again.
What is Amanity's emotions, 3 emotions?
Oh, yeah, we took our own test and we came out we are the innovation brand. The innovation brand is a brand that brings something new to the forum. Give you a quick example. If you were the new barbershop in town, you would not be an innovation brand. But if you cut hair with laser beams, you would be. You'd be doing a new way of bringing that around. So we're kind of the new school of thought. And what you'll find is, even though we're labeled the innovation brand, and you'll be labeled the attraction brand or something like that, like Bettina is the authority brand, right? The expert brand. You'll find that what creates those emotions in people is so different. For example, Bettina, to create authority, she would often use humor. She would often use altruism. She would often use approval. She would often use community. Even though those sound kind of almost soft emotions, right? Yet authority is so strong. And that's why they work together. See, you can't really figure it out. The algorithm does it. And I'm telling you, it took us 7 years to build this thing so that you could do this in 5 minutes. But you'll be amazed to find out what truly motivates someone to buy your brand. It may not be what you think it is.
Okay, so you said you were uniqueness. What did you say again? You said you were.
Well,
I'm looking for your 3. Yeah, I'm looking for your 3 combinations. Innovative, innovation.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, the innovation brand is created with different emotions than just being new. Okay, new is sort of a characteristic that you can attribute. Like Apple at one point was an innovation brand. Everything they introduced was new, right? But we use prestige to sell. Which is ego. Yeah, you deserve the newest best thing, don't you? Don't you deserve to have the advantages of all of the masters of advertising, right? You deserve that. You work hard, so you should have that. So there's an example of how to sell on prestige, right? Admiration. When you get done with your Admanity report, you're going to build a big brand. You're going to be very admirable. You're going to be like the other companies that understand. You deserve to be admirable, don't you? Right?
Okay.
It's easy. Service. We're going to show it to you. It's going to 5 minutes and you're done. It's going to be so simple, so fast, so clean, so easy, right? Because nobody wants anything hard.
This has been really great. I'm having to stop here because we have our sessions coming up and we're now going to run over again. But thank you so much, everybody. Round of applause. Brian, you got this presentation down. You gave us 2 different twists and turns to this amazing presentation, and you fit right in with this We Empower You opportunity. And we're obviously going to be using your research on us in order to move our brand forward. And thank you so much, everybody. So now we're going to be turning our attention to the next session, which is going to feature the following people. And Larry's going to go ahead and take me off camera here, and then one by one, we're going to bring up all of our afternoon breakout session presenters. And it looks like he's got Moria up. We're going to have Dana Kaplan's going to be staying in this room with me. We've got TU Knapp. We've got Sandra. We've got Wilma and Susan Treadgold and Moria Veston. Oh, Susan, you're going to need to put your video on. And go ahead and unpin me, Larry. Okay, we've got several people there. So the first that can go ahead and introduce herself. This will be a little bit out of order, but just in the interest of picking up some time, I'm going to have Tiu Knapp. She's in room number 2, healing the holes in your soul. Go ahead and unmute. Give us a pitch to your session.
I have, that's really funny. I thought I was going to have Aggie do it when we get to the breakout room, but I'm the author of
You're
Healing.
not going to introduce yourself, but you're going to introduce your topic. Just pitch your
okay.
topic.
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. My name is Tia Knapp, and I'm the author of Healing the Holes in Your Soul. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all some of you in the breakout room. It's about how I got through domestic violence, but I have golden nuggets to share with everyone. And I'm really looking forward to giving you all a free gift who pops into my room. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And next up, I'm going to have room number 3 is Sandra Early and Wilma Fontroy. Tell us what people can expect to get in your room.
Good afternoon. We're happy to be here. What we are going to be talking about tonight or today is long-term care, an administrative act that has been passed July 28th and is full of interesting information with regards to long-term care insurance and funding for our Washington residents.
Thank you so much. And then we've got Susan. There you are.
Here I am, mastering the technical difficulties today. I am going to be talking about how to get back 20% of your day. 6 ways to reboot your radiance, have more energy, and get more done.
Fantastic. And Moria Veston.
Hi, I'm going to be talking about nonviolent or compassionate communication. I've taught it for 20 years, and there are so many wonderful tools for having good communication with yourself, let alone with friends, let alone in business and so forth. So we're going to learn a lot of things about how to increase the benefits of compassionate communication.
All right, fantastic. So now this is where everybody's going to go participate in the room of their choice. Dana. Oh yeah, Dana's going to be the last to introduce herself. And just again, to pitch what your topic is going to be about. And then I'm going to assign the rooms and we're going to stay in this unassigned status. So go ahead, Dana. Welcome. First time up.
Hi. Hi, you guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My buds are a little wonky right now. I'm Dana Kaplan, I'm Dana Kaplan. Well, I am Dana Kaplan, not excuse me. I'm Dana Kaplan. I am a retired early childhood educator turned social emotional expert. I developed empathetic education with Dana when I realized that social emotional awareness was not happening enough in schools. So tonight this afternoon, evening, we're going to be really honing in on how to create your new normal through the lens of curiosity and self-love for your children and for you.
Yay, thank you. How wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to create the rooms now for 30 minutes. And they will close automatically at 30 minutes. You'll get a 60-second countdown. And you will automatically move yourself into the room of your choice. And you can come back to the main session, which is where I'm at right now with Dana. Room number 1, don't anybody pick that room. It's going to remain empty. That's going to be for Dana. And Janet, can you put all of the room numbers in the chat if that has not already been done? I can't see.
They're all sitting right there.
Still. Okay, does anybody have a hand to raise up? It's 1. Is Dana, is is we're going to stay exactly where we are. We're not going anywhere, even though it says 1, we're not going anywhere. TU is number 2 room, Wilma Fontroy and Sonder in 3, Susan Treadgold in 4, and Moria Veston in number 5. I'm opening up all the rooms. There you go. Okay, it will take a moment for people to move around. Moria, you need
Yes.
to go to your room, and TU, you need to go to your room too.
I clicked on Moria Veston. I'm not there yet.
You're going to be in, go to room number 5.
Right. I clicked on it. Is that how I get there?
Let me see if I can move you. Bye, Moria. We're booting you out. There you go. All right. Has everybody left that wanted to go someplace? If you need to be moved by us, go ahead and click into the, put it into the chat.
Bettina, this is Sally. I have nothing to click on. Nothing came up for me this time.
Okay, let us move you. What room do you want to go to?
I would like to go to room 2, please.
Room number 2?
Yes.
Put me in the main room, like spotlight me. Here we go. All right, we're gonna get there. Slowly but surely. Bear with us, Dana. We're trying to avoid editing by having
Not a worry.
Structured. Okay, there we are, Dana Kaplan. Okay. We're at that time in the day, you know, when you've had a meal and you just want to go to sleep someplace. That's where I'm at in the moment. Okay, give me 1 second, Dana. I just have to Control F and find your intro. Okay, Dana, love it. Dana Kaplan is an early childhood and social emotional awareness expert. Is my mic on?
You dropped off.
Oh, okay, here, let's start all over again. Dana Kaplan is an early childhood and social emotional awareness expert. As a formal classroom teacher for 14 years, Dana taught and learned with exhilarating 4 to 6-year-old humans while mentoring students through her high school. As a pioneer in transforming how education and social emotional awareness organically intertwine, Dana intentionally designed, piloted, and launched programs that empowered children across all ages. Dana's belief in cultivating space for exposure and expansion simultaneously allowed students needing breaks to or extra attention to find solace in her learning environment. After acquiring substantial grants focused on the arts and social emotional awareness, speaking at parent forums, and planning and executing 60 to 80 field trips a year, Dana realized her purpose in the world was beyond the 4 walls of a classroom. Dana's niche approach to teaching unleashes vulnerability, invites self-acceptance, increases confidence, and fosters self-compassion. And that is Dana Kaplan. Welcome to the stage, Dana. It's great to have you here today.
Thank you guys so much. I am Dana Kaplan. I pinch myself every morning that I get to wake up and do the work in the world that I have the privilege to do with children and with families. And when I was in the classroom, I realized that as much as I believe in the importance of academics, the real crutch for learning is all around social emotional awareness and social emotional attention. And when I realized that I was building this organic system for children to have that authenticity and to build their voice and to live in their highest self and to be able to speak to their parents with such a sense of confidence and a sense of pride. And then as soon as they were leaving my kindergarten class, I started to realize, hold on, something's missing. We need to be doing more. And then after many years, with all the data that I was collecting and my children were leaving my classroom on such a high academic level. And the reason for that is because of where they were socially and emotionally. And so today is such a treat for me to come and speak with you guys about my passion in the world and honestly my purpose. So today we are going to talk about self-love through the lens of creating your new normal. And what does that look like? And what does it sound like? And what does it feel like? And most importantly, having your science hat on, which is also known as your curiosity hat. And so as soon as we can take a step back and make sure we have on our hat and we make sure that we're stepping into our power, anything can happen. So right now, what I'd love to encourage all of you guys to do is to, if you're seated, to get relaxed. If you're not seated, sit down. I'm going to take you guys on a quick little journey in time. And we are going to go explore what it's like to really be in touch with your self-awareness and what it's like to really be in touch with who you are as a human. So you get comfortable. And I'd love for you to close your eyes and just take a really slow, deep, relaxing breath. And as you breathe in through your nose, I want you to bring the oxygen all the way down to the lowest part of your belly. And I want you to find a space in your journey, in your life, that brings you joy. And as you exhale, I want you to slowly get closer and closer into that space and time when you felt that love and when you felt the joy. And as you take in another exhale, as you take in another inhale, think about who you're with. Where are you? What are you doing? What sounds do you hear? What smells around? What do you hear? What are you wearing? And as you continue to fall closer and closer into this space, and as you continue to find joy and the love that you have for yourself, I want you to think about what do you need to bring that same love and joy back into? What do you need to bring back into your world so that same love and joy can come with you? And I want you to really think about what it would be like to create that normalcy, to create that joy, to create that love all the time. Get curious about it. Think about what you need. Think about where you'll be. Think about who's with you. And as you slowly come back to, I want you to hold on to that sense of self. I want you to hold on to that sense of love. And I'd love for you guys now to slowly open up your eyes and drop into the chat, what does self-love mean to you? Where are you? What does it bring to you? How do you receive self-love? And the reason I'm asking these important questions is because the more you model it, the more children are going to believe in themselves. They're going to model what you teach them. It is science. We model what we hear. We model what we know. And the more we show up with the love in our heart and the love in our soul for who we are as a human, the more children are going to do the same. One of my favorite pieces is to really think about what brings you the joy and what brings you the love. Because through self-awareness, you can actually become aware of where are you loving yourself? How are you speaking to yourself? Are you speaking with love language? Are you speaking with hatred? Are you speaking with kindness? Are you speaking with negativity? So as we continue to talk about the process of creating your new normal through self-love and self-awareness, I want you guys to take a second and jot that on a piece of paper. This is for you. You don't have to share it. But what is it that you really want to create? Because society has put so much pressure on us to live in a certain place, to live in a certain stance. to follow certain guidelines and never once did we push back. We are now in a society where hatred is part of our daily life, where division is part of our daily life, and where we can actually make a new choice. Do we want to live the way society had us, or do we want to move forward? So just take a second, and I would love for you guys just to think about, what would you like to do differently? How do you want to change your life? Because you have all the power to do so. It starts with the choices that you make. I'm just going to give you a second, and I would love it again if y'all are up for sharing. I would love for you to share it in the chat what you're feeling, or how you know that there are areas that you truly love yourself, and there are areas that you know that you may need to work on, or that you want to work on. And as you think about this question, I now want to talk to you guys about how we talk to ourselves. So when we are speaking kindly, which means pausing and thinking, I'm rushing. What am I in this race for? And we get curious about, what are we in this race for? We're wearing our science hat to the strongest capacity. And when we can wear our science hat to the strongest capacity, we're really showing up without judgment. We're showing up with curiosity and love and wonder. And we're most importantly showing up for ourselves in a way that's different than how we always show up. I, for one, have had many moments in my life where I am ferociously running around. I live in New York City. Life is always hustle and bustle, and it's so easy to get caught up in what society wants me to do. And I have to really stop and think, what is my purpose? Why am I running around? Who am I trying to keep up with? And when I chose to stop, when I really, really chose to stop, it wasn't just because we were in a pandemic. It was because I realized it was more that I wanted to do for the world. There was more that I wanted to bring to children. And so by slowing down and stopping, I realized it was time to step out of the classroom. It was time to find out, how can I bring more equity and inclusion into our world? It was time for me to give myself that space to navigate what really filled my soul, instead of just doing what society expected me to do. So just think for a second, just stop and pause and just think, where in your life are you rushing? Where in your life would you love to slow down? And just write that little moment down, because I promise you, every person around you will start to emulate you as soon as you slow down. They'll notice it. They'll notice how you're slowing down when you talk. They'll notice how you're slowing down when you're eating. They'll notice how you're slowing down when you are observing the world. And that right there, that slowing down, is the authentic space of self-love. So just think about that for 1 second and just hold that close. Another way that we know when we are really creating a space for ourselves, we're thinking about, what activities do we want to be doing? We're thinking about, is this the job that makes me excited? Are these the people that fill my soul? Or are we in a space where we could be doing more? And what I'm bringing to you today is exactly what I bring to children every single day. I encourage children to think, do I really want to be playing soccer right now? Or am I playing soccer because that's what my parents want me to do? Am I really choosing to play the piano? Or have I done it for so long that now it's just, I don't want to stop playing because it looks really good on my college application. It looks so strong that I played at Lincoln Center. Is that why I'm playing this instrument? So as you guys stop and think for a second, what choices can you change in your current life to bring yourself more love, self-love, on how you treat yourself, and more self-awareness on how you want other people to be acting and behaving in your circle, right? In your family, in your space. Because we all have a bubble. And in that bubble, we let people come in really close and we let people flee away. So what's your choice? How do you want to live in that space, right? So as we stop for a second, I'm quickly checking to see. if there are any questions that are popping up, or are there any wondering, how do I know what I'm doing to really push myself into the highest state of self-love? Because again, when we can actually love ourselves to the fullest, we're then creating a space for children to emulate the same. We're not asking them to be robots. We're asking them to be their authentic human beings. We're getting curious about who we are. We're actually opening up a space for them to play in a big ocean. When I first left the classroom, I was like, I have a big empty canvas and I can't wait to see what I paint on it. And over this year, I realized that I actually have a ginormous ocean, you guys. We all have these ginormous ocean, and we get to swim in any direction we want to, and we get to include the people that we want in our life. It starts though with how are we looking at ourselves, and how are we truly choosing to be aware of what we want and what we need in this space right now. Pre-pandemic, as I shared, we were living in society's norm. We were rushing. We would go, if adults, they would wake up, they would try to squeeze in a workout, they would get their kids off to school, they would have a gazillion meetings in one day, they'd try to go off and see a friend for 30 minutes for a quick drink and then run home to see their family before their nanny was ready to put their kids to bed. On the other extreme, you have families that are working 3 or 4 jobs throughout the day. They may see their children off to school because they've been working all night long. How can we create a new space? How can we create a world that provides an awareness for our children today? What do we need to change? What did you not get for yourself that you now need? What is it that you want to bring into your space? We have no control over how people respond to us or how people react. But the one thing we do have control over is the choice in how we want to live. So it's so important that when we stop and pause and we think about our world today, we have all of these new opportunities, you guys. We have opportunities and possibilities all around us, and it's all because of the choices that we choose to make. It's the places that we choose to go into. It's the people that we choose to be around. So as you continue navigating and deciding on what you want your new normal to look like, I have a few questions for you. First, where would you like to be? Where would you like to be? Are you in nature? Are you by the water? Are you in a park? Are you in a museum? Are you in a movie theater? Are you in an actual live theater? As you continue to create this space, what are you doing throughout your day? How often are you taking breaks just to stop and breathe and look up to see the clouds, which is, by the way, one of my favorite activities in the world, is to stop and look outside to see the clouds and see if I can see what shapes are being created, because when I do stop to pause, it's in that one moment that I really feel my whole body coming back down to earth, and I release the judgment of who I am. I release the judgment of who I think I'm supposed to be. And I'm fully where I am, feet grounded, exactly where I'm supposed to be. As you continue thinking about this new normal that you want for yourself, who's in it? Who's in your space? Who's participating in your life? You get to choose who those participants are. You truly do get to choose, you guys. Who are these participants? Is it that you want to see your grandchildren more often? Make that happen and pick up the phone. Do you want to be writing a book? Sit down and just write. Have you wanted to take an art class with your best friend, but you guys are like, I don't know, 2,000 miles away? At least I know my best friend and I are. Log on to the computer and do it together. Who is participating with you? And where are you participating together? As you continue to create this space, I want you to think about, when are you the happiest? When are you fulfilled? Is it because you are serving and giving back to your community? Is it because you are reaching out to people that you haven't spoken to in a really long time? Are you creating a new program that distills your soul? Are you eavesdropping on someone's conversation about an artist they saw and you're itching to know where they saw it? Truly think about what feeds and fills your soul, because those are the moments that really personify how you can create your new normal. One of the many questions parents ask me quite frequently is, how can I create a new normal? My child is virtual and then they're home, and then I have to be in the office, and my boss wants me to be doing this project, and I have this project, and I want to be, and I'm exhausted just listening to them. The reality is we have choices. Again, do we choose to go back into that hustle and bustle of how life was pre-pandemic, where you had to get up and go, go, go? Or do you want to choose and say, I'm going to work from home 2 or 3 days a week. I'm actually going to be able to walk my child to school. I'm actually going to be able to have coffee with my neighbor. What are your choices? What do you want? And how do you want to make them happen? So tonight, you guys, I'm so privileged to have had this time with you guys. And I really want you to think about what it is that you want. How do you want to get it? How do you want to get to that space of true, authentic self-love, where the only opinion that matters is yours, where the only choice that matters is you making that choice? It's up to us. We get to make it. And I'm so honored to have had this time with all of you, to share my passion in working with people and to make humanity a better space. Because if we can honestly dig into what makes us happy and what truly fills our soul, where the love comes from, we will then be able to bridge the gap in humanity. We will then be able to have the hard conversations that are so critical for today's youth. We will not be dodging. We will be walking forward. And that right there, walking forward, even though we're scared, even though we have no idea what someone else is going to share with us, is authentic self-love, because we care. We care about learning. We are learning. We are listening to learn. And when we choose to make that space for ourselves, we're also making that space for everyone else around us. So thank you guys for your time. I'm so privileged to be here with all of you. I've put my email in the chat. I've also put in my website in the chat, which is, by the way, could possibly be down. I'm not really sure what's going on with it right now, but I would love to hear from you and any questions, because our time right now, it's not just about where we are, right? If we can create the love and space and compassion and the self-awareness for ourselves, we are most definitely doing the same for today's children.
Thank you so much, Dana. Wonderful conversation. And I'd like to open it up to questions, and maybe you can take a few questions before we get our 60-second notice to come back.
Yes, I would love to.
All right. Let's open.
Barb, I was watching you. Thank you for your eyes. I saw them quite often.
There we go. All right. There's a few people that have their cameras open. I know them both. The others are hidden. Barb Doyle, Ingrid Papsheldon, would love for you to jump in here to this conversation. Unmute yourselves. Say hello to Dana.
Hi, Dana. This is Barb. I just really appreciate your presentation. It's taken me all my life to have a message that you just delivered and to kind of expand on it. And when you were talking about children, I thought, well, for myself, I have 5 nieces who, when they were younger, they spent a lot of time with me. Well, now they're all grown women with children of their own, and some of them are actually grandmothers. But I've consciously made a decision to live the fullest life I can, to be an example to them about the freedom and the joy life really can bring. Because I know that they're living lives that, you know, really, I mean, there's a lot of stress, obviously, but there's a lot of unnecessary stress. And so I'm trying to teach them how to be the kids they really are. Because most of them have their kids out, you know. I'm actually living my first childhood. I was old when I was young. I figure by the time I'm 90, I'm going to be, you know, a kid, a real kid. Anyway, I just thank you for the information you gave.
Thank you, Barb, for your comment there. Go ahead, Dana.
Oh my God, my heart is so full listening to you. You know, Barb, a big piece of my work is so that I have the privilege of meeting people like you that are intentionally making choices that are providing a space for kids to be kids and to wear their curiosity and to really live with that curious hat, right? And you're right, none of us are asking to come into the world. It's a privilege for us to be created and to come into the world. And we have no idea where we're going and what we're doing. And it's every single person around us is impacting us, right? And we also can choose how we want to impact. And I love what you said about how you just really wanted to be present for your nieces. And now the nieces are grandmothers and their grandchildren are now looking to you, and you are that beautiful model for them because you are choosing how you want to live your life and you're giving them the platform to do so as well. And I promise you, academics will come. The academics always come because when we are fully in our state where we're aware of what we want and we're aware of what we need, and when we are aware of how we can connect into the world, everything comes together. My heart is so full, Barb. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And don't tell Bettina that during the summit, I was listening, but I was on my electric bike.
That's amazing. That's awesome.
So Ingrid's here too, and now Shay just popped in, and we were just listening to Dana's talk. Of course, there's this new normal that we're all living into, and having boundaries, creating your own sense of normalcy. I'm dying to hear a little bit from Ingrid, comments about your talk here, Dana.
You're putting me on the spot here.
I'm putting you on the spot, and then she's next to be on the spot.
Hi, Dana. I checked in quite with delay, so I didn't hear your whole talk. But what I really spoke to me, I released the judgment of who I am. You know, how you described, how you look at the clouds, and that you connect that with, I release the judgment of who I am. That really spoke to me, because I think that's a lot where we put big blocks in front of us because of this judgment. So we cannot really move freely. And then I really also like provide, I teach them to be the kids they are, you know, or provide a space for kids to be kids, and in a certain way that is not just related to kids, it also relates to grown-ups, and it's just this to be allowed to be who you are, you know. So I think it's a core of everything in a certain way, you know. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. And I want to speak to the point that it's not just for kids, you guys. When something happens to us, it's because our inner child has been triggered. So for example, there was a storm the other day, and I literally watched it roll through. I mean, it was beautiful outside, and then out of nowhere, the entire sky was gray, and all of a sudden I felt my whole body tense up. Why? Because when I was little, growing up in Georgia, we experienced tornadoes a lot, and we experienced storms, and my little girl inside all of a sudden was like, you're fine. You're totally fine, right? And that freedom to talk to yourself in kindness, right? And the freedom to release the judgment of, why am I still getting freaked out over a tornado or watching dark clouds? Like, it's not about the dark clouds. It's the fact that we are allowing ourselves just to be where we are and to appreciate where we are. And I really thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciate that, Ingrid.
You know, that reminds me of something that actually happened to me just about 2 weeks ago. I was a passenger in a car, and my good friend Lauren, who's here with us today, was driving, and I was on my phone just checking where we were going for dinner. And I looked up and I saw a big dark cloud over kind of out of the corner of my eye as I looked up, and I thought, oh, you know, the storm is coming, you know, and it was black. But then she was looking this way to see the storm, and she goes, oh, there's a rainbow. And then, so I looked and I saw the rainbow, but because I'm further right, I looked far enough that I saw two rainbows. And so your perspective changes depending on your point of view. And so we'll close with that. We're getting our 60-second here. But thank you so much, Dana. It was a pleasure to have you. We're going to return back to the main room. We are the main room. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It was so lovely. Thank you.
Your first time up, you did fantastic. Okay, so we're going to just wait for everybody to populate in the room here. I'm going to go behind the scenes for a second, introducing our next speaker. Got to get to my scripting here. Where am I at in the process? I love it that they close out the rooms automatically. I just have to know what I'm doing next. Look at that. Slowly but surely, everybody will come back.
You want me to put the spotlight on you?
Yes, please.
Everyone's coming back, so keep
Ta-da! And just like that, we just all magically appear, except for me. I'm going to be behind the scenes here.
Okay, I have to wait until your video comes back.
Oh, okay. Hang on one second. I'm going to get my graphic here. Since we have a crowd that has been changing throughout the day, I'm going to reintroduce Ms. Shavon. And there we are. Don't you just love this multitasking? Okay. Shay, you are in the room. I hope you have co-hosting status. If somebody can make sure that you do, that would be great. I am, we had you earlier in the day, so let me get to my script for Control F. I tell you, you get to really, really know what your strengths are and what they're not. And here we go. All right. Shavon is the creator of Shenetics, a value-based doctor-endorsed lifestyle practice that has earned her the nickname America's Queen of Wellness and the acclaim of the city of Chicago and its Department of Public Health. She is also an award-winning entrepreneur who is committed to getting women seen and heard. Shay founded Women on TV, which today, under the new banner of Worldwide TV Network, WWTVN, also includes the Faith and Family TV and Worldwide TV Network channels, which command an audience outreach of over 50 million households through Roku TV, Apple TV, and other major OTT platforms. Welcome to the stage. It's great to have you back.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. This has been just a really fun, summit, and the people and the speakers have been just absolutely amazing. I mean, they're on it. So I am actually going to try to get my PowerPoint up. So let me just share this. Got it coming. Okay. And so let's see if I can just take this back bar down. No, I'm just trying to see. Wait 1 second. Okay, just want to make sure. Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll just start here. So I want to ask everybody a question, and I know that you're getting tired at this point. It's been a long day, so I'm going to try to make this as compact as I possibly can and give you some really good opportunities and talk about some of those things. And then if you've got any questions, I'm here to answer those. So my first question to you is, how many of you would really like to have your own television show? So I see all these hands going up. And so those that didn't put their hands up, maybe it's something that you're thinking about, or maybe you should be thinking about something like this, having your own show and getting a broader base of people that are going to come and hear what your message is, because this is what this is all about. It's all about going to that next level for you, giving you a broader audience that is, you know, streaming through Apple TV, Amazon, Google, Chromecast, all of those things. And that's how we end up coming up with having about, it's actually more than 50 million. But when I first put all the networks together, Worldwide TV, Women on TV, Faith and Family, which we just built a couple of months ago, it was all about, in my mind, and it is for all of us, is what is the distribution? What would be the reason why I would want to do this? Well, one is to get your message out, and two, you got to get it to a broader audience than what you currently probably have right now. And the other thing that I think is really compelling is that you don't have to be a celebrity to be a star. Listening to all of the speakers and questions and all of the things that went on, I just want to tell you guys, you are a star. You just don't have the platform. And so that's what we really want to help you to do. So we did talk about this. This was all about distribution, putting it together and having the right streaming. Streaming's here to stay, and it's not leaving us because it's a compelling opportunity for people to watch what they want to watch and when they want to watch. And I don't know about you, but I'm that same person too. Want to watch it when I want to watch it, and I want it to be there. So those things are really compelling, and those things are really what bring people in to be able to jump on an OTT platform and watch anything that they want to, that is going to be in a time that they can do it. So you can kind of see some of the things right here, have your own show, and here's all the things that it brings. So we've talked a little bit about audience because it is everything. The other thing about it is that having something else on the out there so that you can actually make money. Lee's talked about that. And you know that that's important, because sometimes people are like, well, I just don't know if I can afford this. And it doesn't make any difference how little that is that you have to put out. It's that, do you have that, regardless of what that amount is it going to help you to get to where you want to get to? And is it going to actually help you make money? And I want to say to you, there's not a platform out there that you have, that you should have, that you're not making money on it. So we'll talk about some of those things. So branding is everything. You know, it's kind of like I talk to people, and we have a show named this, and their podcast is called something else, and their books that they're doing something else. And how many logos can you actually have for everything? Well, you just need one. And you just need to bring all of these things together. And you'll see this a little bit later, because that is the special thing. When they see that logo, it doesn't have to say anything, but they know that that belongs to you and who you're all about. And that's where we want to get everybody to. So branding is important. Having something online that's going to help make you money, that's really important. And then having that opportunity to have a broader audience is everything. So I made some pictures for you so that this might make a little bit of more sense, kind of like how do I find you, or, you know, what is this streaming all about, or whatever. So we actually took pictures on Roku and Apple TV and some of the others here. And what you see is WWTVN. So this is just the same way that you'd find Netflix or anybody else. You'd have to search. So if you know that we're on Apple TV and Roku, you can go to any one of those. These are the pictures from them. And all you have to do is to go to the library and put WWTV in, and it'll pop up, and you can watch anything that you want to. So it's simple. This is a gal that I've actually had, Katie. She was one of the first people that came on Women on TV. And she's just like that girl next door that everybody just, wants to be around her and laugh. And she makes life joyful. And she's really good at when there's, birthdays or Christmas or whatever, she's going to figure out something that she's going to put on that's going to, really make people laugh and have fun with it. But she has a cooking show. And the greatest thing that she does is that she can plate, meaning that putting all the food that she's made and plating it. And even food that I wouldn't like, when every time I see it, I go, oh my God, I've got to taste that. It looks so good. But she's an amazing girl, and it's a great show. And if you go on the network, definitely remember to take a look at this. But this is actually the gateway to celebrity status. And you're already that star, but you really want to bring that up. We all do. We all want to have a broader audience. And this is the opportunity to do this. So how does this all start? How do you do your show? So, we always start small. And you can have, the first thing that you want to do is you want to do that 5-minute TV show so that we can put that on the spotlight, and you can see what that picture looks like when you come onto the network. It's going to be just like you see down there. And on the other side of that, that's the first pictures that you see, so that you can pick which ones that you want to go to and what shows do you want to see and whose shows are they. So you can do that. It's and the best way to do it, obviously, is to do it through the We Empower You membership. And the reason for that is because they took my wrist and just turned it all the way around to give as much out of me as they possibly could. And I was happy to do it. So this is going to give you opportunity. It's nobody else out there has the same opportunities that we've given here. And that 5-minute doesn't even have to be 5 minutes. It just needs to be like 3 minutes or 4 minutes. But I want you to take a piece of paper and I want you to write this down if you're going to be doing this 5-minute, because you should. Because not only are you going to be seeing it on the Spotlight WWTVN show, you want to actually take it and put it on your website. So let me tell you the first things that you do. You get on and you give them your name. And then you tell them a little bit what you're going to be doing. Let me tell you a little bit about myself, where I was and where I am today. Then the next thing I say, let me tell you something about my business. So I share that. The next thing I do is say, this is what I do to help other people. You tell them all of those things. And then you tell them your why. And then the last thing that you need to do is just tell them where they can reach you. And so it's simple, and you keep it simple. And you just come from your heart and know that they can feel that, and they'll want to go to your website and really see what you're all about, what your services are, what you're selling, all the packages that you're doing, all the things that you want them to do, because everything about TV and any platforms that you're on is all about going to your website. And so if you take that and you put that on there, when you're actually using social media, okay, to actually get people driven to your website, hey, you want them, that video is going to be the first thing that they should be watching, because that's going to help them to go, I really like this person. Now they're going to look around and find out what they want to buy from you and connect with you. So the spotlight shows we've kind of gone through. You see a little arrow down here that says the spotlight show, and that's what the picture looks like. And here you see actually what it really looks like on there. and the other shows that are on there too. And down here you see the income activator that Lee has. And I'll show you when you go to there. This is what her show looks like. What big money companies do that you don't do. And so then when you hit on that, you're going to see all of the different shows, and you see right here her picture. And when you hit that, then you can go here. Here's a description of what her show is about. Here's the picture of what she's had. And under here, these are all the shows that you can watch of hers. So the same thing is set up for you the same way. So I want to just really quick talk about, because everybody says, well, I don't know how do I, put my show together? How do I produce it? What do I need? Well, you don't need a production crew, although there's people that have them, nothing wrong with that. And you could actually be airing 48 hours from now if you really wanted to do that. And one of the things I'm going to ask you to do is go to www.tvn.com. That's our marketing place. And on there, it'll say, I think it says, have your own show. And if you hit that, there's about 3 or 4 different videos that are on there that will tell you all about production. All about production. And if not anything else, if you're not going to do a show, that's okay. Use it anyway, so that you know that when you want to do videos or some other things, you'll have some education from that. So, what is your why? So I'm going to tell you what my why is. So why would I even think about building television networks? And there's a whole story behind that, which we don't have time to do, because you hear more about me on the health and wellness and fitness and all of that. Well, I was on TV when I was in Chicago, and I was on there either standing on my head or making smoothies. And I became a contributor to Windy City Live, Fox, NBC, CBS. And so that's what the television part came. And then they came to me and wanted to know if I was willing to do my own show. Well, I thought that was cat's meow. And yet when I looked at the paperwork when we were getting ready to sign it, I thought, this isn't really me. I don't want to just be on one thing where somebody's going to tell me what to do and how I'm going to do it, and I can't do anything else. And so it made me take a step back and take a look at all the other entrepreneurs and influencers and small businesses and whatever. And that's really brought it to, this is what I need to do. I need to build the platform. And so my why was to give a voice to entrepreneurs and influencers and small businesses so that they could get their message out globally. So just simple, giving a platform, having the distribution behind it, and letting them do what they really want to do. And that's getting their message, your message out there. That's what you want to do. So that's my why. So you need to think about what yours is, and it needs to be really, not going on and on. I can tell you, I've been to a lot of events and asked somebody what they're doing, and literally 15 minutes later, they're still talking about that. And I don't have any idea what they're talking about. So I know that now, but nobody out there does that. So that's good. So what is your brand? We talked a little bit about this. So down here, I just love this because a logo is so important. And, when I look at Disney, I hear some people talking in the back. Can you please make sure that you are listening?
The left one's still messed up.
I haven't done. You guys are talking, and I can hear you.
Get that one first.
So anyway, on Disney down here, I just think it's great. And you have a tag on here that actually says under it, the happiest place on the earth. And that makes you feel that way. On the other side, you see our WWTVN, and what we talk about is that we excite, we educate, and we entertain. All of those things, just those 3 words tell you a lot about us. And that's what you want to do too. So I want to go to this. This is really about having something that is bringing that's bringing money in. and that's Lee with her income activator. And on www.tvn.com, if you've got books or anything that you want to put on there, you can, and you can sell them on. There's just another platform for you to make money. So how do you get started? Well, I'm not going to take a whole lot of time on this, but what I do want to say to you is that best thing to do is to do it with the membership. And when you open this up, and this is things that you have to give them information on, what's your name? Give them a picture. What's your bio? What's the description? What's the name of the show? All of those things. And many times before somebody does that, I end up getting a call and spending time to really make sure that you're on the right journey and that this is what you want to do. And I can help you to come and bring this all together. I spend a lot of time doing that, and I love it. And I love to see the sparkles that just come out when people say, oh, this is right. I feel good about this. I love the name of this. So anyway, so the other thing is there's your logo. There's one of mine, the Shea Vaughn Show. And then you're showing you a picture of what one of the Sullivan is one of the shows that we have. And she's just an amazing gal. She just, when she first started, it was like, oh my goodness. And then I just kept watching her get better and better and better. And that's one of the most important things that you want to have is the opportunity to get to your best. And you all can do that. So this is one of the things that I was talking about just a little bit earlier about the production side of it. You see Zoom, you see Mevo. And if you don't know anything about Mevo, once again, go to WWTVN. It's all on there. There's more than this than what you have to read. You just need to listen to the video, and it'll give you a lot of opportunities that you can think about and make a decision about what you really want to do, how you want to do it. So TV shows, sponsorships, once again, it's really important that any platform is going to provide some money for you. The television show is there for you. And sponsorships and advertisers and all of those things, believe me when I say this to you, they're looking for people on OTT platforms. They want to grow with them. So it's not as hard as you think it is. It's easier to do because they're already out there, and all they want to know is, are you really committed? Is this something that you're going to be there in the future? And of course you are, especially if you're taking those that business and blowing it up. Of course, why wouldn't you be there? So I know that Lee talks about sponsorships, and so do I. But I just it's there, and it's great to have money that you don't have to give back. There's nothing wrong with that. So this kind of says some of the same things. You know, you do need an action plan for your sponsorships, giving you money and creating and all of those things. And they know that you're on the TV. So the package that actually comes with this to be on television is that you pay $9.97 for a setup, but you guys are the only ones for the next 2 months, because most of the people that are on, and this is the lowest part, they do 2 shows a month instead of 4. You guys get 4. And they pay $2.97 a month. But you're not even pay, you're not for 2 months, you're not going to give me a penny. You're not going to give the network. That's free. So you actually get back the $9.97 back to you because you're not paying that out. And then every month you just pay $1.97. It doesn't get any better, and you have unlimited shows. So, and this is only through the membership. As a special, you guys. So WWTVN offers, TV shows, series without membership, but here's the thing. It's better financially through the membership because you don't have to worry about any of that. I've just given you all the facts on that. Income Activator, again, website, the 5-minute video that you're going to do, and the sponsorship packages that we actually help you to put together and help you to get sponsorships. So nobody else is doing that. We just, what in my heart, and I tell you this from the deepness of that, is that we want you to be successful because that makes us feel better that we did all the work that we did in building the networks and putting it together so that you can become more than what a star is. You're a big star, and that absolutely takes you into where people are going to know more about you and recognize you. So here is what you're going to really be looking at when you go onto the network. And all you need to do is go to your go onto your network and just put worldwide TV.tv. Put that on your browser. And this is what the first picture is going to be that's going to come out. And then under that is all of the opportunities that you would have. So you guys, I can't tell you how much gratitude that I had to be able to share all of this with you. And if there's any questions or anything, I'd love to answer those. So where is Bettina? Bettina, are you back?
I'm here.
Okay. How did we do, girl?
You know, you did perfect.
My time, yes.
Wow, that's fantastic. You actually can open up the mic and answer questions as well. So why don't you go ahead and do that?
Let me get back on here. Let's see, where do I go? I get back on there.
Just stop your sharing if you want. And anybody want to ask a question, just to go ahead and unmute. Ask away. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And I have to say, before anybody jumps in with questions,
I had a question about
beyond words that what you've given us. And I cannot thank you enough, Shay, for doing this for us. Thank you so much. At the foundational level with We Empower You, you stepped in last year, and it is with great joy we accept your generosity.
Well, and I thank you for all the great friendships and uniting everybody together. So gratitude for that.
Great. It looks like we had somebody pop in with a question. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I had a question about one of the packages. It was before you mentioned the 997 setup. You had something else on the screen, and I didn't get a chance to write it.
Oh, it was actually just showing you that we have a 997 setup fee.
I wrote that one. The one before that.
That was talking about productions. The one before that was productions.
It had some numbers. I can't remember what it was under. I think it was one of the particular TV.
I'm
trying to go back, but I can't go back on this right now. So sorry.
Yeah.
I think I can answer that. I think with the We Empower You membership package, you get the 5-minute TV spotlight for free.
Right.
And then when you get the package, you've got the sponsorship package. And when you get sponsorships, that will allow you to purchase a TV series. So you use sponsorship money to pay for the setup fee of $9.97 and then the monthly fee of $197. And before that, if you wanted to actually have production, your sponsorship package could also pay for the production costs. But a lot of people start off with just doing the production like they would do a YouTube video. Now, I will also say that with the membership, normally I think it's like double the cost for the setup fee and the monthly fee. So what Shay's done is with the membership, she's sliced the costs down if you want a full channel, but we encourage you to get the sponsorships to pay for that full channel. But if you do get the membership, you've got the TV show to show the sponsor, the 5-minute spotlight. Hey, this is my message. Will you do you want to align with that message? And if they do, they've got such a great rate that Shay's offering for the whole TV series. So it's, as Shay was saying, it's just one baby step after another.
Right.
Does
And
that answer your
remember
question?
too, on that second, once you decide to do that and you put in the $9.97 for 2 months, you don't pay anything. And then you're only paying half of what it is on a monthly basis that it's normally is done. Because it already goes up if everybody's going to have a show every week, which you guys get for $197. They pay $500.
Yeah.
Go online and you can see all of that.
Yeah, this deal through the membership you've never seen before. So you could simply get your 5-minute TV show spotlight and finance your own TV series by paying the $9.97 and then the weekly or the monthly $197. I mean, that's way better than just not doing it through the membership where you're paying $4.97 a month.
Exactly.
So it's
Just tried to give, empowering people to have, the best opportunity to take advantage of. And this is what was put together really, truly for you.
Behind Shay's back.
So with the membership, it's the $9.97, the 2 months, and the $197 thereafter. That's with the membership.
So
Is that correct?
if you want a channel, a whole series, the membership includes a 5-minute TV show spotlight. So you get that anyway without any costs.
Okay.
But if you want to then say the spotlight's great, but I want my own TV show series.
Oh, okay.
It's
so
those,
what's that?
it'll do, yeah. Then that's $9.97 for Shay to set that up on the channel. And then she gives you 2 months for free.
Giving it back to you.
And then each month it's $197 for unlimited shows. But if you were not a member, you would actually be paying $4.97 per month. Do you see what I mean?
Okay.
Good. Thank you for asking that question because, and Lee, always, thanks for, coming on and sharing this because we've been doing this so much together. I really appreciate that.
Really?
Because I couldn't get this to go backwards either. I don't know why. Steve's not up here, so what can I tell you?
Yeah. So the package, the membership is with the TV show is just second to none. And then if you want your TV series, your own TV series, it'll cost you half of what it would cost you if you did it without the membership.
Right. But you're already doing 3 things in the beginning, and it's so important because what Lee is actually saying is that once you do that 5-minute video, then you're already on the television network in the spotlight, and that is something you can take and show to the sponsorship. So that you're already on there, and you didn't have to pay anything for that.
Yeah, and then you've got the sponsorship package that you can fill in your information, and you've got the 400 companies that already do these kind of sponsors, or sponsorships.
Right.
So you're like, and the TV show is built into the sponsorship package, so you don't even need to know anything about creating a sponsorship package because it's pre-built for you.
Exactly. And there's nobody out there that have networks that are actually hand-holding seriously everyone that comes on to our network to be able to go and get sponsorships and to have everything put together for you to be able to do all of that. There's no time that you have to put into it other than filling in. That's it.
Yeah.
It's simple.
I mean, we don't tell people things that we haven't done ourselves. And given that the package with the website shows you how to generate lead revenue like the big money companies, then you've got a TV show, and then you've got sponsors that are paying for your TV show that's promoting your website. I mean, talk about having everything perfectly done for you. It's just mind-blowing. I mean,
And
you can't get this more.
you know what I think, Lee? I think that is so good that it's almost like people are like, wait a minute, I don't understand it, and I'm not sure if I really need it. But you do. There's just no question about it. OTT platforms are just, just unbelievably. And that is really what the sponsorships themselves are actually looking for, is OTT platforms that you're on.
Yeah.
So I just always say, give them what they want.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to do that?
So let's just say you have a website that you're sending leads to, let's say a nutrition company. You get your 5-minute spotlight talking about nutrition, and then you get CVS to sponsor you for $100,000. You put $50,000 into creating your TV series, and you've got $50,000 to buy the wardrobe.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy good. Not just for what you want to do, but really when you start to do those videos and make those shows and whatever, and you see that people love them, and you see people coming in and watching them and doing all of those things, it's really kind of like, wow, I didn't know it was going to be this good. But it is.
Really, it is. I mean, like, who knew? People, when I had my TV show, would come up and ask for my autograph. And this is without me having to sign a check, Yeah, I love that. Usually they just wanted it on a check.
You get more attention than I do, Lee.
But it opens so many doors. And what happens right now with the membership is that we help usher all those doors, because we're showing you things that nobody else can show you, because nobody else has actually done it. Right. And that's, people have done it, but they're not here to tell you how they've done it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Google's not going to tell you how to create lead revenue, and neither is Facebook, and neither is Angie's List. And you're not going to get ABC to tell you how to create a TV spotlight, but you have Shay will tell you.
For sure.
And Bettina will tell you how to help you out with the sponsorship package. You're not going to get anyone else to do that.
That's right.
So it really is a 1, 2, 3 knockout punch.
Yep.
And then you throw Brian's and Amanity on it, and oh my goodness, woo woo.
Yeah. It's sometimes it's just put your feet in the water, see what it's going to be. You'll just continue to move forward.
I'm dying to hear if there's any other questions that we can take. We just have time for maybe one more. We're kind of now moving into our time, but this is kind of what we're going to be doing too. So
yeah.
Are there any other questions? Open up your mics, ask questions. We have 2.
Yeah, they open up their mics when they've got their TV going.
Yeah, that was so funny. I was like,
not.
Yeah, I kept saying, can you mute? Anyway, let me just say, you guys, thank you so much for joining me today. And whatever your path takes you, I wish you nothing but great success.
Well, you should stay on with Bettina and I as we continue to talk about, making $1,000 a day. I think you can add a lot to that. The other thing I would say about your TV show spotlight is you won't get kicked off. Like YouTube, Vimeo took down 250 of my videos because of something I did 7 years ago that was completely fine. But in today's standards, no, all of a sudden they took out my whole business. I had to fight to get it back. I mean, so and being on TV is certainly a step above being on YouTube. I mean, people are fleeing YouTube anyway. But so you don't get censored on this, which is a lot to say, and it gives you a better status. Yes, I have a YouTube channel. Yes, I have a Vimeo channel. But I'm also on TV. Let's just turn on your TV right now and take a look at my spotlight. I mean, seriously, it's you know, it's great.
Has like 4K and
So any more questions, or Bettina, do you want to just jump into $1,000 a day?
Let's jump into $1,000 a day. I mean, folks are staying, and the staying power in this group is really wonderful. We probably have some of the same people from the very beginning. And I've already introduced Lee. You already know me. You already know Shay. So let's just get right down to it.
Well, let me kick off.
You can make $1,000 a day.
Okay, let me kick off a really easy idea for people. I talked about it in a breakout session. The We Empower You membership is absolutely fabulous for entrepreneurs. They've got the all-inclusive website, they've got the TV show Spotlight, you've got the sponsorship package, and they have all the other things that all the members and non-members have been adding into the platform, which is, we'll talk about later. However, if you just take an affiliate link, and we will give you an affiliate link for free, you don't even have to be a member, and you post it on your social media, because remember we talked about social media, you use it as a search engine. You post your affiliate link, your We Empower You affiliate link, send people to the weekly membership meetings. When they join, you get paid $800 per person annually. So let's say that 5 people join, 5 times 8, 100 people join, that's $80,000 annually. And all you did was post it on social media. So what I would do is I would use your Instagram account and post funny pictures, cute videos, anything that might hit and go viral. You'll never know when something goes viral. And if you get something like, whether it's an image or a video, it hits, it goes viral, you could have 1,000 people come to the meetings and join the We Empower You membership. That's $800,000 a year. And what did you do? You posted a link. You posted your affiliate link, and you had fun with it by adding cute videos and images. I mean, how easy is that? That's not only easy, it's fun. If all you did was that, I mean, Bettina is making, this is the second year of We Empower You. Bettina is making a huge revenue stream just because she just did what I just said. She just invited people to the meetings and they joined. It's very powerful. Bettina, do you want to pick up from there?
Absolutely, I can pick up from there. Let me take that pin off of you here for a second.
I mean, just post a picture of Shay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, I want to really set the stage for how this really came about, right? So I met Lee it's going on 3 years ago in New York. And we were there for some high-powered PR program that we were both attending. And we met, shook hands. She started telling me about this amazing thing that she was doing, getting paid for leads and getting paid, for telling people where to go, which was the title of her book. And I immediately got it, went home, read her book. It's very short and sweet and to the point. And what I discovered was that I had some of my own blocks. I knew it was the answer. Several months later, I let it pass and I went ahead and signed up to an income activator account, knowing it was the right solution that I had been looking for about 20 some years, for that matter, because I've always had a group of either men, women, or both who've been a part of my community since about 1992. And so I have been looking for a customizable but replicable website solution. So I know what I was looking for. And when I saw it, I knew it was that, which I needed. But the timing was kind of a little off because I thought, oh, well, heck, I don't know what to do with this now, because I was running a marketing ad agency at the time. And so a couple months went by and I think I signed off, and then I kept writing notes to myself. So, you know, the to-do list, this is what you're going to do when you get your act together and all of that. Lee was like 1 or 2, 1 or 2, 1 or 2. She never fell below the 2 mark. And I had done this like, I don't know, 50 times over a long stretch of time. And then last year, before COVID had reared its ugly head, I had contacted Lee to say, I'm ready now to go back into speaking, to go back into empowerment, to go back into building community. And I'm gonna kick this off in June of 2020. And we didn't know what was coming down the pike. And at some point when she started working with me, she started to see and hear some resistance. And so she said to me, Bettina, you have a disease and I don't want it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And the disease, she said, it was called working too hard, because I was saying, I'm going to do this and that and this and that and this and that. And she's like, you don't need to do any of that. Well, I'll point you in the right direction. Do you trust me? And I said, okay, let me see what you can do. And then she said, again, whispering in my ear, because we were on the phone, she said, I'm going to teach you how to earn $1,000 a day, $30,000 a month. To which I thought, that's not bad. Yes, sign me up to that. I'd love to learn how to do that. But literally the other part of my brain was going like, whenever that happens. And so, but I went ahead and I let Lee be Lee. I let Lee do Lee. She did my website for me. And I didn't try to control it or manipulate it or anything like that. She asked for some assets. I sent her a few. They were old, outdated. And I had a name in mind. And at some point that even got changed. I just let her take over. And I really share with people, you just got to let Lee do her thing, because she knows what she's doing. She's made millions of dollars doing exactly what she's trying to teach us. And it's only us that gets in the way. And within 8 weeks, she had turned my $2,500 investment into $25,000 in gross revenue into the brand new company called We Empower You. So I've had $9,000 a day. I've had a $3,000 several times, $6,000, and $1,000 a day is easy. So that's what we're going to hear about today. And of course, you know, because we pay 50% of the registration for the membership to the person that brings in the member, you can start with the $800. You can do this every single day. You can do this 12 times a year. You can do this 12 years, just one person a year. Every time they renew, you get $800. And I'm on my now renewal. So this is income that's coming in that I don't have to go out and do any work for. I just have to service and take care of my customers, my members, my clients, and do well at that. And of course, we're doing a bang up job because Lee comes on every single Wednesday to serve and to inform and to explain all the ins and outs of marketing strategies that you're never going to find this on YouTube told the way that she tells it. So that's what's happened. And so when I came back from a visit from my mother last week, I picked up my mail, and lo and behold, there was a check. And the check was from referrals, right? So I get money from referrals as one of the marketing strategies that's built into the system. And then I also got a renewal from one of our first members. We call them founding members, and that was from TUNAP. And this money came in without me doing anything this year for it. It's literally just going to come in each and every time I give a referral to the one company or I renew a member every year. And so what I was sharing with speakers and with anyone who'll listen, frankly, is that if all you found in whatever specified period of time that you choose, not us, you found 12 people that were interested in what we are doing. Like, we're building a community, we're building a global movement, we're partnering up with each other. We're helping one another. We're working collaboratively, right? If this is of interest to 12 people in your life, it will generate $9,600, right? At $800 a piece. Now, if you're slow or you don't really want to do it really very much of the time, it could take you 12 months, and that's one a month. One new member a month that you send our way. We pay you $800 every month, right? For those 12 members. That is a lot of money because it renews every single year, $9,600 a year. Well, you just have to do the math. I'm not going to do the math here because that adds up to quite a lot of money. I've already generated in less than a year's time renewing income that's coming in annually right now that is well over $40,000 that I can expect as long as I take care of the members, as long as they stay members. I can expect that money to renew into my coffers every year thereafter. So in 25 years, just doing nothing more, not having not one single new member, that's $1 million. You do the math, it's happening. And it's happening to me. And what we're here to do today in this session is to teach you how to do it, because it is a simple formula. But the thing that I've learned over time is that you've got to let go and let Lee, not let go, let God. You got to let go and let Lee help you, guide you, shape you, form you into doing these techniques and these strategies that are built into the system. And it's as simple as that, but it's not so simple because we want to work hard. We want to create complicated email campaigns. We want to have complicated funnels. We want to have complicated devices, and maybe we want to have products and services and classes. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you were to give just a small amount of time to not working so hard and promoting others in this company, you will eventually start to have a new stream of income that does not depend on you working for it. It just depends on you sharing and promoting this opportunity. And it is a wonderful opportunity. So I cannot thank Lee and Shay enough for their founding, co-founding what my opportunity is I'm creating here. And without them, I don't think I would have gotten very far, to tell you the truth, because I was always a hard worker. I tend to still want to be working too hard. And that's the first thing you've got to break that habit, because it's a habit. That said, I run a full-time marketing agency where I produce videos, social media content, and anything advertising for my clients. So I haven't even done this full-time, right? This is a part-time opportunity for me. Eventually, it will be my full-time opportunity as I head into my retirement years, because I love promoting others. That's all I have to do is promote other people. How many of you that are members have opportunities that have come your way to build your brand, to build strategy, to build yourself, and to have client activity? Many of us are now also shopping from one another. So this community is really strengthening, and it's a directory on top of everything else. I'm going to stop there. I'd love for Lee to pop in, and Shay, and maybe even hear from some of our members who have already had those $800 check moments.
Well, let me just tell you, because this is what happens, because it's so unique, this membership. And I was talking to Rita, and everybody seems to get it once they are involved in a few months and they're sort of understanding it. So I was talking to Rita, and I said, okay, promote the membership. Someone buys, you get $800. But Rita, you can include your $900 package, in the membership, and you can sell it to your clients. So what happens is that she says, well, you can buy my package for $900, or you can buy the membership for $15.99. But that means you get my money package, you get the website, the TV show, the sponsorship package, and all the other packages that people have included. And it's a better value, but it's also great for Rita, because her $900 money marketing package gets her renewal revenue every year. She could only actually sell it once, but if they buy the membership package, which includes her money package, she gets $800 annually for that same package. So you can take the membership.
Stop right there, because I'm going to tell you right now, the way you describe that, everybody might be going like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Rita, who is the money gal, got it. So stop right here and say, you, Rita, could sell your package for $997 one time to a customer and get $997 one time, or you can include your package into our package, the $15.99, making it be $15.99, because we have all kinds of stuff valued at $30,000, but you're going to get paid every single year that person renews. Do the math again. And that's the, I mean, it just blows my mind. You either have a one-time sale and you make the $997, or you have an annual $800 year over year over year. It is priceless what we're talking about doing. And every member that has something of an offer, Lauren Archer, Art Johnson, they all had packages in the $1,500 range, $997 range that may not have been selling very often. And if they had sold them, again, it's a one-time sale. This is a renewable energy, so to speak. Every year you can get compensated, especially if you're, again, we're taking care of our members and nobody wants to leave us at this point. So keep going.
Okay, so who understood me better and who understood Bettina better? Rita, can you jump in? Where is Rita? So that's the whole that's the whole point. You can include your package into the membership and make the membership your own. Okay, so if you are ever thinking of creating a membership package with a renewal, take ours. Take ours, make it your own. Sell it with your special sauce or sell it just as it is. But we're 50-50 partners. And again, post it everywhere. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm just posting invitations and people are popping and joining and I'm generating revenue. It's so much easier than selling. Inviting people to the marketing meetings and them saying, yeah, I need a website, I need a TV show, I need sponsorship package, I need Rita's $997 money course, I need Debbie Waldeck's information on how to stay healthy, I need Art Johnson's special sauce about cloud marketing, I need. It's, and when you include your package, whether you're a member or not, you get a broader scope of people that you can sell to, people that you know, that begin to know you.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and open up the mic here and hear from folks like TU Knapp, if you're able to come on here, TU, and Art Johnson.
Right here, Bettina.
Okay, why don't you start and then Art can take a turn, because both of you have received the $800 in payment already.
I would love to. And you know, this is how amazing this network is. Because when I joined, it was after the summit in June last year. And I had no idea what I was getting into. I honestly didn't know. But what I realized was that something was clicking in my brain that, wait a minute, this is a network of people that are professionals that have so many different valuable nuggets. Why wouldn't I join? I'll figure it out later. It's like you jump off the cliff and you figure out how to fly and grow your wings, right? And that's exactly what I did. And it took a little while before everything started clicking. But, you know, even just now, what you just both said, how you can build your package within the membership benefits, that's huge. You know, why wouldn't you? I mean, seriously, it's like a no-brainer, because then you're getting the return. You know, I just, you know, I saw the $800 check in my mailbox and I thought, wow, this is amazing. It actually worked. But of course it would, because every single member here is a person that has high standards and integrity and so much to share. I love my website, Lee. And it's getting better. And, everything that I need, you lead me. All of you find a way to help me out. And to see how this is like, we're weaving a tapestry, an amazing tapestry of so many talented individuals coming together and helping each one of us build our dreams and goals. I highly encourage everybody who's considering the membership to jump on, because you're not missing it. You are going to miss the boat. And I know down the pipeline, it's going to keep getting better. I'm thrilled that my video is now in the hands of Shavon. And, all these little things happened because you kept leading me to the right people. And I didn't have to do anything but have a little faith in all of you.
Yes.
So I am thrilled to be here.
If you could place a value on the year's membership, what value might you put on that if you were to put a figure?
Include your book cover.
I have to say this, okay? Lee is the reason why the cover of the book ended up being the cover that I chose. The content in my presentation today was another result because of some information that you shared with me. And you don't even know that yet because, well, I just did it. It's now recorded though, so you definitely go watch it. But I don't know that I can put a value on this. It's priceless. It's priceless. What I've learned in the last year, part of what I do is I help people with raising their self-worth, self-love, self-esteem, right? And when I first joined, I didn't think I deserved to even be here. I had every single one of you on a pedestal. And I realized that, everybody brings value. Yes, even me. So to get this book out, to have the cover the way it came out, to be able to put it in the website, that 5-minute video that you helped me do, I took everything that you teach us. You offer so much time and so much tutelage, I'm going to say, to help me structure what I needed. I mean, the shirtless dancing guy, the video of the shirtless dancing guy, it wasn't him that was the one that got the wave going. It was the second one. And then the next one. I mean, all of these nuggets that you've taught us, I can't even think right now. There are so many, just to even try and put a price tag on that. I can't.
Well,
in a year, I have changed so much. And what I'm seeing now is this, that meek, mild, passive person that you used to pick on me, Lee, because I would raise my hand quietly. Yeah, heck no, she's gone. She's gone because everything has helped me grow. Everything. And I'm excited because now I understand the value of the WWTVN. That's a new aspect for me that I'm like, well, hey, I did a 5-minute video. Why couldn't I do a half-hour show?
Well, you
right?
had a situation that arose by just creating the video, right? Your family member came back into your life. So that there's rippling effect that happens that is not even measurable, right? Is what you're saying.
Yes, there are so many things, and you have absolutely no idea. You have no idea where any of this is going to lead. But if you don't take that first step, if you don't trust the network and move forward, how are you ever going to know, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to know if you're sitting somewhere in a corner going, I don't understand how to do this website. That's okay. We have people here that can help us. Ellie has done a beautiful job. She incorporated that video into my website now. And my video is up on YouTube. And I'm like, who knew that in January we filmed the video? Larry Domenico did a beautiful job. And to connect with family who I hadn't heard from in a long time, that was an extra added bonus. I didn't know that was coming, right? So we don't know what we're missing out on if we never take that first step. Try it for a year. If you don't like it, that's okay. At least now you know. But I bet you anything you can stay.
You know, I got to tell you to you that you will be here next year talking about the $100,000 that you got from a sponsorship package, because you've done the book, the website, this TV show Spotlight. You'll have your own series, and you'll have change in your pocket from your sponsors. I mean, you've done everything that we've said to do, and you're like right there. You're sitting there.
She's absolutely a front runner for sure. And Lori Segal-Whaley's not too far behind her.
Lori,
and
I have to add this. I just have to add this. I'm already doing a sponsored package. I'm writing things out right now.
Yay, yay. Put this whole thing in a sponsored package. You can throw in a membership to a $2,500 sponsor, right? Get a membership included in your sponsor package. You know,
that's true. Yeah.
Right? Why not?
You know, I wanted to just mention something that I think is really important. It's like people struggle so much about just, you know, trying to sell their own packages.
Yeah.
And this is the easiest way for them to be able to not only do that, but get more money than what they're asking for just their own, just by putting it in the package and selling that. People will buy that faster than they will for that one item that they need with you. They'll buy more than that. You guys really need to really think about that. You get the opportunity of taking your services and whatever and putting them on and having people that you've never met, ever talked to or whatever, buying something that when you sell that, you're going to be getting 50% of what that cost is.
Yeah.
Imagine this. Okay. Imagine this. You have your package wrapped around a $30,000 benefit, member benefit. Okay. You're not like my light bulbs just went on, Lee. It's like, it took me a while on this one, but you know what? I had to overcome a whole lot of hurdles, but I'm here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to get here, right?
Right.
I mean, it took Bettina a while too.
Yeah.
Right. But the thing is that now you have your package, just exactly what Shay is saying. Look at the beautiful wrapping around your package. Who wouldn't renew this every year? It's a gift.
Absolutely.
It's the most amazing gift of opportunities I've ever been a part of. And I'm so thrilled to be here.
Thank you so much. I know we're getting on to 5 when Debbie Waldick's going to come on. Real briefly, though, Art, you got about 60 seconds you can give us? Are you there?
Yeah, it's everything that and more in terms of some of the things that TU has talked about. I've experienced firsthand. I'm a founding member, and you know, to see people grow and to have myself grow and to be a part of this. We're celebrating our a year's anniversary in the smack dab in the middle of COVID-19. And instead of waiting to see what was happening, we decided to blast forward and never looked back. And that, you know, I don't know of any business, whatever size it is, it could be as large a business as Amazon or as small as mine. No one has done what we've done that I know of except us. And I'm going, wow. And it's only just the beginning in terms of that. As you know, we become more diverse as we move into different continents, the African continent and parts of Europe. There are people who came in here from France and from Ivory Coast and now from East Africa. And it's all good. It's all good. And what's so nice, it's not high pressure. It's just like, okay, we're going to just keep giving you these jewels, these nuggets of knowledge, and it's up to you when you want to seize them, and you're going to seize them the way it feels right for you. That is such a beautiful gift. So that's all I need to say.
And you have the last word on that topic, because we got to press on. Thank you, Art, for being a member, as well as behind the scenes talent for us on the IT side, and along with Janet Francis and Aggie Clark and Larry Domenico here today. My son normally would be here as well, but he's living in Kansas. So thank you, Lee. That's a wrap. Thank you, Shay, also for participating, and to you. And now I'm going to bring up another slide, and it's going to be for Miss Debbie Waldeck. If someone can go ahead and give Debbie her spotlight, not her spotlight, her co-hosting, I will go ahead and bring her slide up. Give me 1 second. This just helps us in the editing down the line. So,
and Debbie's product is a big contributor to the Empower You membership. I mean, Debbie blows me away. She's amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
You have your,
All right. Now, Debbie sent me a little bit of a book, but I am going to do my best. Didn't get to practice this version, Debbie, but I gotcha. Okay. And make sure you're, she's spotlighted there once I finish. All right, Debbie, I am so pleased to welcome you. She has been called the Professor of Hope, Health, and Happiness, but I call her Dr. Truth. She is a certified nutritionist and author of 3 self-health help books. She has an uncanny ability to see patterns and trends years before or even they're ever announced in the mainstream media. She began her journey with an autoimmune disease, was given meds, and then became pregnant. Complications arose at 3 months, and Debbie was told to abort the pregnancy. However, Debbie chose to listen to her still small, sweet voice, her intuition, her God, and believed that her child, her son, would be whole. In 1989, her child was born with complications, but that only caused Debbie to search for answers. She has since spent more than 30,000 hours researching and teaching. Debbie's research resulted in the complete well-being of her son, who was able to go on and receive a congressional nomination to the U.S. Military Academy and is now in medical school. In 2000, Debbie accurately predicted the increase in pharmaceutical sales through 2020. She stated that by 2020, one of the greatest medical challenges would be mental health, anxiety, and addiction due to her profound understanding of the gut and immunology. In 2004, Debbie was invited to speak in every major city in Australia. There again, Debbie saw trends overseas that predated the United States medical trends. She has been a voice in the wilderness who teaches that regardless the health condition, there are consistently the same 3 common denominators of imbalance within the body. Yet we go to the podiatrist for plantar fasciitis or the OBGYN for PMS and the psychiatrist for depression when she says, if we first address the foundation of health, the 3 common denominators we'd be way ahead. I invite you now to enjoy the pearls of wisdom you are about to hear. Debbie has a gift of taking complex medical issues and making it entirely understandable and fun for the layperson. Don't be surprised if you walk away with several aha moments. Welcome, Debbie. It's so great to have you back. I know you just moved in and got planted where you're at, so I'm going to go ahead and share your video first. So bear with me, everybody, as I find her video here. Oops, got to get to the right one. This might take a moment. Don't talk amongst yourselves. Okay, I think I'm in the right one.
With MailChimp.
Got to get through the advertisements.
Customer
Just
journey
a second, folks.
You can track when a customer buys something.
Okay, so this is as close as I can start her video. And here we go. It's going to have a little bit of last March. Just a second. Debbie is not a health coach, but a well-being warrior. She is the wellness diva. Welcome, Debbie.
You know the video's not playing, right, Bettina?
Did she step away?
Oh, she's just taking down some memberships now, right now. There. Did we get on? Barbara. Art, can you help Bettina? Or Debbie, can you just come on and start your presentation? Could someone call 911? How about 411?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Debbie. Yeah, just start.
No, actually, I'm not. What we're doing is because I just finished a 5-day cross-country trip with no internet, no furniture, no nothing. Bettina is playing a video that she has of the presentation, and then I'm coming on for Q&A and a final point. So I don't know where the video has gone with Bettina. Bettina, hello.
She called it up, but she didn't push the play button.
Well, let's just laugh.
Is Bettina even there? Debbie, this happens to you every time. What's going on? Every time.
Yeah, this is fourth time.
Fourth time on every presentation.
To show you how unshakable I am, Lee. So you guys, let me just share. I'm just going to start until Bettina gets back, and I don't have my computer set up and all the kind of stuff. I don't even have a truck. The truck was delayed, so it'll be here sometime in the future. Currently, my furniture is in St. Louis, Missouri, so that's where it's at. It was really amazing driving cross country, and going through all the states, really West Coast to East Coast. And here we are, obviously in the middle of a pandemic, we're winding down, but there were so many interesting observations. And Bettina said, I've been searching around health and wellness is a way to put it, but that is just so it's so small and significant as to what it really is. It's really about us finding our highest purpose, living our best life. And one of the things that really was interesting is as I drove cross country, I saw more and more and more something that scares me. And I was going to say this at the end, but I'm going to say it now. But I'm going to say it this way, that we have come to a point in our society where knowledge comes from authority. We don't have authority from knowledge. So I'm traveling cross country and I'm looking at, for example, bathroom to bathroom, city to city, state to state, different rules, for example, around this pandemic. And I was laughing that I think in 90% of the bathrooms, there was no soap, right? But we're in the middle of, we need to be washing our hands. So I'm watching also people's responses, people who are terrified. Then there's some cities where people just, screw it, we're not terrified. And I was observing all of this. And then I was thinking about the fact that where do we get our knowledge from? And our knowledge comes from that which is deemed as appropriate and authority. And it was quite interesting because, for example, as Bettina shared with you all, 30 years ago, when I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease, I was given medication that they didn't know at the time would affect an unborn child. But today, in the physician's best reference, we know that it does, so you don't take it. unfortunately, I started the medication and then I got pregnant. And so when I was told to abort my child, the decision not to was nothing around politics or religion. It was because this inner knowing, this knowing was like, no, you're going to have a healthy baby boy. And I was even given his name. And I chose to hold on to that. It was the most surreal moment. It was the moment that changed my life because everybody around me was telling me why I should be afraid, why I was wrong. But I chose to believe what I call a promise from God. For those of you who don't believe in God, I apologize, but I just simply chose to believe. And from that moment forward, there was nothing that could shake me, though so many scary things happened, so many bad things happened, but I knew. And then when he was born with significant complications. We were told that he would need open heart surgery and so on and so forth. And I'm not going to get into that very long story, but all I wanted to know was why did I have this autoimmune disease? And the answer was, well, we don't know, it's genetic. And I'm thinking, but no one in my family before me had it. Why are we seeing all of these conditions? And you got to know, guys, this was 32 years ago now. But why are we seeing these increases in childhood disease? And, used to be type 2 diabetes happened to people over the age of 40. I know 17-year-olds that have developed type 2 diabetes. We're getting sicker and sicker and sicker as a nation, but no one seems to want to talk about it because we're so concerned and distracted right now with the pandemic. We're not seeing this epidemic that's in front of us. So then I started, and again, I say this because when I very first started researching, you guys, I would go to the medical libraries and I would spend 3 to 5 hours a day researching the old school way. When you got those little Rolodex cards and files and the Dewey Decimal System. I mean, that's how I started researching. But then the internet came out. And at first, there was really nothing on it except for porn. But then we started getting more and more and more great information. And then there was this window of time where I could find research from India, Iraq, Europe, Australia, everywhere. You could find great information. But interestingly, over the last 7 or so years, it's harder and harder and harder to find said information. Now, what do I mean by that? In the first 2 books that I wrote, I have over 300 medical references in those 300 books. Today, I will take one of those books out and look for one of those references, and I can't find it, you guys. I cannot find it on the web. It's there. It's in my book. I know the clinical abstract. I know the authors. I know the researchers. I know the scientists who wrote it, but you can't find it. It's buried so deep. And it caused me to start thinking about today, only our knowledge is coming from authority, but who is the authority? And so I started looking at things like these journals that are well respected. And believe me, this is very difficult for me to say because my own son is just now starting medical school. This is very, very difficult for me to say. But what's happening is there is research that's occurring, but if research isn't stating what everybody else is stating, we're not seeing it, we're not reading it. So therefore, we can't have a conversation or a debate. And I wondered about when it's like the movie The Hunger Games. Why are we not allowing authority to come from knowledge? I know this, I can prove this, I can show this, but you can't say it. Then I started walking as I'm going across country, and I'm seeing individuals who, there's so much conversation around, I can't, gender or this or that, and that's fine, that's great. But here's how it relates to medicine. Lee, for example, every single person in this meeting right now, the thousands that will see it after, from Africa to Australia to Europe to here, each and every one of us are that unique. When you combine the uniqueness of our DNA, plus the uniqueness of our microbiome, the bacteria that we were born to from the bacteria that our mother had the day she birthed us, and as we moved to that birth canal, however and whatever that mother experienced from the day she was born to the day she had you is in the bacteria that was in her birth canal that actually affects the immune system for the next generation. And in a moment, I'm going to share with you, this is how I knew back in 2000, by 2020, one of our biggest issues would be anxiety, mental health, and addiction. And I'm explaining that here in just a moment. It would have been in the video that was to play. But either way, you look at the DNA, you look at the microbiome, you look at the environment that you're exposed to, you look at your unconscious memories from before the age of 5, you look at inherited fears. There's so much that makes us individual, but we're trying to treat everybody as if we're exactly the same. Now, something happened just 2 days ago that caused me to decide to, at least at what I thought would be the end of this little video that would be playing, to share something that frightened me. Because back in 2004, when I was in Australia, already in Australia, there was banning of certain supplements, health supplements, in 2004, that long ago. And I knew that it would begin to happen in this country. I thought it would happen a little sooner, but just if you Google right today, you might not know that Amazon has just banned the sale of all what's called N-acetylcysteine. And N-acetylcysteine is an actual ingredient for something that our body makes. Our body makes an antioxidant, which is called glutathione. Glutathione is the actual fountain of youth. It is that within us that helps us to detoxify and slows the aging process. We all make it. Some of us don't make it too well. We have genetic variations. Every child is autistic has a genetic variation in a gene where they don't make it too well. In part, that's why they're where they are, because they have a very difficult time detoxifying, essentially. But at the end of the day, this glutathione is something that you can buy it off the shelf. Unfortunately, it's not absorbed too well when taken by mouth. It's something the body needs to make. So in my second book, for example, I talk about how to preserve, restore, and recycle this and maintain these levels as we age so that we can truly slow the aging process and speed up healing. So what is glutathione? It's an antioxidant, which means it stops damage in the body, helps to detoxify, slows the aging, but it's made of 3 things, 3 little amino acids. One is called glutamine, one is called glycine, and one is called cysteine. And all of a sudden, Amazon has banned the sale of all N-acetylcysteine. And without it, it's very difficult for your body to make glutathione. And I thought, wow, that is very, very unfortunate. Now, I say this because it's funny, Bettina and I were speaking yesterday about history and changing history. And I shared the term, you guys, if you ask yourself, what does the term OTC mean? Can anybody unmute and tell me what you think OTC means? As it relates to that.
Counter. Over the counter.
What does that mean to you? What does over the counter mean to you?
That you don't need a prescription
Things that you
to
don't need a
get
prescription for.
Exactly. Do you know that penicillin, for example, was introduced in the late 1930s? And in the 1940s, we started moving from nutritional research into pharmaceutical research. In fact, when I was researching for my son, I researched several different ways, but one of the ways I researched, you guys, was going year by year, meaning I'm talking about from the 1500s to the 1600s to the 1700s. And oh my goodness, guys, when you study like that, you can seriously see some trends going on. Seriously see some things going on. It's like, why? Well, from the 1900s to 1948, all across the world, countries and scientists were at a race trying to find the next vitamin. Vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin C with Linus Pauling. It was like a race, and it was exciting because they're finding what these vitamins did. But in 1948, when they found B12, it stopped, and we didn't find another discovery, or didn't make another discovery in this realm until 1978, late 1970s with CoQ10. 30 years, it just stopped. What happened? Well, all of a sudden, we started shifting our attention to pharmaceuticals, okay? So in the 1940s, when we would prescribe a medication and the pharmacist handed it to the patron over the counter, the term OTC originally was for a prescribed medication that the pharmacist would hand to the patron with an explanation of what you do. But what we've done over these 70 years is we've changed the definition. And this is why I get very concerned about changing definitions, especially when in our United States of America English language, in the year 1990, we had 500,000 words in the US language. In 2000, we had 1 million. The 1 millionth word or term was Web 2.0. We're constantly adding words, sexting, Kleenex, faxing. But we start changing words, then we change our history, we change our memory. We don't know what's going on. So OTC, no, it was never something that you go and buy without a prescription. So now that I asked you that question and set it up, let's go back to that N-acetylcysteine that you no longer can buy from Amazon, which is a safe supplement that improves glutathione levels so your body's better able to detoxify and slow the aging process. And this has happened this week. Well, why is it that I can't, and in Australia, have difficulties buying digestive enzymes or vitamin C beyond a therapeutic value or certain nutrients when I can go into the drugstore and I can self-diagnose and go and say, hey, my stomach hurts. I must have too much stomach acid. So I'm going to go and buy Tagamet OTC. Really, it's off the shelf OTS. But I'm now going to medicate, diagnose, and prescribe for myself with no medical degree. But I can buy all those medications at the pharmacy, which is called a health hub. Those are the signs on the CVS, which makes me laugh because it's the last thing, a health hub. Yet I can't, I will start to have difficulties buying nutritional supplements. And I say this because if it wasn't for nutritional supplements and the research and the knowledge, my child would not be, number one, here. And if he were here, for the first 7 years, he was so ill with so many diagnoses. Had I continued to follow the status quo, there's no way on this planet that boy would have gone to West Point, graduate with highest honors, and now be in medical school. And so this is my point when it frightens me, when knowledge only comes from authority, but no authority comes from knowledge. And so what I do is number one, in my Body Mind Blueprint program, I start with 7 lessons that are really, really easy, but they also open your mind to, wow, maybe I really am different. Maybe the fact that I've got allergies isn't just because I inherited it, but maybe there is a little imbalance in my body this is an early red flag and warning sign that if I don't address it, something worse will happen down the road, because it's exactly what things like allergies, asthma, eczema are. They're early red flags and warning signs of this imbalance that if we don't address it, something worse can come down the road. Whenever my body is overreacting to its environment, food sensitivities, I'm overreacting to food. Asthma, I'm overreacting to the air. Pollen, I'm overreacting to my environment. Eczema, I'm overreacting to my own skin. Psoriasis, I could go on and on. Autoimmune disease, I'm attacking myself. All of those are evidence of essentially a hyperactive immune system. So way back in the day when I was diagnosed with Graves' disease, which is a thyroid disease, and when I was diagnosed, my resting heart rate was nearly 160 sitting in a chair, 160. I was extremely ill with it. I was first accused of being a drug addict. I was accused of just having a super type A personality. I was prescribed, some sedative. I don't recall which one it was now. But I knew that, no, there was something wrong with my body. And finally, some customer of mine watched my behavior, saw my trembling hands and my trembling voice and said, you seem like you have something my sister had called Graves' disease. And that's how it was diagnosed. But I remember asking, why do I have this? And when they told me it was genetic, I'm thinking, well, that just doesn't make sense because, okay, I get it. I absolutely have a genetic predisposition to that. I'm going to speak to that in just a moment. Absolutely. Your genetics is like being born with a loaded pistol in your pocket. The point, though, is that what we do in our environment determines whether we pull that trigger or not. So when no one could answer the question, I started looking more deeply into it. And I found that, wow, what if And I always say this, you guys, if we're not getting the answer to the question we're asking, maybe we're asking the wrong question. So I remember thinking, all right, well, why is my body hyperactive? Because of an autoimmune disease, I'm overreacting to myself. I'm attacking myself. Why? What if my body was doing exactly what it was supposed to do, but what if there was an assault on my body that was triggering this intense immune response? And that brought me to studying, well, where is my immune system? And once again, none of this is being spoken about today at all, period, none. Unfortunately, only 20% of my immune system is in the blood or affected by a vaccine, as an example. But 80% of my immune system, or I call it the first line of defense, is actually outside of my body. It's in the mucous membrane of my eyes, my nose, my lungs, my gut, my birth canal. And in that mucous membrane, there's literally a different kind of immune system. And we were built that way because if you think about it, on any given day, we're exposed to 10 to the 23rd power of virus on any given day. And our bodies knew this when we were created and as we evolved. And such that, well, because we're exposed to all that, we have guards, if you want to call it, bouncers, guards. They're a specific kind of antibody that live in my mucous membrane, my eyes, nose, lungs, gut, and so on and so forth. And they keep the bad stuff from getting into the blood, because once bad stuff gets into the blood, then you have the potentiality for autoimmune disease, or you would have the sickness that might occur with the flu, the cold, COVID. It's once it gets in the blood. So what's happening with these bouncers and guard in this mucous membrane? Well, they're going away because of our environment and what we're doing in terms of our gardening, our farming practices, the antibiotics that's in our water and our food and our eggs and our milk and our medications, our high sugar diet. All those things are disrupting this external immune system, so we don't have the bouncers and guards. And unfortunately, if we just talk about that, because that is one of those three common denominators. So way back when I was studying this, Josh was born in 89, come 97, I started seeing this connection. And I asked myself, all right, am I born with this thing on the outside of me? And the answer is absolutely not. No. We get it first from our mothers when we move her through her birth canal. This has nothing to do with genes or genetics. It has to do with the bacteria in mom's birth canal, which matches what's in her intestinal area. So if mom has had years of allergies and asthma and eczema and high sugar diet and medications, then what she's going to be passed along to the next generation is not going to be very good quality. And you begin to see a decline in the quality of the immunity of our children, generation to generation, which is why that first book I wrote was called Saving Generation Next. So the question that I had was, I've got this autoimmune disease. Maybe there's been a lot of stuff that's coming into my blood that's caused my body to overreact. And that's how I was led to learning about not just probiotics in the gut, but I'm speaking about an entire immune system that exists there. And it scares me because, especially when we move into the fall of 2021, when we move into the next flu and cold season, I encourage everybody that's listening, no matter what your position is, whether you've been vaccinated or not vaccinated, that now is the time to really learn how to strengthen your immune system. And it's about a lot more than taking vitamin C. That's great. That helps. But in fact, a great part of it is shoring up what's called your gut-associated lymph tissue. And that is 100% related to the health of your intestinal tract. So knowledge and authority. I think the most important thing for us to know is to know ourselves. And this takes us back to what I just said, when we're all thinking we're exactly the same. And it's a good thing to ask your friends and family, what did you do when you got this? Or what did you do when you got that? But it's a better question to start looking within and to actually take a little bit of time and invest in learning about yourself. as an example, I don't remember or know what video Bettina was going to play today, but in 2 summits ago, I shared that around blood sugars, that each and every one of you hearing this can know within eating 5 meals, you would know whether, for example, keto is best for you, or paleo, or zone, or Mediterranean, or whatever. You would know. How would you know? Well, what I do with my clients is they will eat a keto meal, and then they will look at their blood sugars over 2 hours, and it tells an awful lot. The first readings saying, how did you respond to that food? I have friends, diabetics, that will have strawberry and oatmeal because that's what the American Diabetic Association website says is a healthy breakfast. But they're eating strawberries and oatmeal and the blood sugars are going to 260 even when taking metformin. Well, we know that that's not the best thing for them. Too many carbohydrates, even though they're complex and so on and so forth. I have clients who will eat a keto meal, which is very high fat, very low carbs. Blood sugars, you think they ate 70 Krispy Kreme donuts. Super bad. But the beautiful thing is, instead of just reading a book or asking what worked for your sister, there's numbers and numbers of little tests you can do on yourself to learn about yourself. And in fact, Bettina and Lee and Shay and Tio and Art were speaking prior to me about this membership program. And in the membership program currently, I have the first 7 modules of the Body Mind Blueprint. I mentioned to you about 15 minutes ago that those 7 modules were the ones that were easy. They kind of open our mind to the fact that we might be an individual. For example, one of them speaks about genetics, because I tell you, a lot of you out there believe that if your mama got it, you probably will too. It's all about genetics. And I said, nope. Your genetics is like being born with a loaded pistol in your pocket. The question is, are you going to pull the trigger or not with what you're doing in your lifestyle? Problem is, we don't even know that what we're doing in our lifestyle is pulling that trigger. Okay? But as an example, a study was done with women who were pregnant around pregnancy, ADHD, and smoking. So they took a group of women who were pregnant and they had genetic predispositions for their children to be ADHD. And they looked at the numbers of children that were ADHD to those women. They then took women who did not have any genetic variation whatsoever to promote their children being ADHD, but they smoked during pregnancy. They had twice the opportunity of children being ADHD when born, meaning the environmental factor of smoking was more relevant to the child being ADHD than the genetic predisposition towards it. But the third group of women was the one that was interesting. They had the gene variation and they smoked. And the likelihood of their children being ADHD was more than triple. It was like 1 + 1 is 3. That's what I'm talking about. Your genes plus your lifestyle, 1 + 1 is 3. So maybe it's a good idea to learn about genes, but those first 7 modules kind of open the door to some of the things. One other little thing is what I call the barrel effect. I just got back this last month. Not only did I move myself from the West Coast to the East, but in the middle of that, I took 4 airplane flights. And of course, and every single plane was packed to the gill. I mean, it packed to the gill. And, I made sure that I strengthened my external immune system, that first exposure to any virus I might be exposed to. And I use this analogy called the barrel effect, if you think about it. If you think about a jar that looks like a peanut butter jar that's no label, a plastic jar, and imagine that as your body, and you fill it with dirty water, and that dirty water represents toxins and stuff we're exposed to every single day, normal stuff, the result of digestion and metabolism or sunlight or exhaust fumes, normal stuff. But then think about that jar having a couple little holes in the bottom so that water drains away. That's the immune system. That's the glutathione. That's that thing that's detoxifying us, right? But unfortunately, for some people, their immune system is compromised. And I don't just mean the inside. I mean that external immune system. So too much junk is getting in and filling that jar up too fast. or we're exposed to an abundance of unhealthy things. Maybe we're eating really bad, very, very stressed, smoking. The key is to keep that barrel about never more than half full. So you can be exposed to something and, but your body's strong enough to fight it. It's when you're near that tipping point that you see sickness set in, which is why you could be fine and then you're going through a divorce or a move and you know, good Lord, my body is stressed to the max. This is not the time for me to take on one more thing because it's going to put me over the edge. So those first 7 modules speak about comparing with some interesting studies that show even what comparing does as it relates to our health, to the barrel effect, to the DNA, to the early red flags and warning signs, and introducing the external immune system. But you guys, modules 8 through 30, it is learning about things you never thought you'd know about in terms of what is an antibody, and proteins, and it's like stuff you think, I don't even think I want to know this. But once you start learning it and you realize knowledge is power and you start to know and learn the sign language of your body and you know, oh my gosh, oh, I get what that little toenail fungus means. I get what this rash means or that itch means. My body's telling me something. It's an early red flag and warning sign. Oh my God, you're so far ahead of the game. And so never before have I done this, but I'm including all those modules, not just those first 7, but all of them, because I want people to learn this about themselves in the We Empower You membership program. So Bettina will be changing not just the first 7, but full access to all of the modules. Because I think it's this important. And I think if you go through those first 7, you'll be hungry to know more. And I promise you that you're going to learn things that's going to blow you away, that you're able to articulate it and understand it, things that you thought were hard and they're not. We just have to have a willingness to want to know. And that willingness to want to know is knowing about ourselves, understanding why it's important we know these things. But here's the crazy part. The more you know, and the more you know about yourself, the less vulnerable you will be to the latest scam, whim, fad. And then you start to see that knowledge becomes your authority, not just listening to what the next person is telling you. And I'm going to leave it there. And I know there's a little bit of time left. If there were any questions, I promised Bettina that I would open the floor and invite you. If you get the membership package with We Empower You, you have an opportunity to build a business. But I visualize people learning this information and having enough knowledge that they're able to help other people and educate other people and just like pass it on.
Thank you so much. Wow. It doesn't get any better than Debbie Waldeck.
Want me to say one little tiny thing about that addiction thing? Because I just realized I promised I would and I didn't. So it's very short. And stay right there with me, Bettina.
Okay.
Because you live in the city of Seattle, and I know you've seen over the last 10, 15 years, addiction is so in the face of Seattle. Would you agree with that?
Definitely.
It's a major problem, not just there, but in lots and lots of cities. And there's lots of parents, there's lots of people right now that are not telling out loud, family members, friends that they know are having issues with addiction. Why would I know this 20 years ago? I spoke a little bit about the immune system being in the gut. I'm not going to go there now, but I will tell you that why I knew that the gut was so important to immunity. But I also knew that when it was not in balance, in part because mother never knew it when she was birthing the baby, in part because the child was formula fed, not breastfed, because of the medications. I'm not going to get into it now. But what happens, Bettina, is when that little child's immune system, when their intestinal area is out of balance, they have a very difficult time digesting wheat and dairy. Well, my gosh, is that pretty much what all our kids eat all the time? Pizza, macaroni and cheese, wheat and dairy, wheat and dairy. Well, in wheat is gluten, that's a protein. In dairy is what's called casein, that's a protein. But what people aren't talking about is when that little digestive area isn't breaking it down properly, and by the way, that is evidenced by this huge increase in lactose intolerance and celiac and gluten intolerance. But what happens is those bits and pieces of gluten and casein, Bettina, they pass through the intestinal wall which they should never do, but it's because the intestinal wall is inflamed and out of balance, into the blood, which it should never have gotten there until it was fully broken down. But it passes the blood-brain barrier and has an opiate effect on the brain. Gluten peptides and casein peptides, and you guys can research it, Google it. Why the heck have we not been saying this out loud for 20 years? It's clinically known in clinical studies that those, and just think, how many times is that little child with that intestinal area out of balance getting a little hit, opiate hit. And over time, it damages their little dopamine receptors, which is the joy receptors. 20 years ago, I shared, we would see a culture with a flat affect and prone to addiction. So it's worth it to learn this and and then see how you apply to it. Learn it and say, oh my gosh, that's my sister, that's my daughter, that's my brother, that's my father. And so I hope that those of you who are already members will take advantage of this because it's right in the membership program. And for those of you who are not, this is a program that I charge way more than the We Empower You membership fee. However, I'm including it all in that. And you also get the website and the support and the WWTN and all the resources with regards to promoting and the videos. Oh my gosh. But Bettina, it was a decision that I've made that I want to have full access to that in our summit and collaborate and really not just shatter your revenue ceiling, but shatter this invalid information about really what health even is. I think you're muted, Bettina.
Thank you. I'm bouncing back and forth here with gratitude. Thank you so much. I love you, and I'm hoping that you'll get settled here soon. There's time for questions, so folks, open up your cameras and your microphones, and let's just have some folks ask and answer questions. I don't know if Rosie is here with us, but she's had some tremendous results. If you would feel comfortable even off camera talking about your success after working with Debbie. Rosie,
are you there?
There she is. Rosie, share what you've been doing that has been bringing you some, you'll have to put your camera, there you go.
There's our beautiful Rosie.
Yeah, I've been working with Debbie now for a few months, and my blood sugars were sky high, and she's helped me bring them down.
In the hundreds, right?
A lot of wisdom. She's got a lot of wisdom, and she's got a lot of information that she gives you.
That's great. And I think you had a side benefit of weight loss.
Yeah, and I didn't need weight loss. That's not what I was doing it for, because I'd already lost weight. I was 125, but I lost 5 more pounds.
That's great. And more importantly, your sugars aren't in the hundreds right now, which is really great. Your doctor's probably very happy with that result. Yeah. And what did you find out?
400.
Oh, ouch. What did you find out about yourself and the foods that you were eating versus what you're eating now?
Well, I thought I was eating healthy. I was eating a lot of vegetables, cooking with coconut oil, using olive oil, just, chicken thighs. Well, Debbie changed my diet. So
well, I didn't change Rosie's diet. Rosie's blood sugars told us what she was supposed to have. We asked Rosie's body. Rosie learned about herself, and what we found, Rosie's blood sugars have come down like 50, 300, and I'm telling you, it was like 3 weeks, you guys, just period. And what it was going on is Rosie thought she was doing everything right. Why? Because the books tell her that's how she should do it. The doctors say you should do that. The commercials say you should do that. But for Rosie, we had to calibrate. She can tolerate a certain amount of carbohydrates, but for Rosie, fat was really not her friend.
And I love carbs, but they're not my friends.
Well, right, but there's a certain amount that you can have, but it was just so simple. It's like we ate certain meals, we looked at the blood sugars, the body said, okay, Rosie, you can't tolerate this. And it's like, but I thought that was healthy. Well, the book said it's healthy, but not for Rosie. And you know what? This is the thing. Rosie's sister might be different than Rosie, even though they're from the same family. And this is what I'm saying. Each and every one of us are 100% individual. And there's numbers and numbers and numbers of little teeny tests you can do like that. The blood sugar is just one to learn about yourself. And then
I also learned that when I went for a walk, that helped. And before, when my blood sugars were high, I had no energy to go for a walk. So, yeah.
So you got more energy, your blood sugars are down, you had a little bit of weight loss, and it took you about 3 weeks to get going in that direction. Sounds like a magic pill, but it's magic because it's Debbie. Debbie's the magic.
It's just helping people understand the sign language of their body. It's literally, just think if you were dropped into the Ukraine and you don't speak the language, you don't know what the signs mean. I'm just an interpreter. I'm just helping people understand their sign language, their own body. And, sometimes it's a little tricky. There might be a rash or this or that, and you're like, okay. But, this is the part where I also want to encourage people to have patience. When you have your baby, you don't know what your baby's first whimpers mean. It's the same. It's worth it to learn about ourselves and do it with strong science and knowledge.
Yes, for sure. Debbie, Mia Tepper says, Debbie, can you share the home kit that helps us measure our body's reaction to foods and use in your Body Mind Blueprint seminar? Have you done any research on babies born via C-section?
Oh yeah, I have about that. That's a different conversation. Well, just briefly, children born C-section will have a higher propensity towards asthma, allergies, ADHD, and a host of any evidence of a hyperactive immune system. But why? The reason why is that when they're born C-section, they do not get that maternal inoculation, which is the bacteria they get from mother when moving through the birth canal. There is research only beginning in this. In fact, I was at a medical symposium at the University of Alabama around the microbiome or this bacteria, and it's literally just being discussed and researched. But at the end of the day, that C-section baby never gets that bacteria from mom, which is the seeding. It's what puts the bacteria into the gut, which affects the antibodies. And I'm not going to get there. There's not enough time to talk about that. As it relates to the blood sugars, Mia, I would encourage you. I don't know, Lee, if my website is set up to get email addresses so I can send them out that blood sugar package, which I'm certainly happy to do, or get them to be on my newsletter list. Or if not, I have another way to do that. So Lee, if you would answer that.
Yeah, actually, Debbie, two things. Just have them email you directly because the website isn't finalized. There's a lot of things that aren't done yet. So if they could just email you directly, if that works, or
Okay.
even if they want to email, go to We Empower You and email Bettina and she can forward that off.
Debbie, what's your
Absolutely.
email that you like to use?
No, let me do it this way, actually, you guys. If you want to be, so as you well know, I literally just landed yesterday. I will not be settled till the end of the month fully and back in the saddle until the beginning of July. However, I would love to share these nuggets of information with you via a newsletter, via some short fun videos, via free, incredible information like the blood sugar test kit at home. So right now, the easiest way for you to do that, for me to get your email address and make it easy for me, is to go to ownyourbodysummit.com, ownyourbodysummit.com. Register for that. It's free, and you'll get little videos of interviews I've done with top health experts across the world. But as a side benefit, I will have your email, and I can include you in that newsletter and any new up-and-coming information. But it's just the best way right now until Lee's finished with my new site for me to get that while I'm in this state of transition. ownyourbodysummit.com.
And Debbie, can you just tell people, I had to walk away for a second, the benefit you gave to the We Empower You membership, because you did seven
modules,
sections, and they're just phenomenal.
So what I did, Lee, is way back in, I don't know when it was, September
last year. Yeah.
The first 7 of my 30 modules of the Body Mind Blueprint, the first 7, as I always talk, they're easy, but they open your mind to an entirely different way to look. But with research, I support everything I say. But starting at module 8, through 30, you start learning some stuff. You're like, holy crap, I cannot believe I'm learning this. And I can't believe I'm liking learning this. And I can't believe I know this now about antibodies and antigens and proteins and stuff that will blow your mind, but it's done in a fun way. And I'm including all of that, Lee, the entire BMB 30 modules in this membership program.
Wow.
That important for people. And I mean, believe me, I charge way more than the $1,500 this program. And that, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
You charge like 10,000 or something for that, don't you?
Yeah, I did. Now, that was also with my personally doing boxers and coaching, but I'm giving it all the modules because I have people who are now using the modules just to gain the information. And if they want to go further with me personally, they will. But really the information itself is priceless. And you will literally know things. Just think, this is a woman who spent 30 years, 30,000 hours drilling it down into the most simplest way to put it and the most important things to know, to get to give you, a leg up in understanding when you're talking to your doctor and you understand yourself. You even understand what about your autoimmune disease or your allergies or your asthma or your food sensitivities or your constipation, or your diarrhea. You actually know exactly what and why is going on in your body.
Yeah. Well, my brother had an autoimmune disease, and he went to the doctors. He trusted the doctors. They kept on giving him medications and then medications for the reactions of the medications. And by the end, he was on 35 drugs and he died. Sorry. It's that important. You've got to listen to Debbie's modules. It's just
I will, give me time, and I'm giving it away for free. I'm working, and Lee, we've had certain things in this last month, and I was working with Lee up to a month ago. I will be working again with Lee beginning July to complete this process with Lee, so that my job is to be a voice and give it away for free, because people need to know this information, and but you got to want to know it. You got to want to know it, and that's that's the part that some people think it's too hard. And I'm telling you, once you start learning, it's so fun, especially if the information is laid out in a way that's with pictures and funny videos and ways. It's like you'll be like, I cannot believe I understand this stuff. I can't believe it.
Yep, and you can't find this stuff on YouTube anymore. It's gone. No. Susan Wojcicki said, "Don't. If you talk about something about vitamin C, you're gone. You're deleted." It's ridiculous.
Stephanie,
my videos have been taken off of YouTube multiple times.
Stephanie's asking what brand on N-acetylcysteine?
N-acetylcysteine. So yeah. Amazon has removed all N-acetylcysteine from Amazon. You can still find it if you just do a Google search and find some random health food store. But my point in telling you that was, and I don't have a specific brand that I love, to be honest with you, I don't. But N-acetylcysteine is so critical in helping your body to make glutathione. Along with L-glutamine, I do use Now Sports Nutrition L-glutamine. I add it to my water every single day. And by taking the N-acetylcysteine and glutamine, my body is making an abundant amount of glutathione, which is constantly helping my body to detox and stay young when I'm nearly 60. And also on top of that, I want you to understand, for example, if you take 1,000 obese people, and out of that 1,000 obese people, 500 are diabetic and 500 are not, you ask yourself, why is 500 diabetic? They're all obese. Well, the ones that are obese and diabetic will have low glutathione levels. Autistic children have low glutathione levels because they have a gene variation that makes it difficult for them to make glutathione. So again, there's so much. And this is why I created those 30 modules in the Body Mind Blueprint, because one builds on the other. And, sometimes when I talk, and this is why Lee's going to help me to not be overly complicated. But you guys, you're relying on people who are telling you things and you don't even know why you're being told it. You're just following along like sheep. You got to learn about yourself. You got to spend a little time learning about science. And when you do, like I said, you guys back in the 16 and 1700s, there were vivisections. That's an autopsy on a living human being. I studied nutrition for centuries, looking at centuries, and you will see trends. You will see trends. This is why I knew 30 years ago where we'd be today.
Yeah.
it's all I'm not going to get and go deeper than what I just said. But if you don't take time to learn about yourself, I mean it, you're going to be so vulnerable. I really am sorry.
So you guys see how the passion of the We Empower You membership.
And I'm toning it down, Lee. I'm toning it down today.
I know, it's
And
great.
you know I am.
Debbie's about to go viral worldwide with her your body language, signs. What did you say about it, Debbie?
Sign language of the body.
Sign language of the body. That's going to go viral. You're going to be on every show on the planet.
Well, you know, we'll see. Maybe
we know
channels, but let me just. Does anybody tell me? Give me a little feedback before we go. So then we're done. We're done. 1 minute. 1 minute over. But I want to just one. Is anybody who's listened feel a little bit more inclined to want to learn a little bit more about health, medicine, and yourself?
Yes, I do.
Maria, thank you.
Mia says definitely in the text chat there, and others are raising their hands. Yes, the answer to that, definitely. And actually, our next speaker is had to bow out last minute, and I only have about a 30-minute slot that I can play about her from a video. So you can take a few more questions if they are out there.
I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, or even not necessarily just a question, but observations, especially during this. This has been an interesting year for all of us on this planet. If there's any observation, any aha moment, anything to what I said, even a disagreement, I welcome.
Debbie, I had to walk away for a couple of minutes, but did you give your hostess ho-ho example? That more people are concerned about COVID than eating Hostess Ho-Hos, and Hostess Ho-Hos, the company created a hospital given the damage it did to people.
Well, so has McDonald's and Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Ronald McDonald House. But no, what I said about that was is in a summit 3 times ago. And what had happened, Bettina, was back in September, before I spoke at your summit, I wanted to know what the governmental public health institute was doing around teaching preventative health education. So I was so excited, Lee, because I found the CDC Health IQ app on your phone, which was a game. I thought, okay, maybe I need to shut my mouth. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's out there, right? So I downloaded the CDC Health IQ app. I encourage all you guys do it. CDC Health IQ, because this is what we're learning. This is what preventative health is. And I played 1,000 questions. Each game is 10 questions. So you can go from easy to hard. I did them all. And after 1,000 questions, there was not one question around really anything that relates to how can I be healthy. But I do know more about the HPV vaccine cycle or the Zika virus than I do what a ho-ho will do to my body. That's what I said. I mean, I know about secondhand smoke, seatbelts, wearing a mask. I know about vaccine schedules. I know about Zika virus, but I do not know what a ho-ho will do to my body.
I clean toilets with Coke.
My father used to clean battery acid off a car battery with Coke.
It does really good.
Oh, that's funny. I've heard of all kinds of things. I've never heard of that one. Okay, let's open up your mics and continue the conversation. Moria had asked for the spelling of the vitamins or whatever you were recommending. I did find the correct spelling of N-acetylcysteine, short NAC. I put that in the chat. Is there anything else that I need to spell?
Debbie, what did you recommend for me? That L-gluten thing? That was really good.
Okay, so L-glutamine. G-L-U-T-A, M like Mary, I, N like Nancy, E, L-glutamine. And that's
a special sauce.
Well, no, it's what it is it's an amino acid that the body makes. It's abundant in breast milk, as an example. What does it do in the body? Well, it does 3 major things. It does a number of things, but one of the first things it does is it heals the intestinal wall. Why? Because think about it, bodybuilders take L-glutamine because it helps muscle recovery. Okay, it helps tissue repair faster. Well, the gut wall is constantly sloughing off, normally, as it will in anybody, every single day because we eat, drink all day long. Unfortunately, if you have diarrhea, constipation, allergies, asthma, eczema, or any evidence of a hyperactive immune system, your gut wall is inflamed and you're going to be burning up your L-glutamine. And if you're burning up your L-glutamine, then you're going to, number one, your gut wall is inflamed. That by itself creates inflammation inside your body. And this inflammation is like, you don't even know it. Telltale, maybe you have chronic dry eye, maybe you have lower back pain, maybe you have PMS. I mean, believe it, you'd be shocked at how many things are related to inflammation. And it's kind of crazy how just ease fire in the intestinal wall is very helpful. So that L-glutamine helps to reduce the inflammation. This is in clinical studies along the intestinal wall. It actually helps with carbohydrate and alcohol addiction in clinical studies. L-glutamine does. That's 3 grams per day for that. If you ever take ibuprofen, let's say you just have to take an ibuprofen, always first take 3 grams of L-glutamine. You will not have the gut dysfunction from the ibuprofen or non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. But it also is an ingredient to that powerful antioxidant I mentioned that detoxifies. That's called glutathione. So L-glutamine is one. I personally use L-glutamine. I use N-acetylcysteine. I use undenatured whey protein. Undenatured meaning it helps the body to produce also glutathione. There's a product that, again, another product that I've been buying for years is gone away on Amazon again. It was called TrueFit. And it has 8 grams of prebiotics. So you guys, as much as you're all into probiotics, they're not very helpful because you need hundreds of strain in your gut, and any pill is going to give you 3 to 10 different strains. The key is prebiotics, and prebiotics will come under many names like inulin, INULIN. That's a prebiotic, or gosh, this is big words, fructooligosaccharides. But again, just email me, go to Own Your Body Summit, or email me at Debbie Waldeck, DEBI. You can see my name up there on my screen, WALDECK@gmail.com, and ask if I can send you the answer in terms of like the spelling or the links. I have a gut health protocol, Bettina, by the way. I have a little booklet of a gut health protocol. I'm happy to send everybody that's listening to the summit, which gives you all this information and all the links to wherever it is online, and makes it super, super simple if you're interested in that part of it.
Debbie, I have ADHD, and I'm wondering if there's any things I can or should or shouldn't use because I get easily sidetracked.
So there is Dr. Greenblatt, GREENBLATT, from Harvard University, who did tremendous research on ADHD in adults in the early 1990s. I must have read 100 of his papers. He was doing studies on an antioxidant called OPC, stands for oligoproanthocyanidins, and it is remarkable for ADHD. So if you email me, Maria, DebbieWaldeck@gmail.com, I'll send you a link to that. I mean, you want to fix your gut. I mean, that's part of your problem, but there are things that do have rapid effect without being a medication like Adderall.
Debbie, we have a question. How many milligrams of the NAC do you suggest we consume?
Just taking the normal, it depends on what you're taking and what brand. And again, I'm just going to suggest that question get emailed to me and tell me what brand you're using, because there's different delivery systems. So for example, some are isotonic, which means that a higher amount is absorbed than others. So that's a question I need you to email me.
Gotcha. Wunderbar, as they say. And we've got at least one German in the room, Ms. Ingrid Papshelden. I'm curious if Troy has any questions for you.
How kind of you to ask me. I don't have a question, but I did want to make a comment, and I'm not sure how to express this other than thank you very much. For the good of the group, I worked as a registered nurse for 23 years, and so now that I'm 3 years removed from the medical community, I'm kind of outside looking in, and what I see is they the conventional approach doesn't have answers for these chronic inflammatory conditions that we experience. And so I appreciate people like Debbie who have just done hours and hours of research. Perfect example that you should never underestimate the will of a mother to find an answer for their child. And so really my comment is just more of an expression of gratitude to Debbie for what she's done and the resources that are available for us to improve our health.
Yes, thank you so much, Troy.
Yeah, Troy, I appreciate that. And I'll bet you there's a lot of mothers out there like myself. And maybe we ought to start banding together. In fact, you guys, there is.
April, how are you?
Oops,
that's fantastic. Thank you for picking up. So I have just about 7-8 questions real fast just to prepare better for our presentation. So
here we go.
So anyway, with regards to Troy, I want to thank you. Just to let you know, there is if you go to epidemicanswers.org, there is a woman, Beth Lambert, who, like myself, is a mother who had children that were very, very sick. And she's currently running a study with 40,000 children. And I actually interviewed her last April. It is the 8th interview, or the 8th module in my Body Mind Blueprint, that interview. Basically, what we're talking about is this epidemic of disease in our country. And we don't see it as an epidemic because we put all these conditions into different buckets. But like Troy mentioned, these inflammatory conditions are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different conditions, but we put them into the autism bucket, and the ADHD bucket, and the asthma bucket, like it's all different things, and it really isn't. Real quick regarding the N-acetylcysteine, typically it's 400 to 600 milligrams, you guys, per day, but it depends on who you are and what you have, and that's why I want you to email me, so I don't want to leave you hanging there.
And somebody asked, Elizabeth asked, what brand of L-glutamine do you recommend? And is there a big difference between those brands?
I don't like to recommend products too terribly much, but I do like the Now Sports Nutrition, and I don't think there's a huge difference. I like to have is make sure that they have the good manufacturing seal on them. We all know that nutritional supplements are not FDA scrutinized. However, they will have and can have the seal that suggests that they have at least been investigated for purity and process and so on and so forth. So just be careful of where you're getting it. But no, typically the way I use it is as a powder form. And I don't take it in pill, I take it in a powder form. You can add it to your water. It's odorless and it's tasteless.
Great. And Sally Page is also in the audience. I don't know if she's able to unmute or put her video on, but if you're out there, Sally, and you're able to comment or have a question, are there others out there who want to raise their hand? Elizabeth, Janet, anybody before we sign off here with Debbie? Thank you so much, Debbie, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Debbie, I'll just say I've been very good about trying to get my bad carbs and things out of my body, and inflammation absolutely has been a huge part of it, from eczema and stuff like that. So I am like 100% on the page with you.
Right, and that eczema is going to be, we want to go back and address the intestinal area, Janet.
Yep.
As the foundation first. The problem is a lot of people don't even know how to do that. We think about taking a probiotic. Certainly, we avoid sugars, right?
Yep.
But it's like planting crops. You got to till the soil, fertilize, put down the good seed, weed, and feed.
Good point.
If you think about it like that, then it becomes a whole different story. So I always start with L-glutamine as an example, starting with that. And I never do it all at one time. We start that for 3 days, making sure that you're not having, because a small minority of the population can get headaches from glutamine because of the genetic variation that they have. And it's very, very small percentage. Okay. But still, it's like a baby. When you're feeding a baby, right? When you begin feeding a baby, you never feed them a bunch of stuff. You start with one thing, wait a week, another thing, wait, like that, right? So the same for you. You're going to start with the glutamine. Then you're going to add colostrum.
Okay.
Colostrum is huge because it's going to not only not only going to help the prebiotics, which is the fertilizer for the grass seed or the fuel for the beneficial bacteria, but it also helps to improve the antibodies in your mucous membrane of the gut, which is participating, that lack of it is participating in your eczema.
Ah, interesting. Okay. And I got COVID too, so I really feel I'm out of whack, right? So that's, yeah.
And you would be, and that's okay. It's okay. But so you're going to start with the glutamine, then you would add the colostrum. Then after you add the colostrum, you're going to add a prebiotic. I personally, and again, just this past week or two, the brand that I've been using is no longer available on Amazon. And it's like, what is going on? Like all this stuff is going, because I looked for this, I'm seeing it. But what I did use was called TrueFit. It's a protein powder, but it has 8 grams of prebiotics in it. Also, Janet, I will send you, I have a gut health protocol. So email me at debbiewaldick@gmail, and I literally have a little booklet. It's like 10 pages, not long, but it kind of is outlining what I'm telling you right now. All right. As it relates to probiotics, don't rely on probiotics, Janet. The reason they're not the panacea is the problem with you and our country isn't just about the bacteria in our gut. It's that we're supposed to have hundreds and hundreds of strains of bacteria. But I have done hundreds and hundreds of tests with my clients using Viome or other companies that look at the number of strains. I have yet to find one client that had more than 140 different strains of bacteria when a healthy person would have more than 300.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yep.
So what that means is that our environment, the over-farming, the over-tilling, the high use of glyphosate,
yes.
So we're not even able to get it from our environment. So taking a probiotic pill with 3 to 10 strains is not going to help you like it used to 20 years ago.
Good point. I understand about I definitely think the land is stripped and we're not getting the nutrition.
Well, yeah, it's more than that. It's also about the fact that there's no bacteria either. And if you want to even go deeper in research, Dr. Zach Bush is a triple board certified surgeon who I've followed since 2011. He's brilliant in this area. But either way, so what I suggest then is easy. Do a little fermenting. It is, Google it. It's not hard. One thing a week. Cabbage this week, maybe cucumber next week, maybe asparagus a week. But it's just because then you're going to be putting in lots and lots of different strains, not just 3 to 10 that come in the Activia yogurt.
Got it.
So those are just little things as it relates to the gut. When we start learning, the bottom line is that the foundation of health, if you have eczema, allergies, asthma, autoimmune disease, depression, anxiety, I'm telling you, you have 3 things in common. Your gut's out of balance, is creating inflammation because the gut wall itself is producing inflammatory chemicals. Forget your diet too, but even when your diet, like Rosie said, I thought I was eating healthy. And then the third thing is, again, that thing I spoke about earlier, the glutathione, because the disrupted gut and the inflammation stripped my body of that glutathione. And then obviously knowing, well, if you knew by doing a couple little baby blood sugar tests and knowing, oh, shoot, this diet's better for me than that, meaning Mediterranean versus keto versus zone. And once you know that and you start regulating that, healing becomes far, far easier.
Awesome. I'll be emailing.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you so much, Debbie. I think we had one more. Troy commented, cancer, heart attack, stroke, high blood pressure equals chronic inflammation. And that's true.
He's right.
Yes, and I believe we've caught all of the questions and comments up. One more for Elizabeth, was lysine part of building glutathione?
No, not lysine, glycine.
Oh, she might have mistyped that. Yeah.
I don't know. Lysine's pretty cool too. But the thing about glycine is that it's something that our body makes so abundantly, we generally don't need to add it. Whereas the glutamine, if our gut's out of balance, we're going to burn it up, and the cysteine. And so glutathione is made of glutamine, glycine, and cysteine.
Got it. So we are kind coming to the end of Debbie's time with us. Anybody else have a question or comment? Sally, if you're there, others that are out there, I'm not going to call your names out, but everybody's got their cameras off. This is a long day, I guess. Who else is coming up? Lori?
Yes, even though we couldn't see her, we could hear her passion.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you, Lori. You're welcome.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much, Debbie. I'm going to put my clapping hands back together again. Everybody can clap their hands for Debbie. Stay on for a little bit if you can. I'm going to queue up a video here real quick. And let me just see if it's ready. Just one moment.
So I got the video.
Okay, give me 1 second. Our volume isn't working. Hang on a second. Okay, well, that's not going to work in the moment. I'll bring it up in just a little bit. So our next speaker was to be Zenobia Harris. And Zenobia, unfortunately, is not feeling well. So what I am going to do is play the interview that I did with her most recently. And bear with me 1 second. I'm going to just put this in the chat, and I'm sorry, not the chat, in the the shared screen mode here in just 1 second. Bear with me. This is the challenge of producing.
This message is brought to you by Public Health, Seattle and King. Rainier Avenue Radio.
Okay. This is going to start with some music related to Rainier Avenue Radio, but this is Zenobia Harris, and she is the CEO of the Chamber, Kent Chamber of Commerce. And I'd like to go ahead and just introduce her into the room, even though she's not going to actually be able to participate. So bear with me. This is definitely changing gears. Okay, so Zenobia Harris, CEO of the Kent Chamber, is an experienced operations and community engagement professional with a demonstrated history of working in the public, organization management industry. She is skilled in portfolio management, program design and implementation, business development and data analysis. A professional with a master's in public administration. She's also a commissioner chair-elect for the City of Kent Human Services Commission, and she is proficient in many talents, including analytical, coupled with the ability to assess from multiple vantage points to deliver effective solutions. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the video now. There we go.
RainierAvenueRadio.world is your 24/7 digital media hub. Tune in at RainierAvenueRadio.world. Also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and TuneIn apps. Well, hello there, world. Bettina Carey here, and thank you. You're tuning in to Rainier Avenue Radio, where we help you to shatter the glass ceilings in your life. That's with an S, because what we know is that glass ceilings are meant to be shattered, not just broken. If they have adequate support and mentoring in their leadership, their love, their life, most people are likely to say no. Why go it alone when you have and should have mentors who can help you to succeed along the way? When you don't have the support you need, it's going to be expensive and very costly because it costs you both time and money. And as you're going into the abyss, trying to find your way to learn and grow, you're going through the school of hard knocks. And now, today, we're going to be having a wonderful guest, Zenobia Harris, the CEO of Kent Chamber of Commerce. And she's going to be helping us to build our own personal board of directors. That's your own personal board of directors, not the board of directors that you usually hear about. A little bit more about Zenobia Harris. Zenobia is an experienced in operations, community engagement professional has demonstrated history of working in the public with organization management, and she is skilled in portfolio management, program design and implementation, business development, and data analysis. As a professional, she has a master's in public administration, and she is a force to be sure. As a commissioner, chair-elect for the City of Kent Human Services Commission, she consistently evaluates nonprofit agencies against their mission, their vision, to ensure that grant funds are properly being used. And she offers a unique combination of creative and analytical talents coupled with the ability to assess multiple vantage points to deliver effective solutions for internal and external business partners and clients. Welcome, Zenobia. It is so wonderful to have you here today.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, you know, that saying that comes to my mind is very fitting here today. And it says, when you want to go fast, go alone. When you want to go far, go together. And today you're going to be sharing with us how you can align your board of directors to help you to achieve success. So my first question really relates to how that personal board of directors has helped you to achieve your success and your personal success.
Yeah, thank you so much again. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here today and also to be speaking with the audience next week about creating your own personal board of directors. And so I just want to slow that down a bit and just separate myself. Zenobia here is the CEO of a chamber who by nature, because it's a nonprofit, I work with a board of directors. But I'm talking about this personal board of directors that's going to help you pick your own personal mission and vision. And we all have it there, right? So when we're looking at your personal mission and vision, it is very important that you create and build up this board of directors that can help you make decisions along the way. No one is going to get where they need to be alone, and there's no shame. There shouldn't be any shame in that. And so I've kind of built up this board of directors of people that I can go to help me make decisions. It's shown up in my life both personally and professionally. And so I'm excited to really just unpack that with you today.
Yes, and give me a personal example where a board of directors might have helped you with a particular challenge or that you were going through, especially now during COVID.
Yeah, so this was pre-COVID, but I think it's very important because it really was a pivotal moment in my career. And I think a lot of us will do this. And as we're talking to women, and thank you so much for our allies for listening as well. But I was one of those women that if I didn't hit the job description, every single thing on the job description, I just would not apply for the job. And this is where my board of directors really should take some credit and be happy that they pushed me through to go from a leader in an organization where my title was manager to a CEO of the chamber. And the way I'll give you the short story, essentially I got a message and said, hey, there's this job opening. There's job opening. I looked at it and I said to myself, Zenobia, how dare you go from being a manager to a CEO? There are steps to that. You should probably be a director. You should probably work in nonprofit, right? So I talked myself out of this job. And then I said, well, let me just do research because maybe the person who I am innately is supposed to be a CEO. So I started to do research on the industry. When I started to do research on the industry, I found more information that really deterred me from applying. And it was, they're just now accepting women in these positions. And then, wow, there's really no Black women in these positions. And then I drilled all the way down and found a Black woman that was in that role currently. And she happened to be a former mayor of a city. And I just closed the app and said, oh no, they're not looking for me. I'm not qualified. And then I thought, well, I better start reaching out to my friends. I've reached out to colleagues. I've reached out to family, my husband. And believe it or not, I've reached out to people who have tried to hold me back in the past, and this will be crazy, but you need that person with that bias against you. And the reason you need that person with the bias is so that you can see it before it's in the interview room, or you can see it when you don't get the job, right? So you kind of put it in front of you. And so I reached out to all these people. Long story short, they all encouraged me to keep moving and kept saying, men would do it, Zenobia. They don't need to hit all of the bullet points on this job description. So just go for it. And here I am today, first African-American woman to lead the chamber in that CEO role in its 70 plus years. So if it weren't for my board of directors, I probably would have stood at the manager at the university.
That deserves a round of applause.
Yeah,
it's so interesting that you reflect on this particular area, and I find this to be a big challenge for women, where we always want to have like 100% of the list of requirements before we make the application, whereas men don't seem to have that limitation, and that's a really big factor. So, but what I found really interesting in your story is that you like to have a devil's advocate in your corner as much as you like to have the cheerleaders. And most people say, oh, do away with all of the devil's advocates and only have cheerleaders. But I love that they're the ones who are helping to guide and shape you in terms of like being in the preparation side of things. So that's a good role for them, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a good role, and it's okay. And what this biased person said is, I can see this for you in the future. And so they don't get to dictate my future. I just need them to see what I don't see in myself. And so since they saw it for me in my future, I figured, well, my future is today. I'm not asking for permission to do this. I'm just thinking, checking in with you to think, if you think in the future I can do it, then for me, I can do it now. And that's really what that biased person is for. You don't want too many, right? You don't want everyone knocking you down, but you want to, like any board of directors, even for an organization, there are bylaws, right? So you stay in this lane to make sure you're compliant, which in your life just means you're true to yourself. You're true to your own vision and mission, and that's what they're there for.
Yes, and I have a mantra that I live by, which is you only get in life what you have the courage to ask for. So ask for more everywhere in everything that you do. And you just totally told a story about asking for more in your life. You didn't have to take a bunch of stepping stones. You just went right for the big deal and the big results. And you're doing a phenomenal job from what I hear in the community. In fact, our colleague and friend, Blake Messer, who threw me your way, is just, I got to thank him because I know we're headed into a very strong partnership. You mentioned that you're going to be a speaker at the We Empower You Summit next Wednesday. And tell us a little bit more about what folks can expect to learn and grow within that same conversation about having your own personal board of directors.
Yeah, so I am working on a workbook, and it is creating your own personal board of directors. And so next week, folks will get an understanding of what does this really mean and what is the impact. And that's what's going to be most important. The workbook won't be available, but the knowledge about why it's important, and then who should have a seat on the board of directors. That's also very important. And I'm not, I do understand that some people are thinking, I don't know if I have qualified people to be there. So we'll talk a little bit about mentorship and its importance in sponsorships. And as women, we just have to kind of open our arms to other women who are looking to lead. And so I'm going to talk a lot about the difference between being someone's mentor and being their sponsor. And that is a conversation we'll have there as well. Now, once you have this board of directors, really, when do you tap into it, right? This is not a constant everyday decision that you go to your board. These are life-changing mission, vision type decision making that you go to. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The difference between this is a decision that I sit at my dinner table with my family versus this is a conversation I start to go outside of my family and I start talking to my board of directors and my sponsors and things like that. So we'll just have this open conversation. My consulting firm, Zenobia LLC, it's my tagline is where trusted messaging, trusted DEI messaging meets practical application. So I'm not going to talk a lot about statistics. I'm not going to, beat you down with reports and all of that. I'm really just going to talk to you about the impact of having this and what it feels like or what it should feel like from your end. So it's going to be a real interactive conversation. So I'm really excited about that.
That's wonderful. So typically when folks are having a board of directors, let's say in the business world, they might give them a title of like a chief executive officer or a chief marketing officer. Have you created titles or anything that, like roles that individual board of directors might hold in terms of in your mind?
Yeah, so I don't really give them a title. I have a girlfriend who does contract negotiation, and that's what she does, and she's in HR. So I used to just take the job, right? And like they give me my salary. I'm like, oh, yep, that's it. Thank you very much. And I move on. Well, she's like, no, that's not how that works. You have to ask for something different. So she's my finance director, right? She's my treasurer. She's like, listen, if you don't ask, they're not going to know what you need. And so that's her role because that's what she does on a daily basis. And then I have my husband, who is the president of the board, because ultimately the decision that I make affects our family. And so since that affects our family, he can act as and be that president when I'm making that decision. How much time is this job going to take away from my family? Am I going to have the autonomy to, move around? And I worked in education for 10 years. So I was, never worked around Christmas time. I never worked around holidays. And so with the chamber, it's like 24/7. So that, again, a conversation with my president to talk about, okay, this is the effect that it's going to have on the house. No one else can really answer that question for me from the outside looking in. And then, of course, you have that person in the back of the room constantly taking notes and trying to find, they're trying to find something, right? They're trying to catch you off guard. And it's okay to have that person too. And I welcome them to sit at the front of the room because really, sometimes you need that person to say, hey, did you know this might have this effect? And so they're constantly paying attention. So everyone plays a role, but there are specific roles that are for specific people and talents and skills.
That's great. And we're getting some love here from Danette. I hope I'm saying your name right. She was giving you a bunch of love and hearts there, watching on Facebook. And so, this is a really wonderful conversation. And I've always categorized some of my folks as colleagues, friends, coaches, mentors, cheerleaders, advisors, consultants. There's so many different titles you can give people, but they can also be a husband. They can be, somebody who has the devil's advocate role. But it doesn't really matter what you designate for them to give you advice on, but the advice that they give you is going to help to shape and form you in a way that maybe accelerates your rise up the ladder if you're looking for success, or maybe it's shattering the glass ceiling. Like I'm often in the role of a mentor or cheerleader and sometimes a coach. But I love this idea of applying the board of directors to your personal life as strongly as you do to your business life if you're in business. So thank you so much for this sharing. Now, a little bit more about the We Empower You Summit, which is coming up just this Wednesday. This is going to be June the 9th. It's going to go from 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. And it is for coaches and consultants and authors, speakers, and others who have been fired or furloughed or laid off. And you're going to hear the likes of Zenobia as well as other speakers. We have 36 speakers lined up, and many of them are coaches, many of them are mentors and cheerleaders. So this is a wonderful opportunity if you are looking to get a little bit of a charge up from life here. COVID clearly has reared its ugly head and continues to affect our lives. How has COVID affected you this last year, Zenobia?
So, I have, and I'll just have to recognize this, and we all should recognize when we are in a position of privilege. So I have been privileged in the sense that I still have been able to work through the pandemic. Now, not going to complain that I went from working maybe 8 to 10 hours to maybe 14, 15 hours, but nonetheless, that's what the job called for. But the way COVID really has affected me, and again, I'll try to relate this back to this personal board of directors. Mental health is really important, and we need to understand that your board of directors can also be for that as well, right? So talking to my friends about, okay, I have a daughter who's in junior high school and she's going through, anxiety and being away from her classmates and doing online school, all of those things are different, right? So part of my job or part of the director's jobs is for me to reach out to them and say, okay, you have a child. How is that going? What are some of the techniques that you're using? And so during COVID-19, I've had the ability, even though I was still working, so on the surface, it looked like everything is okay, but really everything was changing around me so fast as well as everyone else. I couldn't really do anything to stop it. The only thing I could do is reach out to people that could help me walk through that to protect my mental health, to protect my peace, and to not make these rash decisions on maybe changing career because this one is difficult, or where do I go for resources for tutoring, or where do I go for daycare services, or all of these different things. And so we used each other in such a way that really was more about supporting us mentally, and making sure that we weren't giving all to everyone and wasn't taking any time for ourselves. So COVID affected me the same way it affected everybody else. And I think that for me, the most important thing was protecting my mental health during COVID-19.
Yeah, such an important consideration, right? And I remember very, very clearly, I just got on my camera. I had never done a Facebook Live before, or hadn't really been using Zoom as a medium other than participating in groups. And all of a sudden I found myself speaking into this conversation about we're all in this together. And my mind said to it, hey, what's the bright side of this story? What's the lemonade versus a lemonade, or where are the rainbows instead of the rain? And it really helped to form a positive attitude in the face of even death experiences, which have been a part of my life with regard to family and friends who've lost their life to COVID. And I think that you can only do, you can never do too much when it comes to mindset, right? Because it's so important to staying above the fray of what could take a normal individual down. And certainly COVID has been responsible for that impact as well. Thank you so much. I would like you to give us some final closing thoughts here. Maybe you just take a couple minutes to give the audience that's listening some tips and tricks, strategies that have to do with your board of directors.
Yeah. Well, first I want to say, and I want to recognize this relationship, and of course, this relationship between you and I, Bettina, and of course, we do have to give credit to Blake for connecting us. But I think the bigger picture is sponsorship and understanding that you may not be, so I've had a working relationship with Blake that was strictly work. We would be on the phone 10 or 15 minutes. And one day he said, I've got to connect you with someone because I think that, you guys can do great things together. What that means to me is that he respects me as a professional and he sees me more than just this working relationship. And so he connected me with you. And I appreciate that because we have some shared goals and our mindset seems to be, somewhat the same as it relates to empowering women. And I'm so happy I met you about shattering the glass ceiling, right? And so I guess I would like to end with just women, and I'm just imploring us to do a better job of sponsoring other women. There is so much opportunity out there, and there's so much monetary opportunity as well. There's so many titles. There's more titles that you can gain than we will ever take. So what that means is just be open to giving someone else the opportunity. And what that does for you is that opens you up to be, I'm on plenty of board of directors for people. And I'm really that person that you should just do it. Just go ahead, girl, try to do it. And if you want me to do research, I will. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to push you to do it. If it's healthy, if it's ethical, if it's not going to challenge your mental health, Zenobia can be on your board of directors to push you to go. And so we just want to put ourselves in a position where people are asking us to be a part of that decision-making process that is very important for their family, for their life, for the mission of their life. And so just take a look back and think, well, I was talking to Bettina yesterday, and then I was talking to Andrea yesterday, and I thought, well, I think if I connect them together, there's something there. You would be amazed at what can come out of that. So just be a sponsor for one another, and create your own personal board of directors and be a director for someone else.
Oh, I love that. Be a director for someone else. I will be stepping up to that. I love to put myself out there as a mentor. And again, thank you, Blake, if you're watching or listening, because this is a match made in heaven, number one, and we're going to be partnering up and doing really great things. We share, of course, in common a love for supporting and empowering women specifically, as well as, of course, supporting those people that are in business. And so again, if folks want to tap into Zenobia, how can folks get a hold of you, Zenobia, and learn more about the Kent Chamber of Commerce?
Of course. So we can be found on Facebook. You can just put in Kent Chamber of Commerce. Everything that we're doing is there. We are just ending the legislative session. So just before I got on here, we had our senators from the 33rd and 47th district giving us an update. We had King County Councilmember Dave Updegrove giving an update as well. So our job really at the chamber, if you have a business and you want low cost advertising, or you want advocacy work for your city, or you want mentorship, or you want all these different programming, that's really where you can go, is your local Chamber of Commerce. And so I invite you to visit us at kentchamber.com. You can learn about some of the different committees, the different events, and then also membership. If you want to get a hold of me, you can get a hold of me by just emailing me at info@kentchamber.com. And again, you can just find us by Googling Kent Chamber, and we'd be happy to talk to you and how the Chamber can assist your business in moving through this pandemic, sustaining after the pandemic, and thriving in your city.
Thank you so very much for joining us here today. Again, for those of you who have been listening, we're here on Rainier Avenue Radio.world, and there's another way that you can connect with us, and that is through the We Empower You community, the movement, and the Global Summit that is coming up on June the 9th from 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Come hear strategies from industry leaders that will help you to shatter your revenue glass ceiling, and will help you gain success in your business. And it is a really great opportunity to network with entrepreneurs, as well as to help you learn about doing viral promotions that you can incorporate into your business. And get this, we have 500 sponsored tickets. So you're going to want to get yours by going to weempoweryourlife.com, clicking on the Summit Tickets tab and getting your free ticket there. Or you can text my name, Bettina, to the number 555-888 and join us for this wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Zenobia. I can't wait to have you back. And the next up, we're going to have God is Inspiration. And the promotions for this week is baseball regular season finale with Eastside Catholic JV at Rainier Beach is today at 3:30 p.m. Basketball playoffs will begin this Friday, and the times for the matchups all are going to be determined on June the 4th. Again, thank you everybody for watching and listening here today, and thank you, Zenobia, for being here. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yeah, you should have it.
All right, everybody. I am back, and we're going to queue up another video for you. Give me 1 second while I take care of that.
While you're doing that, Bettina, I just want to say that I use my Chamber of Commerce when I was in Laguna Beach, and they were really good. And I ended up making incredible contacts and doing presentations. So if you have a Chamber of Commerce, just join, because it's an incredible marketing strategy for you.
Yes, absolutely. For sure, for sure. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen and share with you my gratitude, my thanks for all of you, and beginning, of course, again, anew. Hello there, world. Bettina Carey here, and I am the founder of We Empower You and the We Empower You Global Virtual Summit. And we're here today. We're pretty much halfway there, and I'm going to be sharing with you a little thank you and appreciation to all of you who were able to join us here today, all of those who supported and shared the word, and a number of people who made this event even possible. This is the We Empower You Global Virtual Summit. And I'd like to start with my dream team, which includes none other than Aggie Clark, who I share an opportunity with on the University of Washington Alumni Association. We're both on the members of an at-large board there. And additionally, I would like to say thank you to Larry Domenico, who is here with me in my home today to be able to help me out in the technology department. Art Johnson and Janet Francis, who helped with all of the project management. And of course, Art's the IT expert. Without this team, I could not have done this event. I can guarantee you that. Additional team members include David Weber, who provided all of our social graphic cards, Aileen Yost, who branded us with our wonderful, beautiful logo, and even we've got Ingrid Pap-Sheldon, who shot photos of me years ago that I'm still using. And so far, I'm looking okay, so I can continue to use those photos. Thank you, every one of you. And last but not least on that illustrious dream team is Blake Messer. And Blake provides a lot of support for us, and he has so many wonderful ideas. He's that ad guy that everybody needs. And so without this dream team, we could not be pushing forward. This is our 5th summit. It's our 1-year anniversary. We are over 650 people that we've clocked in as registered. And I am so thrilled to say a great big thank you to each one of the team members for helping me put this on and put this together. That said, there are other folks that are involved in making this happen, including founders and speakers. Lee Romanoff, the president of Income Activator, as well as Shay Vaughn of Worldwide TVN, and she's also responsible for giving every single member a 5-minute video that we host on the WWTVN, and that's a great thing for us. Lee Romanoff, behind the scenes, every single Wednesday, providing strategies and marketing tips and you name it, and the support of Bettina Carey. She's made me who I am this year, I'm telling you. And I wouldn't be able to do this event without co-hosts Lauren Archer and Jonathan Severy, who opened and helped me to close this event down in style. And this year we also featured Michael Powers' music at the top of the hour. We'll be closing out with Michael Powers again. Speakers on the day included Romerick Nadiri out of West Africa, the Cote d'Ivoire area, and Gibson Omuhum Uza, and Patrick Snow. Again, he's been at every one of these summits. Brian Gregory did 2 sessions with us from Admanity. Rita Bacuzzi, oh my gosh, financing. She was on the breakout session, along with Troy Thompson, Sally Page, Mia Tepper, Lori Segal-Whaley, Michaela Passeri, Dana Kaplan, Tiu Knapp, Wilma Fontroy, Sandra Early, Susan Treadgold, Moria Vestin, Debbie Waldeck, and Zenobia Harris was not able to make it, but she did her best to provide us with an opportunity to reach her audience. She is the CEO of the Kent Chamber. And without all of these folks, I would not be here today, as I've said. Thank you everyone for participating. Thank you everyone who was able to share a moment with us. This is going to be available on YouTube, and we will lob it on over to Facebook and LinkedIn as well. So stay tuned. Our next summit is September the 8th, and we'll see you at the summit. All right. Ta-da! Thank you, everybody. We're not done yet, though. And there's more.
Hey, Bettina, let me comment on the interview with the person of the chamber.
Yes.
You know, this is a trick I learned a couple years ago that has been fabulous, because I personally, when I moved from Canada to the US, I lost my network, my friends, and I didn't have that board of directors that, is desperately needed. So what I heard is you can make up your own board of directors. So I was thinking, okay, well, I want Steve Jobs as my board of directors. I want Mother Teresa, Princess Diana. I want Anthony Robbins. I want Batman as my board of directors. And I would put these cutouts of these people. And when I came to a tough decision, I would ask each one of those cutouts what they would do. Of course, I know intuitively what they would say to me based on that they're on my board of directors, and they all had different answers. And it was really kind of inspiring what Batman would say compared to Mother Teresa. But it's a way of bringing out your intuitive knowledge of what you should do anyway.
Yes, and I kind of assign people different characters, names, so that I can keep them straight, and some of them are more official than others. I love it. I love it. And what she was really talking about was assigning board members to your personal self as opposed to your business self. But I kind of intermingle those because I'm pretty much all business. So anyway, thank you, Zenobia. We hope you get better really, really soon. And it's been great to work with you over the last several weeks on getting you here. And although we didn't get you here, we got you on the radio. Again, that was on the Rainier Avenue Radio, who hosts that show on Thursdays at 1:30 tomorrow. That's where I'll be. At 11 tomorrow, though, I'll be back with the with the We Empower You circles, which you can find on our website by simply going to weempoweryourlife.com, clicking on the calendar tab, and you'll see the Zoom link there for that event. It's like the after event for us, and lots of people come, and it's going to be a lot of fun just for another couple of hours to extend this relationship. So now we're finally on time again. We're actually 2 minutes ahead. We're going to open up, excuse me, we're going to open up our mics. We're going to open up our cameras, and we're going to network at large. This is going to be a lot of fun. Let's just talk about the day. I think we'll start with just picking a word to say, and then having everybody say it like when I count down. So first of all, let's get everybody on the gallery. That means you got to open up your cameras, folks, if you want to be seen. There you go. Oops. Cheers. Okay, and we have some folks that have been here literally all day. Oh, and Mia's got something I might want to get my hands on here tonight. Thank you, Larry. So Larry's been here. He's my video person, and I have to say it's been just really great. And to make sure that he comes back the next time, I served him Chinese for lunch. I've given him lots of mango and orange juice on ice. And of course, I've been very good to not go crazy in the moment when things weren't going so well. So thank you so much. He heard me coughing. Now he's paying me back with a glass of water. So anyway, I would just love to say, open up all of your mics, please. This is where if the dogs are barking and the birds are chirping and your husband's asking you something, or you're on another call, this is probably the time to do all that. that happened. All of that happened.
Well, Bettina, it's been phenomenal. My word for today is phenomenal. It just gets better every single time, and we all forgive the little snafus because we know that the universe likes to interrupt our internet. So I think someone said earlier Mercury was in retrograde. I'm sure that's part of it too. I just want to say thanks because every time I come, even if I'm the same speaker, I learn something new, and it's just incredible. So I know my talk was about gratitude today, but I have a lot of gratitude today for all the work behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, and just for everybody being here and sharing your gifts. Cheers.
Yes, thank you for that word. That is a blessing here for sure. And I've never seen this ever happen in Zoom, but Zoom actually crashed. And it says right in the square, Zoom crashed. Send this file to Zoom. I'm like, my other computer was still live, but I don't keep a mic on it. So that's something I'm going to learn. Keep a mic on both the computers next time. Who's next? Just start talking. This is our networking round.
Moria, say something. I love your background.
That's actually an image that Ingrid Papsheldon had taken and created a virtual background for me at some point.
From my backyard.
Yes. Yes. I'm going to go get a picture. I'll show you where that was taken. Moria?
And Johnny did that whole presentation lying down on that rug. That was really good.
Well, and when I was off the screen here, I was doing exercise, listening in while I was doing exercise. So now I don't have to go out and have my half-hour walk. But I found the whole thing wonderful. I think I've got either 3 or 4 pages of notes, and how I would love to meet with several of the people and share resources and laughter and curiosity and adventure. Won't it be wonderful when we can meet in person?
You bet. And I just happened to do that. So here's that photo I was telling you about. And so it was during this photo shoot that Ingrid caught some of that tree in the background. And I said, hey, that might make a decent backdrop for myself. And then I lent it to Moria, who didn't have any backdrop.
Thank you both.
I would love to hear from also some of our team members. Aggie, this is Aggie jumped in and talk about mentorship, talk about putting someone under their wing. Last year, she invited me to become a board member at large with the University of Washington Alumni Association. And of course, she's actually on the board and as an executive level. And it's just been wonderful. She operates as our COO and gives me tips and ideas and, kind of like, hey, I think you need to do this. Always kind and gentle with the nudging.
Oh, thanks. So the word that came to my mind was energizing. I mean, every session, it may be a different type of energy, but each speaker was kind of, through the screen, through the voice, sending out their energy and energizing all of us. So
Hi, Joe. I'm on an all-day workshop.
Hang on, Moria. Just a second. I got to mute. I think she might have handled that one. Yeah, she did. Okay. So go ahead, Aggie.
So energizing, lots of levels of energy, or energies on lots of levels. So thank you.
Yes,
very
absolutely.
Much.
And I don't know if Janet and Art are still wanting to go on camera yet or at all. We were still testing the waters last night, about 10 something last night. And then I know none of us probably got to bed before midnight. Nobody probably got more than 6 hours sleep. So thank you so much, Aggie, for being part of our team, and Janet and Larry over here. Larry, you're going to open your camera up, aren't you, at some point? And so we got Art, we got Janet, there's Larry and Aggie. And then, of course, there's people that are not here. David Weber, he lives up in Bellingham. And we've got Blake Messer also. So there'll be a little echoing there. Okay, there we go.
I think Troy did a really good presentation and introduction. Troy, let's get you on the radio and TV now, okay?
Okay, it's on the to-do list. And I don't know if you saw my comment that the background that Moria has is nice, but it's no flat earth.
Yeah, that's no flat earth. Yeah, this is all subliminal. Eh? We don't know what world we're living in.
Yeah.
And something I was thinking of when Aggie mentioned about energy that reminded me of C.L. King. And I'm so glad that I was able to catch him. I had an obligation early this morning, but I was able to catch most of him. And there was some energy. It's just, when you listen to him, you know, if that doesn't get you here and get you inspired, then you need to check your pulse, see if you got one.
That's right. That's right. And you know, what's interesting is we now have a nice mix of men and women that are holding this conference together. And it's such a great balance of power. You know, I used to be all about the women's empowerment and the men would want to come and be a part of it. And then, you know, it was like, they always felt like, you know, like the odd man out, so to speak. But Art, come on in, share with us. And where's Janet? Is she going to come on the screen or not?
Well, the beautiful thing about this is that everybody gets a time to network and get to know. I just met Ingrid, and that's I like the pictures you take.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
They're phenomenal. When you go to her website, it's going to blow you away what she's
Get her on your directory, sending leads to her.
Yes. And she's got an open, an outdoor studio as well. So that's really great. And hello to Frank there. Hi, Frank. Yes, you can pop in. It's okay. You're dressed, right?
Art, how is your book coming?
It's coming.
Oh,
it started as a manager's guide, and it's just evolving just very, very nicely.
Okay,
But
perfect.
one of the things one of the takeaways that I have here is that the idea of pure concept. So it'll ripple as a book, it'll ripple as a manager's guide, it'll really, you know, as pages on my site, as stuff about wisdom's power, just kind of all kind of coming together. And I'm not rushing it. I'm enjoying it. You know, I'm enjoying the journey. I mean, I like the ride.
What's your word, Art? What's your word? What's one word for you for the day?
EmPOWER.
That's a good one. Favorite word.
EmPOWER. Empowered. ED.
There we go. Empowered. Oh, there's Johnny back. Johnny and Lauren are co-hosts as far as like MCs for the event. And Johnny and Lauren and I will close out the event here later tonight. And you'll get to know the power of their pulling this whole thing together. I love the close because it pulls in all of the elements that occurred during the day as they were in and out this time around. What's your word of the day?
I don't know Stephanie, and I don't know John, I don't think.
Yeah, there's quite a few people here that we should be calling them out.
Yeah, exactly. It would be great to.
They'll either show up or not.
Oh, hi, Stephanie.
Too.
Oh, hi, Stephanie.
I see my friend Stephanie. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's your friend. Okay.
Janet's unmuted. She can, well, she was unmuted for a split second. She's on the team.
There's Sylvia. Hi, Sylvia.
Janet, tell us what your one word is.
The word that came to me was unfold.
Unfold.
So as little bits of things unfolded in each little session.
Yep. Nice. And
Janet, I learned
for your support. Without the script that Janet puts together, that would, you know, it would have been really hard to read through all of the intros and everything, and Art too, and Aggie. I mean, just the brain power that we were exercising to put this together. It's just phenomenal talent here on the back end. And we never yet got to the app, which I'll talk to you about in a little bit. But Johnny, unmute.
I don't know if you realize it, Bettina, but today you had someone from Tehran listening.
I did see that. That was your friend from a while back.
I'll tell you the story. 12 years ago, I get an email from somebody, and I had put a full EQ slide, emotional quotient slide, on something called SlideShare. And everybody else does it for a lead, but I just like, here's my slide. And, you know, I was like, it's like throwing it in the wall. And I get this email from this appearing to be Middle Eastern name. I don't know if it's male or female. And the person's very polite and says, I'd like to ask your permission to use your slides. And I always say yes, you know, but where did you get them? Were you in my class? Nope. Were you in somebody else's class? Nope. I got them from SlideShare. I said, oh, okay, well, where are you from? I'm from Tehran. What do you do? Well, I am in petroleum commodities. What? Yeah, I'm one of the few women that sells petroleum-based products, and I'm in this very male-based industry, and I'm really committed to emotional intelligence. And I said, I'm so impressed that anybody in the oil industry is interested in emotional intelligence. You are my new best friend. Well, we started writing, and then we started calling. She was 28 years old at the time. She's now 38. And she talked with my daughter, and I became her mentor of sorts. And I sent her, the first thing I did was I sent her a box of books. And I'm telling you this because this is where the re-empower your mindset can happen, and we don't even know it's happening. I sent her a box of books. It probably cost me about $350 because they were books she couldn't get on Amazon because she couldn't buy from Tehran. And when she got the books, she wrote me and she said, I'm crying. Nobody's ever done this for me. She said, I've always just thought of myself and kind of thought about, you know, what I could get for myself. And she said, you've changed me. And so she started paying it forward. She started giving things to her friends and talking about doing things for people. And instead of asking what she could get, asking what she could do. So now she is in an international business, has been shut down. Tehran's really, really struggled. And she said, I want to come to your summit. And she said it was the coolest thing she's attended for the longest time ever. And I have a possible thinking that we might be able to get people, young women from Tehran, to come to the next summit in 3 months. These are brilliant women. She has 2 master's degrees. She's just brilliant. And anyway, I was so excited. So Sepideh came. You're muted, Bettina.
I recognized that somebody from Tehran was here, but I didn't realize it was her. I would have said something to her before she popped off.
Yeah, she's so amazing. So just my heart is so filled with her. She stayed up till 2 a.m. to join us.
Wow. We had people from Ghana too, and obviously Cote d'Ivoire and other parts of the world. Sylvia, who was here, she was from Germany, and it was the middle of the night. Oh, she's still with us, Sylvia. Oh my God. What time is it in Germany right now? Open up your mic and share with us, unless you've passed out. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to unmute her. Ask to unmute. There we go. If we're not calling on your name, it's because, you know, we usually let people just pop on. But if I see somebody that I know, I'm going to say, hey, come on.
I also want to just say one more thing, that she was in Sally's breakout.
Yes.
Sally, you don't know this, but Sepideh and I spend all of our time talking about spirituality and other ways of knowing. And so because I was in your breakout, she was in your breakout, and I wasn't 100% clear what you were going to say, but what you said was so what she needed to hear. I was just like, wow, the universe is
thank you for that.
Just exactly what she needed to hear. So thank you for being you. And thank you for assigning me to Sally. And thank you, Sepideh, for coming.
And then there was Raina, who's not here with us now, but you popped in on a mentoring program that I was mentoring. And then all of a sudden, it was like the words that we spoke just before Janaki popped in were clairsentient and clairvoyant, which is how I always talk about Janaki. And then there she was. And then all of a sudden, Janaki started talking into the conversation that she was never a part of for like 20 minutes. And then she just stepped right in, and she was talking in the same subject matter without even knowing what we had been talking about. How crazy is that? Sally, are you there?
I'm here.
Yay. Oh, there you go. I love your backdrop, man.
I know. It's a guardian angel.
Up to the side. There we go.
Life Force Directory. Here we go. I'm going to spotlight you for a minute. There you go. Tell us a little bit about your life force directory.
So I really love it.
Yeah.
That's a business in and of itself, right? Making these backdrops.
Yes.
So tell us about your life force directory and your one word.
My life force directory is a place to help people find the healing, growth, and spiritual development that they need to thrive. And my one word is vibrancy.
Vibrancy.
Love it.
Yay.
Well, that sure does it. That background. Can't get much more vibrant than that without poking out your eyes.
Oh, it's beautiful. It looks like you have angel wings too. When you're standing, right?
It's a heart. I'm standing. It's a heart with wings to fly and the flame of purpose and passion.
Yes.
Bursting out of the heart.
We totally relate, you know, because if you look at the our logo, it has lots of life force coming out of it,
yes.
right? And it has the rainbow colors.
Yes.
And it's a woman figure reaching up and also standing in a power pose, anchored with a lotus down on the ground. So we're anchored, but we're looking up to possibilities. And it also has a butterfly behind her, and also angel wings. So we're on the same page.
Yes, we are.
It reminds me of one of Bettina's scarves.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
You have a dress to match your logo.
Oh, I know. Make a dress out of that. I'll buy it.
Oh, I know, right? Well, I always wear the scarves from Laurel Birch. And I didn't wear one today because it gets too hot wearing the scarf here. And you can see that my light is getting dimmer and dimmer because it's now starting to get dark. So I might put it on just for color. But who else is out there that would like to comment? Barb Doyle is in the supper club that I do on Sundays. And that's the Sunday Supper Club. And she also introduced me to Janet Francis, who, of course, we can't live without Janet now. She takes care of too many things. I went from the one-woman show mentality to having a nice sized team doing all kinds of things. And I cannot thank you enough. You guys are rock solid. Oh, you know, lots of bended knee prayers for you all.
Well, I'll tell you on next Wednesday, if you guys come to the meeting at 3 o'clock, I am going to blow your mind with something that if this doesn't make you extremely wealthy, I don't know what to say. But this is going to blow your mind.
All right. Well, you had me at hello. So I'm over choking.
Yeah. And it's going to be simple and everybody can do it. And I want things to go viral and I want you guys to make a lot of money from the membership.
Yay.
Yeah.
Barb, and then how about Ingrid? Barb, Ingrid, in that order.
Well, I have a couple of words I really thought about. It's a fine tuning for me. You know, I'm navigating just like everyone else and kind of making those turns and avoiding unnecessary turns and dead ends and, you know, fine tuning and finding direction of where, the direction I really want to go. So today really helped in that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Barb. And thank you for the introduction to Janet. When we met, it was kismet, and it's going to continue to pay off in spades, as they say, forevermore.
Great.
Woo-woo!
Woo-woo! Right, Janet?
Exactly.
And Ingrid, your one word.
Yeah, the one word I think would be encouraging.
Encouraging, yay.
Yeah, and let's see. So I'm although I help people to put themselves out there, I was a little bit hiding the last year. And so I slowly stick my head out again, literally and figuratively. Although I did photo shoots and with the studio, we built in the backyard, a fresh air studio because of COVID, of course. So, but on a personal level, to say it short, I was in a caregiving situation for quite some time, and that ended 5 weeks ago. And so it opens up a lot. There is some inner sorting, some outer sorting. There is some grief, but there is also some looking forward to the future and the possibilities that open up. And to join today, I really, really am glad that I followed Bettina's lead. And she's a Pied Piper. In German, we would say there is der Rattenfänger von Hameln, who had a pipe and the little children. It's not a good story and it's not a good sample, but anyway, it's a figure of somebody who has a flute and people are following. And anyway, that's what I followed Bettina and all the others, of course, Janaki and Lauren. And I'm very glad what I got a lot out of it, to say it so a little bluntly, but it touched me, let's say that, and it helped me a lot. So I'm very grateful to everybody.
Well, it certainly touches me that you're here, because obviously I've missed you, and I too can't wait to get back in person, for sure, for sure. See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Birthday dinner. I love that. Okay. So I am looking to see, oh, Larry Domenico. Come on down. The price is right.
Yes, hello. Do you want to mute yours for a second? I think my word would have to be environment. And I say that because, I'll give you this. You got it.
Hang on.
I'm waiting for Bettina to mute her computer because we're getting some echo.
Yeah.
But they say that, what is it? You are your environment. And so if I'm anything like you guys, I think I'll be all right. So I'm very grateful to be here.
And another word for Troy. Troy.
And we are thrilled to have you, Larry.
My word was, I stole the Aggie's word, which was energy. I was talking about C.L. King, and I'm so glad that I got to listen to him and just his energy.
You can't steal words.
Can't steal words. How about happy? Anytime I get to see Lee, it makes me happy.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can abuse me.
I just appreciate, this goes back to what Debbie was talking about with our bodies, that how we're all so different. And so I think you said that sometimes Bettina gives you a bad time about the way you give other people a bad time. I appreciate your humor. I think it's really funny. And so, that makes me happy whenever I hear your jokes.
Bettina's so proper, and I'm like, oh, just shut up. I don't want to hear from it. It's just, well, you mean be quiet. So yeah, be quiet. Yeah, we come at things differently, but we balance each other out. And then we've got people like you adding your little, stuff, and it's all kind of neat. Who knew we could make friends on Zoom? Like, that is just so weird. I don't even want to meet you guys in person anymore. It's too much fun in Zoom. It's too easy.
I'm more than 2 foot tall in person.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You're almost as tall as Bettina. Good.
That's right.
I think Bettina exceeds the minimum standard to, or is it the maximum standard to be it's like you got to be 4'9" and under. Is that what it is?
Something like that. Just under, like I'm a small person. What's the kosher way of saying that, right?
Yeah, well, I could figure out one, but you wouldn't like it. Now I'll tell you, there are gems in this group, like Aggie. She has more strategies than you would believe. She should do actually a Wednesday meeting, because she is just a dynamo. And every time I talk to her, I think, oh, But you guys get to know Aggie. She is very, very fascinating woman. And she's very logical and she's very successful. And she goes at things like a torpedo to midship. It's amazing.
That's great. How about you, Lauren? What's your word for the day?
Well, there we go. If no one else has said collaboration, that would be my word, because I am all about collaboration, and it just brings me so much joy to see there's coherence forming, right? So as we spend more time together and we listen, I actually hopped out to do my Heart Wisdom Happy Hour today. And one of the things that I love about getting together in a group is you can't help but be touched or moved by what other people say. So when you hear something that someone says, it strikes a chord, and some are going to strike a chord really strongly with you, and some, maybe just goes by, but we're all shifted. It's like we all get a tune-up just by being in one another's energy. So thank you, Bettina, for holding this space for such an amazing event. Thank you to everyone who's here. It's really been delightful to see everyone. Ingrid, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in so long. You look fabulous. So yeah. Anyway, and of course, Lee. Yeah, Lee is just the guru extraordinaire. So just such a blast to be part of this.
Lauren, to me, she talks in prayer. Everything she says sounds like a prayer. She's got that melodic kind of prayer-like speech. I've never met anybody like her.
Well, and part of what I'm here to do is raise and elevate consciousness, right? So
Amen.
Like speaking to that and just lifting us all up. So yes.
I know. I don't know when you found your voice in your lifetime, but it is like a prayer when I hear you. So
yeah, this is
many blessings and thanks. And I can't wait for us to, when we close out, what will be revealed from your portion of the co-hosting. Thank you so much for doing that. Let's see who else is out there. I am going to call on names now. Did we hear from, we heard from Barb.
Sylvia is asleep.
Sylvia probably did fall asleep. Sylvia, are you out there? Stephanie. Okay, so Yoli is here.
Yoli,
I'm going to go in reverse chronological order. So the next one up is William Wiggins, but I don't know that that's William. The last name might be correct, but the first name.
Oh, no, it's Beverly, our comedian girlfriend, our comedian friend.
Hi there. Yes. Hi, everyone. I've been on since 8:30, but I'm on video. You need to unvideo me. I've been watching this whole time.
Oh, great.
And it said the host is in control.
Okay, ask to start the video. There you go.
Okay, so, okay. My big word, okay, is that me? There, hi.
Oh, there you are.
My big word is accomplish. Let's accomplish. In the morning, I wanted to be a star. Then later on, I went on an emotional ride with Ed Humity. Then I want to finish my book. Then I want to do the TV show. Then I want to write more comedy. And so you have me on a roller coaster, but it's all good. And as a retired supervisor of special events, this is an A+ special events, and I've enjoyed it. And I had a great time. Special events is a 12-hour, 24-hour deal for the person in charge. And I could tell her team, Bettina, the team, Lee, everyone, A+ from what you've done from the beginning to the end. So thank you very much.
Beverly, wait a second. Why don't we do a comedy routine about the We Empower You, and we'll just do it about Bettina, which would be fun.
Okay.
Put it on YouTube and send leads to her.
Okay, we can do that. We could do that. We're ready.
We're ready.
Thank you.
I've got some inside comedy jokes for you. So
okay. we all medicine, laughter's like medicine.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It totally is. So Yoli might be taking that business call that she was on, but I'm going to ask to unmute Yoli. Teresa Steenson is here, and she's a multiple attendee here, asked to start video. Sylvia, I'm going to ask to start the video, but she might literally have fallen asleep here. I would be falling asleep right about now. Somebody figure out what time it is in Germany. I'm not Germany. She's in the Netherlands.
9 hours from now.
Yeah. So Stephanie, I'm going to ask to unmute Stephanie. That's a friend of Lauren's, I believe. Asked to start the video. I'm just going to keep asking until somebody says yes. Oh, Mia. Has anybody ever had their eyes start twitching out of nowhere? Is it too much Zoom?
That's a comedy routine. What Dry is saying. What your twitching eye means.
Yeah. It's like twitch, twitch, twitch.
Yeah, what's this?
Sign language of the body.
All right.
Minerals.
So Lori, I'm going to ask Lori to unmute here. Whoop, where'd she go? There she is. Oh, Lori, are you available?
Yes, I just had a phone call that I was on.
Oh, okay. So you're unmuted?
Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. Okay, let me put a little spotlight on you here just a second. Spotlight. Oh, and then I'm going to take that one off.
Oh, my hair looks wonderful.
Yeah. Sorry about that if you're... Okay, tell us your one word and also what your experience was today.
Oh, a deeper understanding really of what it's all about. Like I did at Manatee, and I'm just now learning about what it's all about. And I was excited to hear that I can share it with other people that are trying to help me get my message out. And
yay.
Yes, and
What's your
just
word?
actually talking to people in the chat too, that was good. People that I know that Nader has started a book club, so I started a conversation with him.
Oh yeah, Romerick.
Romerick, yes. Yeah. Romerick, yes.
Yes, and he was here even through the day, which is of course the middle of the night for him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful to have you.
Well,
and
thank you.
Spoke
and
again
it was
today.
I thought it was really a good summit, and I'm glad I have my video done.
Yes, your video is awesome. Did you get a chance to see it?
I'm going to look at it tonight. John said it was really good, but he said
very good
that we want maybe change some of the images because Tomoe, the female samurai warrior, didn't look like
that's the one that I was talking to Larry about. So I was going to let you decide that one, but you have a really beautiful image of her.
I do, and I'm going to send it off to him.
Yeah. So that'll be perfect. We can make that happen.
And I always wanted to be a movie star.
Yes. No, it's
TV star.
It's truly.
I did that in the second grade. I drew a picture of myself like Barbie, with the little dress and on with the microphone, and I wanted to be a movie star. But
yes, Larry did a phenomenal job at editing, and Lori did a phenomenal job at presenting. And we did several takes, and I'm sure it was mainly one take that probably worked out the best for everything. And all that practice, all that writing, the third week of the month, I do that challenge to get those 5-minute spotlights done for people. And it's getting feedback and watching some videos that I have you watch, following Lee's formula for writing your story. And Tiu followed Lee, and you followed Lori. I mean, you're following Tiu.
Yes.
And now who's going to follow Lori? That's really, who's going to follow Lori? Mia. Mia says she's next.
Oh, good.
And what's really good about Lori is that her email marketing is right on. It's beautifully done. So you've got the website, You're doing email marketing. You've got your TV show Spotlight. Now we're going to get you into sponsorship revenue.
Okay.
Amazing. Within a year. Within a year.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Lee. We're just following your formula.
And it's just going to go. Now you're going to explode.
And what's really
in a good way.
occurring is the foundation of confidence. You can't buy it. It's not going to come in a jar or a bottle or a spray, but the confidence you build practicing with us, getting our feedback, going back and tweaking is really showing. And it's like, I feel like I've raised, a child to adulthood in so many levels with a lot of you, where I'm like, I want to speak, I want to be in performance, I want to write a book. And then all of a sudden we've got people actually really doing it, right? And living into their dream and their vision of who they want to be in the world. So yay. So somebody is in here as DE, and I'm not sure. I'm going to ask you to start your video. Jane is here. I'm going to ask to start the video. John Webster's been here all day, I noticed. And if you're reluctant, that's okay. You can also send information in the chat, and I will read out loud any comments for others that are reluctant to jump into this broadcast here.
Bettina, are you wanting to talk about the bonuses at this point? Because we're getting into that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just leave the mics open and just talk about the bonuses.
Oh, great.
Although John just showed up. You said John Webster's here.
John. There you go. Come on in, John Webster.
Hello.
Hi. I'm going to spotlight you. Just give me 1 second.
All right.
Okay. Tell us what you got.
What is it that you want to know?
What was your word? What's your word?
My word?
For the day. Word for the day.
Empowerment.
That's a good one. John, how did you get here?
So I am one of Patrick Snow's clients.
Okay.
So that's where I heard about this, and so I came and listened to it and stayed most of the day, in and out, trying to do some other stuff and tidy up and house cleaning here and there. But I got most of it. But I really like the Brian's. I think it's the
presentation.
Amenity, yes.
Yes. We're building towards a membership that one day it'll be a different price point, but it'll have that included in there. I'm building a bigger version of what we have. It's going to have equipment included as well. So stay tuned.
What do you do? What area topic are you involved with?
So I actually do about 5 different businesses.
Okay.
Wow.
So I do coaching. I actually partner with Patrick Snow on book publishing coaching.
Okay.
So I do that. I also do web design, so a digital agency. I do photography with my wife, natural light photography.
Oh, wow.
And then I do, I'm in the business of silver and gold investments. So.
Multiple streams of income. You got it.
Well, stay in touch with me, because I could use people with website skills, because we're getting a lot of people wanting their websites done through the Income Activator platform, and any help would be great.
Yes. Mia's asking, where are you located?
I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in LA, so
I guess
it's a short drive.
Yeah, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump, right?
By an airplane.
About five hours.
Yeah, I think we can do it over Zoom.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind getting into the bonuses and talking about that. If anybody is actually throwing in a bonus into the We Empower You website or We Empower You membership, jump in and throw it in. Is Debbie still here?
She is. I'm not sure. She's not going to come on camera.
Here, yeah.
There you go.
How's that?
So, Debbie, can you just go over your bonuses in again, just briefly, in the We Empower You membership, because it's so phenomenal. You know, if I hadn't joined the We Empower membership before you, I would have joined because of you.
Oh, thank you. Well, I just real quick, because I just left Phoenix. So John, which part of Phoenix are you from? I just literally drove from there, moving to the East Coast, and I just got here last night.
Yeah, I'm in the southeast part.
Near Mesa?
Actually, way further, about 45 miles east of that. So I'm towards
Florence?
Yep, towards Florence, in between Santan Valley and Florence.
Yep, I just left Mesa, so East Mesa. So yeah, the 60 and 202. So for me, with regards to the what was being offered, Lee, is and hi Ingrid, I haven't seen you for 10 years in person. I saw you 10 years ago at the summit.
Hi Debbie.
Hello. Since you're showing up there on the screen, I just thought I'd say hello to you.
Debbie.
Okay, Lee. So anyway, the bottom line is that when I very first started this, I want you all to know that I struggled with the idea of John, I'm a coach, right? You coach, you get clients, you coach. And we's all about, we're making money via promoting. And especially if you've got a powerful message, it's better to speak to millions than trying to coach 50, 60, 100, whatever, personally a year. So it took me a while to really get it, and I have. And so in that and through this time, I have built numbers of coaching programs. So the one that was like my absolute Cadillac flagship was called Body Mind Blueprint. And that was the year-long, it's a 10-month program, actually, that encompasses 30 modules, and then 10 of it is more customized to the individual. So that would be 40 modules, 40 weeks, 10 months, birthing a new you. That is the Body Mind Blueprint. It is incredible information in terms of helping an individual truly understand their body and knowing how physical imbalances actually can affect your unconscious inner dialogue. So you're trying to do affirmations and manifest, but you're struggling and you're doing all the right things. In fact, literally right now, half my clients are Tony Robbins coaches. Give you an idea of what I mean by what I'm saying. And I mean, it's a true story. And it's like, we know to do the affirmations. We know the neuro-linguistic program. We know this, we know that. But my God, what the hell? I want to go. And well, the reason that what the hell is because you're not understanding that these physical imbalances that are really nothing that's, it's not super clinical. It's not going to make you super sick. But these are imbalances that literally are affecting your unconscious and even your ability to manifest greatness. So before, Lee, in this program, I offered the first 7 of 30 modules, and these 7 is really just kind of a prepping you for the program, introducing you to a new way of thinking about health and well-being and also mental health. And that's what had been offered, but I have decided to give my entire program included in the 1,500, which means instead of me getting 8,000, 10,000, I'm getting 800. The difference is I'm not personally coaching these people through it, but there's another leg to that story as we go along with other coaches. But if everybody went through those modules, you would know so much more about your body, your health. You'd be able to better co-manage your health any day of the week with your physician. You would know exactly what it is what preventative health is, which I can ask anybody here what's preventative health. And that right now, what it is go to your doctor once a year, check your blood sugars, your blood pressures, get your vaccines. That's what preventative health is in our country. And that's absolutely not what it is at all. Which is why we are the sickest, fattest nation on the planet. Because and when you even look up the word health, it means not sick. The definition is not sick. We have no gradation of how healthy are you. And so all my programs about learning the language of your body. Lee is working with me to create a website, the sign language of the body, to be more viral, to step away and be a voice, really to inspire people to even want to know about themselves in that respect, because people think it's too hard. They think I just need to go listen to my doctor.
And the doctor's great, but he would be much better. She would be much better if you knew yourself better and were co-managing your health with your physician. So Lee, all of that, which is literally 10 times the cost, is included now in the We Empower You Summit. All of it I'm offering.
Which is great because we were doing a prep thing, prep your business. You got to prep your body too. I mean, don't just get the toilet paper and the food and the water, prep your body. And that's going to be a good radio show, you know, for you too, because people don't know to do that. They just yeah.
The reason I'm doing that right now is because in 5 months, we're going to walk into the worst flu and cold season you guys have ever seen in your entire life.
Yeah.
Done in this past 18 months, because what we've done in this entire, and this is a whole webinar in of itself, but what we have done in the methodology we've done to keep people safe from a pandemic is weaken everybody's immune systems. And this will be rough.
Oh yeah.
And what you're right, what people need, what we can do is, if we have that knowledge and awareness, we can prep, as you said, such that we have the best first line of defense. And the first line of defense has got nothing to do with what you're hearing on the media in terms of how to stay well, how to at least avoid it in the first place. Or if you get it, you and again, this is a webinar I have to do, but for example, if the COVID virus touches your lungs, it sits there for a minute. It doesn't just immediately penetrate. But while it's sitting there, there's actually mechanisms in the mucous membrane of your lungs and your nose and your eyes and whatnot that can eradicate it or minimize it before it gets into the body. And then once it gets into the body, that's a whole nother conversation about the way it works. But we have zero education on what that, no one even understands what a virus really is and how it works and what it does, and why what I'm speaking of is complete wisdom in terms of strengthening yourself to give you the best line of defense. For example, the people who do the worst are the ones that have inflammatory conditions and high blood sugar. Those are something that we can tackle between now and November.
Yeah.
You can do something about that. You have a better chance. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Debbie. Next up, we have Lauren Archer, and together, these are two of the most powerful parts of our program. And if you haven't tapped into it and you're a member, you are missing out. I kid you not. Thank you so much, Debbie. Welcome, Lauren. I'm going to spotlight you next.
Great. Okay. So I'm so used to talking with pictures. I'm going to do my best to just speak without using visual aids for a moment. So I have spent the past 30 years helping people get over their stuck places in consciousness. And I'm not typically a visual person. When I was first taught to meditate, I couldn't see anything. And so I was really curious about what happens in the mind. You know, when you see hypnosis and self-hypnosis, how is it possible that people can make these rapid changes in just a few minutes with their eyes closed? And so I went down this rabbit hole, just curious for myself, never thought that I was going to make a career out of it. But I found it so powerful. And so what I end up doing, you know, teaching in the clinic, teaching in hospitals, I have to teach to kind of mainstream people, like how does it work? What's going on in the mind? How can you take these principles and control it yourself? So I have developed a course that I call Relax Your Way to Success with Closed Eye Work. And under that umbrella of closed eye work is mindfulness meditation, visualization, self-hypnosis, mental rehearsal. There's just a whole bunch of things. And I use lots of pictures and images to give you a mental map. And then in each session, you get to experience it for yourself, having your eyes closed. And we go through heart coherence, you know, all kinds of mind-body stuff. It's a lot of fun, but my big mission is to give you the tools so that you can do this yourself. So the first 4 modules of my year-long course are included with your We Empower You membership. And then if you join now, you'll get the full course for the rest of the year, because I started at the beginning of the year. So everything that I've already done is recorded. And we have multiple meetings a month because we learn most in the power of a group, as you probably saw today. We can go to a weekend workshop. We can, go, read a book or watch a YouTube video, but it's the repetition. It's coming back. It's working with the same group of people. It's speaking into what you're learning. What are you bumping up against? Hearing other people be able to work through things. So it's a personal development course, specifically about how to navigate your inner world with closed eyes and how you can get some of these amazing results for yourself. And if you're a coach or you're into the healing arts, I'm revealing a lot of my principles and practices that you can apply with your client base, or if you're a parent, you can use it with your kids. So it's just really a very useful tool for just shifting your life.
On that note, I was about to jump through the computer screen and strangle one of my programmers. And I thought, wait a second, there's a course that I could just take a look at. And I did your stress release course, the eyes closed and everything. And I did it. I walked away and for 5 minutes, and then I came back and he's still alive. So,
well,
it worked.
I just have to admit, on a personal level, I mean, there have been times in my life that I was more wound up. I've actually landed in urgent care with, anxiety related heart issues. So I believe that we teach what we most need to learn. These practices are my lifeline. I used to completely live from the neck up. I was always in my head, in my intellect, type A driven, spinning out. If anybody's had thoughts, spinning out, that was me. So and I'm not saying I have it all solved. I'm saying I continue to practice this because it saves my life. It saves my health, and magic happens when you learn how to flow into the get into the flow state, surrender, manifest, use the law of attraction, whatever you want to call it. It's all evidence-based, but there's some real magic there. And you get into that place and things just start falling into place in life. And that's pretty fun. So, yeah.
And Art has offered consultation in regard to what he's doing with information on the cloud. Art, do you want to just take a few minutes and explain what you threw into the membership platform? Art?
He might be walking the dog as that's about the time of night for him. But I had another question for Lauren, if you wouldn't mind exploring a little bit more, because you've actually signed up a couple of people, and of course they'll eventually renew. We're taking really good care of your people. So what you did was you got it, right? You understood what Lee was saying, put something of value into the package, promote your package within our package, and then all of a sudden you ended up having a couple people sign up, right? So share a little bit about that journey.
Well, and what's been really awesome for me, so I've been I've been teaching this same course for 15, 20 years, but I've updated it because I used to teach it for people who wanted to lose weight, or who wanted to stop emotional eating, or who couldn't get themselves to exercise. This version is for anyone, who wants to just use the power of your mind to shift your life. So it's kind of a beta for me this year. So that's been really exciting. And there's been quite a few people in the membership that have been participating along with my paid clients. And so it's allowed me to cross-pollinate, to have a richer group. And then, just to have a membership type of thing. Like my services were kind of one-on-one. I just charge, for a couple hour session, and I didn't do long packages because with hypnosis, people don't always need it. They get what they need really quickly, and they don't have to keep coming back. So this was an opportunity for me to build a higher ticket item into my program, and I'm working on even expanding that into a more valuable offering. So that's helped me think outside the box in terms of what I could deliver.
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes. I mean, you got it. And you can also make a comment about how you had to get out of your own way, just like I did, right? I had my 2-year journey getting out of my own way.
Well, and it's just, it's so ironic that we teach what we need to learn, because in the development of this course, I use a lot of visuals. I use something called the Archer method. Happens to be my last name. You can see the little archer I have back there. But, you know, in life, we're always aiming for a goal, right? But we tend to think that the goal is out there. And oftentimes we get off just a little bit, like we're focused on maybe external success and, you know, maybe what other people think, or am I getting the measurement? And next thing you know, we're off. And when we get off, it's like we get into this spin. And next thing you know, the mind is spinning and we're not doing it. We get into fear. That was happening with me. I was focusing so much on what does the external look like? And then I came back to my own model, and it's like, wait. My goal is not out there. My goal is in here. My goal is, how do I show up? Who do I become? And so practicing that was me getting out of my own way. And once I did that, that's when things finally started falling into place. And having people in my community that I trust, that I could talk to about it, I could let Bettina know, hey, I'm having this spinning out. I was thinking branding and this and that, and what is it going to look like? And what's my logo? And it went crazy. Ingrid was there with me with the photo shoot. What do I wear? What dress do I wear? Who do I show up as? And it was all too much external. And, but that was just part of my own process. And now it's like, okay, I'm just going to show up as me. And that's when things start flowing a little better. So having a team of people that you can share this with is really valuable.
Yay. I know. The letting go is the hardest thing, because it's all fear-based, right? We want to control from the fear. But then once you let go and let Lee, it's a lot smoother ride, let's just say.
And Lori's contributed too, right?
Yes,
With
Lori.
her samurai. Lori, can you say a couple words about your samurai?
Thank you so much. Lori, and I don't know if Rosie's still here too.
Lori, can you just give us a brief overview of your samurai contribution to the membership?
Well, right now, I would be happy to do a consultation. I'm going to be doing more Facebook Lives. I'm starting a coaching program, actually 2. One of them is going to be about Gambaru, try your hardest, do your best. People really like that. And then I also want to do a longer one. And next year, I would love to do one that would take people to Japan with me. That's my thing. But I'm always happy to do a consultation, you know, just a discovery session, just no obligation. I'm not high pressure at all. And because the samurai have so much to offer people, their way of life, you know, you don't have to be a warring person to be a warrior. You can be a warrior in your mind and win battles, and whether it's physical or emotional, like you say, it's all up in the mind. And that's what I concentrate with the samurai. I talk about the code of ethics that they lived about: courage, integrity, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty. And like you said, good ethics never go out of style. And I would love to have a conversation with anybody getting more techie and learning more about the virtual world, because I know it's here to stay. But it has its advantages. You know, we can reach people like in West Africa, where it would be hard to do otherwise. So we don't have to travel there. So I'm happy to add that I'm willing to do a consultation with anybody.
Well, maybe we can get United Airlines to sponsor you for trips to Japan that Bettina can include in the membership next year.
I love your creativity, Lee. I wouldn't put it past me though to go out and there and get it, you know, because it's
already done.
Give me an idea and I run with it. So this is Pride Month, by the way. So I'm representing. Here we go. Here's my little fan. It's getting a little warm in here. The day's been really a nice one. Didn't get too hot, didn't get too cold. Let's see. I think now we're going to turn it over to Janaki and Lauren to close out the night here for us, and just leaving me at least just a few minutes at the end. Anything else, Lee, before we pass the baton?
I think we're good.
Actually, I think we need to sing happy birthday.
Oh my goodness, hold on a
Yeah.
second. I gotta get a gallery view of that one. Let's see here. I'm gonna hit the record button because that hasn't been happening on my screen here.
And maybe you should just also, after the happy birthday, tell people how they can get the membership if they want to.
Yes, Janet will pop that in the chat.
Okay.
And we'll be all set.
Just go to Bettina's
You guys,
website.
I'm
We
a
empower you.
Well, and we have
for birthdays,
right? At 11 o'clock to discuss the membership. So everybody come to that who's new.
Yes, everybody who's watching, listening, paying attention. 11 o'clock, the second Thursday of the quarterly month. So it coincides with the summit. It's a great opportunity to connect. Thank you, Mia, for reminding us of that.
Welcome.
Bless all of you. This has been wonderful.
Hey, somebody pick a note. Should we go? Is that good?
You started.
Happy
birthday
to
you.
Beat it up.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday, dear Bettina. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Many more.
Thank you.
Jeez, we're not going to go on tour, are we?
Oh,
it never quite works out because the of Zoom, it's not ever in sync, so it's always just funny to listen.
Yeah, it's Zoom's fault.
This is the best gift. That's why we kicked it off in June. For my birthday, all I want to do is empower the world. So this is the perfect gift to the world, from me to you, and you're giving this to me is just perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. What a great night.
And thank you for your shameless self-promotion.
All right, let's turn it on over to Lauren and Janaki. I'm going to spotlight both of them, and they can take it away.
All right.
Here we go. Just 1 second, and everybody else can mute. They're going to do a little process with us.
Right.
And then we're going to go back to partying, right?
All right. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, my theme for the day was that your journey is your destiny. So for you to be here already tells us so much about you. It tells us your heart is exploring and curious. It tells us that you want to connect with people. It tells us that you feel an energy and you don't even know sometimes why you're attracted to it, but you're listening to something deeper than logic. Like, who would spend 14 hours doing something like this or 12 hours doing something like this? But there's something in you that says, do it. Go ahead and do it. What's the worst thing that can happen? You sign off. But some of you are still here. Not only are you still here, but you've come back. So there's an attraction, and Lauren talks about this connection. Bettina talks about this. What is this really? There's something inside you that knows there's something here that moves your heart, that allows you to say, today was a quality day for me. Where's it going to get you? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Today was a day of listening and learning and laughing and coming up with interesting new twists and people who spin the universe in a way that's very new to you. People coming from Tehran and West Africa, and the sense of a global world, and you're in it and you're part of it and you caused it to come. In my world, all of you attracted this in your life, because without you coming, there would be no event, and no one made you come here. No one made you show. No one made you come back. So the first honoring is that each of you needs to go inside and honor that seeker in you, that person in you that knows there's something worth reaching out for and does so. Doesn't ask why, doesn't ask what will it get me. And then at the end of this moment, So take a moment right now and just go inside and ask, what opened for me? What opened up for me? Just take a moment. What opened up for me? What opens up for me is this deep sense of emotional connection to people. I've adored seeing people in this whole year of We Empower You look like an entirely different human being by all they've learned and grown from. I've seen Lee's wit sprinkled all through things. I've seen Bettina's ongoing ever ready money continue no matter what, in spite of her own sense of how are we going to make this happen. Each person stepping through something that they couldn't have imagined they could have done, and they're here. And people like Debbie and Aggie, who are seasoned players, coming here to help the rest of us and offer their gifts and very likely learn a bit along the way. I see Lori, who's transformed from someone who had this remarkable message to someone who's masterful at giving it. Art, who's our seasoned IT guy, who's our anchor in the storm, always right there to help us out. Larry, making things happen with film that half of us wouldn't have a clue to do. All these different people coming. Some Romeric from West Africa, the amount of time and energy and focus to bring this message to his people. Ingrid, making magic with our visuals, helping us look even more beautiful. Each person here has brought so much. And I want you to honor yourself and thank yourself, because without you, there would be no we to empower. Thank you. Lauren.
Oh, you took me to another level with that. I love it. I love being part of this community. And I want to invite you all to think about the puzzle piece that is uniquely yours, and that we are really all one, and that everything that you do and think and feel emanates out from you, and it makes an impact. And from the smallest impact of saying a kind word to someone, to reaching across and collaborating with someone on the other side of the world. Earth needs us right now to be working together for the highest good. And whatever that gift is for you, whether it's art or music or photography or coaching or writing or business, whatever it is, it's your gift to give. And so the notion of collaborating, none of us is in competition. This is your unique life destiny path. As Janaki said, it is, this is it, you're here. And the future hasn't happened. The past is just an illusion, and all change happens in the present moment. And so I love what Janaki said, that you were drawn here. Your heart was illuminated for some reason. So I'm going to encourage us all to take a moment to close our eyes and just take that in for a moment, and to release any ideas from the past of not good enough, can't have it, too much competition, too busy, whatever it is. Just imagine that any excuses, self-limiting beliefs, anything that you may have had, that you can just take it out and set it aside and put it in a box and close the lid. And with that gone, you are now entering a realm of possibility and potential. Without the limits of the past and without projections of the future, you can just be here right now and think about the gifts, the talents that want to express and emerge in you, through you, as you. What is your song that you want to sing? What is the painting you want to paint? What is the mountain you want to climb? The triumph you want to achieve? Whatever it is, it's your unique piece. And as you think about that, tune into the knowing that it's already here. It already exists inside of you. And you can give yourself permission to step into the full embodiment of your greatness and to give your gifts with joy and know that you're not alone, that you're part of this community, that you're part of the greater community of life, and that life supports you in giving and expressing your gifts. And I invite you to take a moment to release any attachment to outcome, having it be a certain way. Because as we've seen today, boy, we might think we're heading a particular way, and then somebody brilliant like Lee comes along and says, I bet we can do it even better, right? So to let go of attachment to outcome and to give thanks in advance for the unexpected joys and opportunities and relationships that are coming your way. To stay open to how you might be able to express your gifts and talents in ways that are beyond how you even dreamed possible. And to know that you matter. Your gifts matter, your energy and your time matters. And so let's imagine releasing that, letting it go, and getting ready to open up to the biggest unknown, the unknown possibility of the future. Letting it come in, shining a light, celebrating your success, celebrating with each other. 1 year from now, coming back to this group and saying, guess what? Guess what I've accomplished? Everybody high-fiving and having that big celebration. We're celebrating Bettina's next birthday, and we're saying, yes, I did it. It's happened, and we're here. So with that, I invite you to take in a nice deep breath. Come on back to this present time and space. Open your eyes, and let's get ready to celebrate, because the future is now, and we are all connected.
We're all going to Japan next year.
Yes. Thanks to United Airlines and whoever's sponsoring Lori. We'll make it a
Bettina,
big...
get on that call. My bags are packed. Let's make that happen.
Woo!
I'm celebrating. It's my birthday, and I'll party if I want to.
I'm getting the chopsticks out.
Yay! Here's the one hope. One hope. Oops. Like magic? I don't know if you can see it. The purest thing in life, water. in my one hope bottle, which you can't see. Cheers, everybody.
Congratulations, Bettina.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for that beautiful closing. We couldn't have done it without every single one of you, all of you who came, who stayed, who saw. I cannot wait to do the next summit on September the 8th. Woo! And thank you, Michael, for this wonderful music made just for us. Here we go. It's a party. And we're ending on time, even a little early, no less. Am I the only one dancing like a fool? Let's see here. Janaki and I danced the night away, right? Here we go.
And I popped in after one of the breakout sessions, and I saw Janaki speaking. I thought, wow, she's really interesting. And I thought you were just talking to somebody. I didn't realize you were doing a presentation. And then when it turned into the presentation, I thought, this is so cool. So I just wanted to hear more.
I bring my own party favors too. I don't think you can see them though. everybody.
Bye, guys.
See you mañana. 11 o'clock sharp.
What time?
11 o'clock.
Oh my God, I might be up by that time.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good night.